Baseball is on the air from Progressive Field in Cleveland, Ohio. It's Game 7 of the World Series between the Chicago Cubs and the Cleveland Indians. Good evening, everybody. Along with former Cub and All-Star Ron Coomer, it is Pat Hughes reporting. The season has gone as far as it can possibly go. It is down to one game, winner take all for the world title. Starting pitchers on a very pleasant autumn evening. Outstanding right-handers Kyle Hendricks going for the Cubs and Corey Kluber for the Indians. I mentioned the weather is good, temperature right around 70. You could not ask for a nicer night for the final game of this 2016 season. It's time to go ahead and take a look at the starting lineups for tonight's game. Brought to you by the Ford Transit, built Ford tough, and by Hills Brothers Coffee, crafted without compromise for over 137 years. For the Chicago Cubs tonight, leading off in center field, Dexter Fowler. Kyle Schwarber batting second. Schwarber, the designated hitter. Chris Bryant batting third and playing third. Anthony Rizzo at first base. Ben Zobrist in left field. Zobrist batting fifth. Addison Russell at shortstop. Batting seventh and catching, Wilson Contreras. Jason Hayward to bat eighth. And Javier Baez is batting ninth and playing second base. For the Indians, Carlos Santana leads off. Santana will perform as the designated hitter. Chicagoland native Jason Kipnis batting second and playing second base. The young shortstop, the talented Francisco Lindor, bats third. Mike Napoli at first. Jose Ramirez batting fifth and playing third base. The right fielder for the Tribe is Lonnie Chisenhall. Rajay Davis in center. The veteran Coco Crisp in left field and batting eighth. And batting ninth, the Indians catcher, Roberto Perez. The lights have already taken full effect here in Cleveland. The lights are sponsored by Nika Chicago and IBEW Local 134. The umpires, Sam Holbrook, has the very important assignment of working home plate in Game 7. Chris Guccione working at first. John Hirschbeck, the crew chief, at second. Marvin Hudson to make the impartial decisions at third. Two extra umpires work in postseason play. Manning the left field line will be Chicago native Tony Randazzo, and Joe West will work the right field line. They have already had the exchange of lineup cards and the discussion of ground rules. We are just about set for baseball. We will take a timeout and come right back. Game 7 is around the corner. The Cubs and the Indians. Right after this, you are listening to the World Series on the Score, presented by AutoZone.
Listen to our Cubs coverage after Game 7 of the World Series, continuing all day tomorrow on 670 The Score. WSCR in HD Chicago. WJMK HD2 Chicago.
Hello, I'm Dr. Chiracuri, a board-certified ear, nose, and throat physician. Every day, I see many patients whose lives would be enriched by hearing aids, but who simply cannot afford the thousands of dollars needed to pay for them. I made it my mission to find a way to manufacture medical-grade, affordable hearing aids. Working with other doctors and audiologists, I developed the MD Hearing Aid Air, which costs up to 90% less than traditional hearing aids.
See how the MD Hearing Aid Air can help you once again enjoy conversations, even in noisy places. Call 1-800-814-3175 to speak with one of their trained specialists. Reconnect with your life with MD Hearing Aid's affordable quality hearing solutions at a fraction of the cost of custom hearing aids. Right now, take advantage of their exclusive 45-day risk-free trial and get free shipping and a year's worth of free batteries, a $50 value. Call MD Hearing Aid at 1-800-814-3175. Satisfaction guaranteed. That's 1-800-814-3175.
Tonight's broadcast is presented by AutoZone. When you get the right part or helpful advice you need, it helps you get in your zone. So stop into AutoZone the next time you or your car need a little something, and let them help you get in the zone. AutoZone. And by the Navy Federal Credit Union, proudly serving the armed forces and their families for over 80 years, federally insured by NCUA. Still waiting to hear the exact temperature here in Cleveland. I can tell you, Ron, that it's very similar to last night when it was about 72 at game time. So right off the top, we can say it's a good night for the hitters.
Boy, it's an outstanding night here in Cleveland. And it's just a great thing that this World Series has been played in very good weather. Baseball is meant to be played in warm weather. There is no excuses about weather, field conditions, anything. It's the game, the way it should be played. Game 7, partner. Can't wait.
You know, Ron, the thought occurs to me, this is by far the most important Cubs game in my 21 years. But in looking at the long history of the Chicago Cubs, it's hard to imagine a more important ball game than the one that we're about to see in a few minutes.
Yeah, I just can't even. There's nothing, I don't think, that can come close to this ball game with the history of the Chicago Cubs, the franchise. And when you think about the fans that we've had these last few years and 4 years traveling, the way they've showed up on the road, the way we've seen them show up tonight, doesn't get much better than this.
69 degrees at game time. Game time temperature sponsored by Four Seasons, heating, air conditioning, and plumbing. For all the right reasons, call 866-4Seasons. Cubs occupy the first base dugout here in Cleveland. The umpires still meeting at the home plate area. The ball game is scheduled to start in about 1 or 2 moments. We had some dubious weather reports earlier, but I am happy to say that right now the latest forecast calls for no chance for rain until at least midnight Eastern time, which is 4 hours away.
Well, we know these games have taken close to 4 hours, so that is great news. To me, all day it's been a little cloudy, but we haven't had any rain since early morning. Perfect day for baseball. This is just what the doctor ordered. Nice warm night in Cleveland for Game 7.
The Indians are on the field defensively. Right-hander Corey Kluber making his final few warm-up tosses. The uniforms, the Cubs wearing their traveling blue shirts, red numbers. Cubs have gray trousers, blue hats and helmets, blue sleeves and socks, and dark shoes. The Indians with their navy blue shirts, red numbers on their backs, bright white pants. They have navy blue hats with red bills. Kluber on the mound wearing red shoes, and most of the guys wear red shoes. I see the third baseman Ramirez wearing some black shoes, but the uniform descriptions sponsored by Benjamin Moore, the official paint of the Chicago Cubs. Game 7 of the World Series. There have been, including regular season, League Division Series, League Championship Series, and now the Fall Classic. This is baseball game number 4,891. It's all come down to one ball game, Ron.
Well, both teams ready. Got to see the Cubs earlier today on the team bus in the clubhouse. Surprisingly, just kind of business as usual for Joe Madden and his team. A very relaxed bunch. They took BP. Everybody seemed normal and just, let's just go play the game. I know Lenny has brought that up. Let's just play. And I think that is the thing tonight. You've got to Game 7. Let's just go out there and leave it all on the field.
Cubs trying to win their first world title since 1908. The Indians trying to win their first championship since 1948. Great atmosphere here in Cleveland at Progressive Field. Dexter Fowler to lead it off. And the leadoff man is presented by Benny's Beverage Depot. If Dexter Fowler gets a hit, Benny's Beverage Depot will donate $100 to the Greater Chicagoland Food Depository. Kluber, a big, strong right-hander, ready to go to work. And the first pitch of the night. It's taken for a strike, and away we go. Ron, everyone is going to be a little excited. You've got 38,000 here and countless butterflies, and that includes the ball players. Fowler waits for the 0-1. Dexter 4 for 25 in the World Series. Let's see if he can get something started. He takes an off-speed pitch low and inside. How important is the ability for players on both sides to just settle down and play baseball?
It's vital. We saw it in yesterday's game, how the Cubs capitalized on early mistakes by Cleveland. A hanging breaking ball and a misplay in right center field.
Fowler lays off a high fastball. 2-1.
And I really believe in games like this, the team that can relax and just play their normal game usually ends up winning. That means just playing catch around the infield and hitting the pitches you're supposed to hit.
Fowler hits a fly ball to deep center field. Back goes Davis. Back near the center field fence at the wall. And that ball is a home run. Home run, Dexter Fowler. I had to wait. Davis leaping up. Had his glove above that 9-foot barrier. I couldn't tell if he caught it. He started walking away. The second base umpire, John Hirschbach, ran out and signaled home run. Would you believe a leadoff home run by Dexter Fowler?
Straightaway center field, a towering shot. And we talked about it all day and yesterday that it's a hitter's night here in Cleveland. The wind blowing out towards right center might have helped that one an extra couple feet, and that's all Dexter needed to get it over the leaping Davis. 1-0 Cubs.
Here's Kyle Schwarber taking outside. Fowler with his first World Series home run. Schwarber had both a single and a base on balls last night, and he fouls one away. With that home run, score big savings on the new Frigidaire Professional Collection at Grand Appliance and TV, the official appliance retail partner of Cubs Radio. What a start. Davis kept drifting back in center right near the 400-foot sign. Again, the wall is 9 feet high. Here comes the 1-1 to Kyle, and he takes a strike. So any big league ball player easily can jump up and stick the glove up above the top of that 9-foot high barrier. And he just missed making the catch. I have not seen a replay yet, but he had to miss it by only inches.
Yeah, just a towering shot, and the ball had to come straight down as high as it was hit.
Schwarber bounces one slowly. It's going to get past the mound. Charging and barehanding and throwing to first, not in time. Lindor, the shortstop, barehanded the ball. The shift was on. Lindor, the shortstop, on the right side of the diamond, racing in. He was between the mound and first base when he barehanded that ball and made a quick sidearm throw, but it was too late to get Schwarber. And it's a good call. He was safe. Chris Guccione made the right call at first base.
Well, and how about Kyle? That's the first time we've really seen him have to test his knee running full speed down the line, beat that throw. And it sure looked like he was fine running down the line. Just a little dribbler. Once it got past Kluber, it was going to be a very tough play.
No challenge by the Indians. Single for Schwarber. Here is Chris Bryant. Cubs lead 1-0. Chris swings and misses.
Pat, you talked about how close that ball was to being caught. The center field wall says 400 feet. That ball traveled 406 feet, so barely clearing the wall.
Thanks to Mark Brody for chiming in. Bryant had the big first inning home run last night. Here comes the 0-1 from Kluber, the right-hander. And Bryant swings and misses again. Thinking of big home runs, go back to Sunday night. Chris Bryant had the leadoff home run. That was against Trevor Bauer. The Cubs scored 3 in that inning. The Cubs have led after every inning since then. Of course, they had a big first inning last night with 3 runs. A run in the bank on Fowler's home run. Schwarber at first. Bryant takes a fastball just inside.
Kluber has a good fastball tonight. That heater, 93 miles an hour, right in at the hands of Chris Bryant.
Kluber, strong, bearded right-hander, 6'4", 215. Born in Birmingham, Alabama. Makes his home in Massachusetts. The 1-2 to Bryant. Low and outside. Chris had a good look at that one. Ron, from a hitting standpoint, you're watching the same pitcher for the third time in a 9-day stretch. What types of insight does that give you?
Well, you get a very good look at all his pitches and his release point. You should know exactly how his breaking ball breaks, the tilt of it, and then you also know the movement on his fastball. When you see a guy that much within a 10-day or 9-day period, it should be advantage hitter.
Now the 2-2 from Kluber. Bryant takes up and in ball 3. And Kluber already at 13 pitches. Nobody out, top of the first.
But that last slider from Kluber, one of those pitches that the short rest 2 different times now in a row might have been part of the equation. He got underneath that slider and really casted it.
Bryant drives one in the air to right center field. Back goes Chisenhall to the warning track area. Makes the catch. And that's out number 1. Schwarber back to first. Bryant gave that ball a good ride.
Yeah, Bryant, you know, when yesterday's BP was going on, he was pounding the ball to center, and right field. Tonight is going to be another one of them nights. He's going to see a lot of sliders on the outer third and away from Kluber. He just missed hitting that ball out of the ballpark.
Cubs 1, Indians nothing. Top of the first. Schwarber at first. Here's Anthony Rizzo. Rizzo 3 for 5 with a home run last night. It was his first World Series round tripper. Anthony, the RBI leader during the regular season with 109. Left-handed batter stands in. Kluber's pitch. Breaking ball upstairs, ball 1.
One thing I've noticed, Pat, here just in the early going, there's been a lot of pitches at the top of the zone or higher from Kluber. His success so far in this series has been from the knees down with breaking balls and sinkers.
So far, nobody has chased a bad ball. 1 ball and no strikes. The pitch to Anthony. Fly ball, shallow left center. Coming in Davis. Davis, the center fielder, makes a running catch. And that's out number 2. Holding at first, Schwarber. Cubs still lead 1-0. And here's Ben Zobrist.
Last pitch to Anthony. Pretty good slider. Got in on Anthony. Instead of a little routine fly ball to center field. But once again, even that pitch was up in the zone from Kluber.
Zobrist has 9 hits, the most of any Cub, and the most of any player on either team in the World Series. Ben steps in now. Switch hitter batting left-handed. Schwarber runs. He's got a huge jump and he steals second base. I didn't expect that one, Ron.
Neither did Corey Kluber. As Schwarber takes off early, Kluber not paying any attention at all to Kyle at first. He just comes set, looks at the plate. Kyle takes off. Kyle was halfway to second before Kluber ever delivered the baseball.
Let's see if Zobrist now can drive in the run. The 0-1 by the big right-hander. Ben takes low and in for a ball. It's even. The leadoff home run by Fowler provides another $100 to the Greater Chicagoland Food Depository, courtesy of Benny's Beverage Depot. And it's also just the second leadoff home run in postseason history for the Cubs. 1984 in the NLCS, Bobby Dernier had the first one, and that was against San Diego. The pitch on the way. Zobrist hits a fly ball, shallow right center, playable for the right fielder Chisenhall, and he's got it. But the Cubs score first. Leadoff home run by Dexter Fowler. just to the right of dead center. After a half, Cubs 1, Indians nothing. You are listening to the World Series on the Score, presented by AutoZone.
Hey fans, listen to our Cubs coverage after Game 7 of the World Series. It continues all day tomorrow on 670 The Score.
Wells Fargo is making changes to make things right. First, all customers who have been impacted will be fully refunded. Second, a confirmation will be sent when new personal or small business checking, savings, or credit card accounts are opened. Third, we've eliminated product sales goals for our retail bankers to ensure your interests are put first. We're taking action. We're renewing our commitment to you. Find out more at wellsfargo.com/commitment. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
America, it's time for some straight talk. There is no good way to fold a fitted sheet. Nobody really likes kale. And those wireless companies offering no contract plans? Surprise! To get a new phone could mean getting locked into a phone contract. With new Straight Talk Plus, well-qualified customers can get a Samsung Galaxy S7 for as low as $30.12 a month. Requires a 30-day unlimited service plan, still no contract, so you can cancel anytime with no penalties. Come on, it's time to realize the runaround. It's time to ask yourself, why haven't I switched? Straight Talk Wireless on America's largest, most dependable networks, only at Walmart.
Lease-to-own transaction for the Samsung Galaxy S7. Total cost is $722.88 with 24 30-day payments plus any taxes and fees except in North Carolina where final payment may be more. No ownership until all payments made. May be able to exercise early purchase option. Retail cost of the Galaxy S7 is $599, subject to change. Customers may end lease and return phone at any time. Wireless service subject to Straight Talk terms and conditions.
These are the engine threats that attack your engine every day. And this is Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Premium Gasoline leaving them behind with the best total engine protection you can get. Now, earn 10 cents per gallon after every 8-gallon fill-up of Shell V-Power Nitro Plus. Who doesn't like the sound of that? Sign up for free at fuelrewards.com/ESPN. Offer ends 1/1/17. Minimum 8-gallon purchase of Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Premium Gasoline. Fuel savings limited to 20 gallons. Additional terms and conditions apply. See fuelrewards.com/ESPN for details.
Make no mistake about it, you are listening to Game 7 of the World Series on the Score and the Xfinity Cubs Radio Network with Pat Hughes and Ron Coomer.
Mark, thank you. The leadoff home run by Dexter Fowler. Certainly nothing new for him. This past season, Ron, he led off 7 Cub ball games with home runs. And Dexter Fowler, 21 times in his career, has given his team the immediate 1-0 lead with a long ball. That really provides a whole different dimension to your offense.
Yeah, it does. And do you think he's ever hit a bigger one than this one tonight? First hit of the ball game, first hitter of the ball game in Game 7 of the World Series, and you go deep to straightaway center.
Kyle Hendricks beat the Dodgers in the pennant-clinching ball game at Wrigley Field about 11 nights ago. It was a magnificent performance by the young right-hander. He worked 7 1/3, gave up no runs and 2 hits. He would love to duplicate that tonight here in Cleveland. Carlos Santana lines one toward right. Hayward is there, makes the catch. Santana jumped on the first pitch, hit a rocket, but straight to Hayward. The way Jason gloved it, Ron, indicated the ball might have been knuckling a little bit.
Yeah, the ball was hit right on the button and hooked, and I believe you're correct. I think that ball was knuckling. Hayward caught that ball with 2 hands and was making sure that he had it. But a line drive out to start out the game.
Cubs lead 1-0. Here is Jason Kipnis. Kipnis homered last night, also had a double and a single. The left-handed batter will take a strike. Kipnis about the only guy last night for the Indians, Ron, who solved the mystery of Jake Arrieta.
Yeah, he was able to let the ball get a little bit deep on him, and he was good on the pitch away from him.
Fouled away, it's 0-2.
You know, he peppered one off the left field wall, a line drive, and then cleared the wall. And, you know, he is very good at the pitch away. I would be surprised if Kyle doesn't throw some four-seam fastballs inside to Kipnis today.
He's ahead of him 0-2. And the pitch down low. Now, here's a note that I just read before game time. With 2 strikes on opposing hitters, Kyle Hendricks has held batters to a 135 average.
Yep.
The right-hander comes back 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Change-up got him, a beauty. It's out number 2. Cubs lead 1-0 first inning, and the batter is Francisco Lindor.
And that's the reason why of the just over 100 batting average for guys when facing Kyle. Kyle has 2 pitches. His four-seam fastball has been sneaky good this season. In that changeup, you just don't pick it up. Devastating changeup with great command, and it can run to either side of the plate.
Now Francisco Lindor, switch hitter batting left-handed. He takes a strike. Kyle started Game 3 in the World Series. That was at Wrigley last Friday night, so he's working on normal rest. He gave up no runs in 4 1/3. Bouncing ball to second, glove by Baez, down on one knee. Bad throw, but knocked down by Rizzo. That'll be a throwing error on Baez. Baez started to slip as he threw. He threw it to the home plate side of first, and in the dirt, Rizzo with a long stretch tried to backhand it on a short hop, but could only knock it down. That'll be E4, and the Indians get a man on.
Yeah, I watched this play a second time. Javi just kind of gets to this ball and starts to go to a knee, and once he does that, he starts losing his footing. And when you get right around the edges of the grass, after they water the infield, that grass can be slick, and he lost his footing, and there's the first error of the ballgame.
The inning continues. E4, Lindor likes to run, and Mike Napoli will take a strike. Napoli, a big slugger with 34 home runs during the regular season. He's had just 4 singles in World Series play against the Cubs. Lindor called time run to smooth out some dirt in the leading area off of first base.
Yeah, you know what happens is they might put a little too much diamond drive, and he clears that out of there to make sure he gets good footing if he's going to run.
Cubs lead 1-0. Broken back ground ball to short. Russell's got it. Go to Baez. There's the force. That's the inning. 6-4 on the fielder's choice. Hendricks works a scoreless first inning. At the end of 1, Cubs 1, Indians nothing. You are listening to the World Series on The Score, presented by AutoZone.
Listen to our Cubs coverage after Game 7 of the World Series, continuing all day tomorrow on 670 The Score.
Hi, I'm Danny Cannell. I like to think of our family as a winning team, especially when one of us becomes ill. While I'm in the studio analyzing and somebody gets sick, I feel comfort knowing that our family can cover like an all-American defense with an Exergen temporal scanner thermometer. Remember, every winning team needs a winning product.
Exergen is changing the way the world takes temperature.
When I heard the founders of Firehouse Subs were working on under 500-calorie subs, I had to laugh. A lot. Deeply. But when I tasted the Hook and Ladder Light with all that famous Firehouse flavor for just $5.49, with steamed turkey, ham, and Monterey Jack on a light roll with veggies, mustard, and light mayo, I quit laughing. I wasn't too full or filled. I was fulfilled. The Firehouse Subs Hook and Ladder Light. Believe in the hero of all subs.
Navy Federal member Jeremy Davis can diagnose a chopper's congested annular air intake from 5 clicks out.
Centrifugal fuel filter's the problem.
But when it comes to the intricacies of auto loan terms and conditions, Jeremy's a bit rusty.
Rust? I can fix that.
Keeping helicopters happy is Jeremy's thing. Helping you be good with money is ours. Our incredible auto loans cover 100% of the purchase, including tax, title, and tags. Visit NavyFederal.org to learn more. Navy Federal Credit Union. Open to the armed forces, the DoD, and their families. Federally insured by NCUA.
Sometimes the best seats in the house are above it. In college football, that's the Goodyear blender. And for more than 60 years, we've seen what it takes to be worthy. It takes toughness, dedication, and perseverance. Because seasons aren't measured by wins and losses, but by heart. Some call it hard work, determination, or grit. We call it blimp-worthy. Goodyear, official sponsor of the College Football Playoff.
It's the World Series on The Score and the Xfinity Cubs radio network. Pat.
And Mark, we go to inning number 2. Cubs lead 1-0. If you are just joining us, Dexter Fowler led off Game 7 of the World Series with a towering solo home run to dead center. Second inning. And by the way, the Score studios here in Cleveland are presented by Mercedes-Benz Vans, born to run. Addison Russell last night became the second youngest big leaguer ever to hit a grand slam in World Series play. Mickey Mantle was a little bit younger than Addison back in 1953, but Ron, I was thinking as I read that, anytime you get your name bracketed with Mickey Mantle and it involves something in the World Series, you probably did something pretty good.
Well, I should say so. Addison, 6 RBIs in yesterday's game. Just one of them nights you dream about as a kid. Patty with that long grand slam home run.
He fights off an inside fastball and fouls it away. The Cubs forced Kluber to make 19 pitches in the first inning. Contreras on deck and then Hayward. Let's see if the bottom of the order can get some work done for the Cubs tonight. The 0-1 to Addison. It's a fastball high. Kluber missing upstairs with not only the hard stuff but the breaking balls.
Yeah, it's everything has been up in the zone. We've seen him only bounce one pitch so far. That definitely could be because of the short rest for back-to-back starts.
Fastball high and inside for a ball. 2-1.
You know, you think about it, this is his third start in 9 days here in the World Series.
Working on short rest, back-to-back starts. And now the pitch to Russell, swinging a high pop fly on the infield. The shortstop Lindor will put the squeeze to it. So one talented young shortstop pops out to the other. One away, 1-0 Cubs second inning, and the batter Wilson Contreras.
That pitch also, though, Pat, up in the zone. It was a little cut fastball that slid across the strike zone. Addison had a good swing at it, just a little out in front.
Kluber making his fifth, or rather his sixth start this fall. He is 4-1 in the postseason for the Indians, and his ERA was under 1 before the game. Here's Contreras taking a strike. Wilson's done a good job catching and throwing, but he has just one hit in 17 at-bats in the World Series. Kluber comes back 0-1. Swinging a fly ball to right toward the line. Playable for Chisenhall, I believe. Foul territory, makes the catch. 2 down.
Yeah, Contreras has seen, he's been one of those right-handed hitters that has seen steady diet of breaking balls, sliders, and curveballs. That time it looked like Contreras definitely just trying to go to right field. Still a little early on that swing, on that breaking ball, I should say, on the swing. Kluber's made some good pitches with the breaking ball away just in that at-bat to Contreras.
Here's Jason Hayward. Left-handed batter against the right-hander Kluber. Broken bat looper, shallow center. Lindor's going to make the catch. The shortstop gloves it. 2 broken bats in the inning. Cubs do nothing. Middle of inning number 2. Cubs 1, Indians nothing. You are listening to the World Series on the Score, presented by AutoZone.
The most Cubs World Series talk anywhere. Spiegel and Goff, weekdays 9 a.m. to 1 on 670 The Score.
Wells Fargo is making changes to make things right. First, all customers who have been impacted will be fully refunded. Second, a confirmation will be sent when new personal or small business checking, savings, or credit card accounts are opened. Third, we've eliminated product sales goals for our retail bankers to ensure your interests are put first. We're taking action. We're renewing our commitment to you. Find out more at wellsfargo.com/commitment. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Live every postseason moment with MLB.com at-bat, the #1 app for live baseball. It's the only place to get it all. Live radio feeds, video highlights, pitch tracking, StatCast, and much, much more. Download at-bat today.
Big swings come in small packages. The National MLB Junior Home Run Derby, where kids from across the country earn the chance to compete in the finals and be crowned champion at the 2017 All-Star Week in Miami. Find out more at jrhrd.com.
This is the sound of everyday engine threats like gunk, wear, and corrosion, unleashing their wrath on your engine. Now, this is the sound of Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Premium Gasoline, providing the best total engine protection you can get. Period. Think all premium fuels are the same? Think again. Choose Shell V-Power Nitro Plus today.
Why trust the parts pros at Advance Auto? Because if there's one thing they know, it's parts.
Thank you for calling Advance Auto Parts and Battery. This is Taryn. I can help you.
I'm wondering if you guys do battery installations?
Yeah, absolutely. It's free of charge.
And do you do wiper installations too?
Yes, that is also free of charge.
Wow, all that's free.
We also do alternator and starter testing for free.
Wow, you guys pretty much do everything.
Yes.
Any chance you guys handle dry cleaning?
Well, not quite everything.
Advance Auto Parts. We know everything about auto parts. And right now, get a $20 Speed Perks reward with any battery purchase.
You are listening to the World Series on the Score and the Xfinity Cubs radio network. Here once again, Pat Hughes.
Thanks, Mark. Bottom of inning number 2. Kyle Hendricks worked a scoreless first inning. One man reached on an error by the second baseman Baez. It'll be Jose Ramirez leading off the bottom of the second. Lonnie Chisenhall to follow, and then Rajay Davis. Kyle Hendricks led the big leagues in earned run average this season. The first Cub to do so since 1938 when Bill Lee did so. Hendricks' ERA was a microscopic 2.13. Fans standing. I'm sure a lot of fans are going to stand the entire game. Ramirez, a switch hitter, batting left-handed, takes down low for ball 1. Cubs lead 1-0. The second inning sponsored by Old Second Bank. There's a strike. Old Second Bank. Get a trusted advantage. Start banking with Old Second today. Now the 1-1. Change up a little bit low and outside for a ball.
Kyle's made some good pitches, though, with that breaking ball and the change. And the one thing I have liked is he's been able to hit the corner and keep the ball down.
2-1, off speed inside, ball 3. We'll play the Nuveen attendance game at some point during this second inning. Let's see if Kyle can come back. The 3-1 to Ramirez. Taken for a strike. Number 5 batter, a guy with some power. Taking one on 3-1. Interesting.
Yeah, Kyle hit the outside corner with that last fastball.
Now the 3-2. Lined off the body of Hendricks. It goes to short and bobbled by Russell. It'll be an infield single. Is Hendricks okay? He never did fall down. I think it just grazed off his leg. He seems to be fine. Russell came in, tried to barehand the ball on the carom, and never got the handle. That's a base hit for Jose Ramirez.
Yeah, in the 3-2 pitch, Kyle goes away, and this ball cuts back to the middle of the plate. They could hit him in the glove, possibly, and then trickles over to Addison. Addison might have had a chance to field that ball conventionally, but you lose sight of the runner when you're running in so hard on a ball that is misdirected. But anyway, it'll be a base hit.
First hit of the night for the Indians. Leadoff single second inning. Here's Lonnie Chisenhall. Curveball is just outside. Let's go ahead and play that Nuveen attendance game. I'll guess 38,000 flat.
Okay. I will go with 38,200 flat.
Chisenhall pokes it foul down the left field line. Back out of play. Mark Rohde, how about you?
38,301 flat.
Okay, we are locked in. We'll see how we do later on in the Nuveen attendance game. Ramirez leads at first, held by Rizzo. Hendricks ready, and he'll chase the runner back. Cubs trying to become the 16 sixth team ever to come back to win after trailing 3-1 in World Series play. The most recent team to do so, the 1985 Kansas City Royals. Quick throw to first. He got him. Hendricks picks off Ramirez. He caught him in between steps as Ramirez was getting his leadoff run. Hendricks threw it at the perfect time.
Yeah, Ramirez with that right foot kind of takes a little jab step. He starts leaning, and bang, Hendricks holds the ball just long enough. Perfect throw to Anthony, who lets the ball carry, catches the ball, and then tags Ramirez almost immediately. He was going to go on that pitch. Instead, it's the first out of the inning.
Play not even close. One down, nobody on. Chisenhall hits a line drive into left field, a base hit. Soft single over the head of Bryant. 1 out, 1 on. Cubs lead 1-0. And the batter, Rajay Davis.
Boy, you just think about key plays in ball games. Last night, the ball hit in right center field by Addison Russell, misplayed by the center fielder and right fielder, dropped in, 2 runs scored. And now today, early in the ball game, another pickoff by a Cubs pitcher or catcher. See if this one has a big impact on this game.
Chisenhall takes his lead. Rajay Davis at the plate. Kyle Hendricks to the belt. The slender right-hander fires. Ground ball to third. Bryant's got it. Go to second. There's one. Baez turns it, and they get a double play. 5-4-3 double play. The speedy Rajay Davis hits into a 5-4-3 around the horn twin killing. Inning over. Indians don't score. We move to inning number 3. It's the Cubs 1 and the Indians nothing. You are listening to the World Series on the Score, presented by AutoZone.
Listen to our Cubs coverage after Game 7 of the World Series, continuing all day tomorrow on 670 The Score.
Hi, I'm Danny Cannell. I like to think of our family as a winning team, especially when one of us becomes ill. While I'm in the studio analyzing and somebody gets sick, I feel comfort knowing that our family can cover like an all-American defense with the Exergen Temporal Scanner Thermometer. Remember, every winning team needs a winning product.
Exergen is changing the way the world takes temperature.
When I heard the founders of Firehouse Subs were working on under 500-calorie subs, I had to laugh. A lot. Deeply. But when I tasted the Hook and Ladder Light with all that famous Firehouse flavor for just $5.49, with steamed turkey, ham, and Monterey Jack on a light roll with veggies, mustard, and light mayo, I quit laughing. I wasn't too full or filled. I was fulfilled. The Firehouse Subs Hook and Ladder Light. Believe in the hero of all subs.
Any Jane Doe can tell you that Geico could help you save. But since money talks, we just ask the savings instead.
Greetings and sun salutations. I'm Jane's Money, and I never knew my self-worth until Jane switched her car insurance at Geico.com. Those 15 minutes built me up to real savings. Geico's been helping customers save money like me for over 75 years. So take that to the bank. And namaste.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
AutoZone presents Peak Performance. Maximizing fuel economy, engine life, and overall engine performance doesn't take a lot thanks to fuel treatment and fluids from AutoZone. And right now, buy one 5.25-ounce Lucas Fuel System treatment and get one free. So visit your local AutoZone. With over 166 Chicagoland locations, the right supplies and good advice are just around the corner, so you can fix your car with confidence. Hoods up, America.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Limited time only. Restrictions and details in store.
Progressive Field, Cleveland, Ohio. It's Game 7 of the World Series on the Score and the Xfinity Cubs Radio Network live from the Mercedes-Benz studio. Pat.
Third inning, if you're just joining us, Dexter Fowler, the leadoff hitter in the ballgame, launched a towering solo home run to dead center. And that is the only run so far. We move to the third inning. Javier Baez, Fowler, and Schwarber coming up against Corey Kluber. Kluber, a Cy Young winner 2 years ago, and he'll be a candidate this season, you would certainly think. He also, by the way, had the win in the win for the American League in the All-Star game in San Diego back in July.
Yeah, you think about the significance of that. We're playing in the World Series against Cleveland. Their pitcher ends up getting that win, and that gave the American League and the Cleveland Indians home field advantage.
Although, Ron, we've mentioned the home field advantage in the World Series has not really worked out the way you would expect. The road team has won 4 of the 6 games.
Right, isn't it something?
Yeah. Cubs have won 2 of the 3 here in Cleveland, and the Indians grabbed 2 of the 3 at Wrigley last weekend. Here we go, 3rd inning. Baez stands in. Kluber fires. Baez fouls it away. Kluber, like so many contemporary pitchers, never does extend the arms above the head. Just keeps the ball in the glove in the chest area as he rocks back. Here's the windup by Kluber. A very simplified, quiet windup. Baez takes high. Speaking of bearded right-handers and guys who won Cy Youngs, Jake Arrieta, John Lackey, and John Lester just left the Cubs' first base dugout and walked out toward the bullpen beyond the right center field barrier. Baez hits a fly ball to left. He did not hit it hard, though, and Crisp will make the catch. Right off the end of the bat, out number 1.
Good swing by Javi, just a little early, but a good swing. He was on time, just ran out of bat, hit it off the end of the bat. But I love that most of the Cubs hitters have been on time with the breaking ball. They've not been way out in front. It has been very good. The other thing, every out has been made in the air today, and that is a real positive for the Cubs.
Why do you say that, Ron?
Well, the ball is flying. This John Maley and the theory.
Dexter Fowler lines one to right. Chisenhall over to make the catch. Hard hit ball, but that's out number 2, and that's 8 straight set down by Kluber. All either fly balls or pop flies.
But that's what John Maley and the Cubs offense wants. They want their guys to elevate the baseball. What Kluber was able to do is get Cubs hitters out in front with the breaking balls down and roll over ground balls and swing through them and miss. So far today, we have gone through the lineup, and as I look, we do not have a punch out yet in this game, and there's been a lot of pitches missed up in the zone by Kluber.
Not a punch out nor a ground out. Schwarber had an infield single his first time. I'm looking at a shot now of Arrieta, Lester, and Lackey arriving in the bullpen. And it's like a reunion. Hey, how you doing, guys? Haven't seen you in a while. Schwarber lines one down the right field line. Base hit. It's going to go all the way to the wall. Chisenhall plays it off the wall. Kyle's going for 2. The throw is going to be in time. Schwarber out at second base. Chisenhall made a good throw. Schwarber tried to stretch and gets cut down. No runs, 1 hit, and nobody left on. We go to the bottom of the 3rd. The score, Cubs 1, Indians nothing. You are listening to the World Series on the Score, presented by AutoZone.
Listen to our Cubs coverage after Game 7 of the World Series, continuing all day tomorrow on 670 The Score.
Wrigleyville is shining brightly. We're banking on a big year. Congrats from BBVA Compass. #Live Bright. BBVA Compass. Banking on a brighter future for our team and loyal fans.
For nearly 120 years, Chicago's own Nuveen has worked to live up to the highest standards of excellence, committed to delivering lasting value, whatever the markets may bring. During that same time, we've watched the Cubs strive for excellence, whatever the season may bring. At Nuveen, they couldn't be more proud to support the Chicago Cubs as they work to become the 2016 baseball champions. To learn more about Nuveen, visit Nuveen.com. That's nuveen.com.
The holidays are almost here, which means more time with family and friends enjoying more of your favorite entertainment. And the Xfinity Ready for the Holiday sale is the perfect time to get Xfinity X1, plus internet speeds up to 75 megabits per second. All for a great low price, just $89.99 a month for 12 months. You'll get the X1 voice remote, which lets you find all of your favorite holiday movies and shows faster and easier. Just say into your remote, "Show me holiday movies." Or even quotes like, "Keep the change, you filthy animal." And your holiday favorites appear instantly right on the screen. You'll even get access to our special collection of over 500 holiday movies. Plus, with the fastest in-home Wi-Fi, all of your house guests can be online at the same time. Now until November 29th, new customers can get a great limited-time holiday offer. You'll get X1, plus internet speeds up to 75 megabits per second, all for a great low price. Just $89.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or ask her to upgrade to get a $400 prepaid card. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees including voice tech, broadcast TV, and RSN fees extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rate supply.
In 1948, Binny's Beverage Depot opened its first store down the street from Wrigley Field. For almost 70 years, Binny's mission has remained the same, helping you celebrate the best times of your life. Binny's Beverage Depot is the official champagne provider of the Chicago Cubs. So let's toast the Cubs in a thrilling 2016 season.
Welcome back to Progressive Field, site of the World Series. The Cubs with a 1-0 lead here in the bottom of the third. And you are listening to the World Series on the Score on the Xfinity Cubs radio network. And Cubs fans, you'll get a free cookie with any sub or salad purchase from today through this championship run at Subway restaurants. Limited time only. Participation varies while supplies last. As we get it back on down to Ron Coomer and Pat Hughes. Gentlemen.
Bottom of inning number 3. Coco Crisp leads it off, and he'll take the first pitch from Kyle Hendricks in there for a strike. Cubs lead 1-0. Perez on deck, and then Carlos Santana. Hendricks comes back 0-1. Fastball a little bit low, and it's even. Well, Schwarber tried to stretch a single into a double to end the top of the inning run.
Yeah, that's kind of the conventional way of thinking. You hit a ball in the gap, or you hit a ball down the line with 2 outs and no one on. You try to push it, and
here's a line smash fair down the left field line. It'll bounce off the sidewall. Played by Zobrist. Throw to second base is late. Double for Coco Crisp. He spanked a liner between Bryant and the third base line. And the Indians have a man in scoring position for the first time in the game.
That pretty good swing by Crisp as he just stays on this 2-seamer running away from him and just shoots it past Bryant. No play for Crisp. Hits the side wall, and once it got past Bryant, it was a for sure double. Crisp can absolutely fly. You know, we were talking about the Schwarber double also, Pat. Ball hit down the line. Conventionally, you want to try to get to second base. They might talk to Kyle about that because now he's hitting second in front of Bryant and Rizzo. Chances you want Bryant and Rizzo to hit with the man on base.
Sellout crowd in Cleveland. Perez showing bunt, takes outside. Rizzo aggressively charging from first. Anthony obviously thinking about maybe making a play at third if the ball is bunted toward him.
Perez in his postseason hitting 190, but we know he's got pop in his bat with the 2 home runs earlier in this World Series. He's getting a long talking to from the third base coach about what they want him to do at the plate right now, especially with Anthony crashing as hard as he is.
Cubs leading 1-0 here in Game 7 of the World Series. Nobody out, third inning. Rizzo very shallow again. The pitch to Perez. He bunts it toward third. Rizzo's got it. He'll have to go to first. Does in time. Rizzo got to the ball quickly, but Crisp had a very good jump. And Rizzo realized it would be very doubtful, certainly no sure thing, to get Crisp at third, so he did get the sure thing at first.
Yeah, it's an excellent bunt by Perez. Anthony goes way over on the third base side of the mound to field this ball. It's a different play if it's a force at third base. When it's a tag play at third base, you have to make sure you've got a sure out if you just play catch. It was a good decision by Anthony just to get the out at first.
3-4 on the sacrifice. Infield in. A man at third, one down. Carlos Santana batting. Takes outside. Throw to third, not in time. Contreras rifling down to Bryant.
Coco Crisp, been in the league a long time. He knows that when you first get to third base on the first pitch, you're going to try a pickoff. He was back easily standing out.
Here comes the 1-0. Line drive, base hit, right field, high game. Coming into score is Crisp. A single for Santana. The ball game is tied 1-1. A line drive over the head of Anthony Rizzo at first base.
Santana sits back. I believe this is a breaking ball from Kyle, and it's up in the zone. Santana did sit back on it and hammers this ball past Anthony into right field for a knock. 1-1 ball game.
And the batter is Jason Kipnis. These two ballparks, Wrigley Field and Progressive Field, two of the loudest in baseball. Kipnis takes a curve low and outside, ball one. Santana drove in 87 during the regular season. He's hit the ball hard twice. He's being held by Rizzo as Hendricks comes back 1-0. Kipnis fouls it away. Kipnis got a pitch to hit and he fouled it back.
Yeah, Kipnis to me is sitting on off-speed pitch. That pitch was a changeup and he was right on time with it. He was looking changeup. See if Contreras recognizes that and ends up trying to throw some four-seam fastballs inside to Kipnis.
Now the 1-1, a throw to first, chasing the runner back in. Ball game tied at 1. Cleveland out hitting the Cubs 4-3. And the 1-1. Kipnis takes down low, didn't miss by much. The scoreboard tells the fans to make noise. And now the 2-1 from Kyle. Kipnis fouls it away. Another pitch was a little bit higher than Kyle Hendricks wanted it. The thing was up around the belt. What are you thinking here, Ron, on 2-2?
Well, the last pitch, I like the pitch call. It might have been up a little bit, but at least he went with the fastball. He threw that one past Kipnis. See if he goes back inside. He might even throw a changeup here. I like the fastball in against Kipnis. I think he's done all his damage to that left center field area.
Now the 2-2. Big chopper to short, charging, gloving. Russell feeds Baez, and they get the out. There's going to be an argument at second base. Baez catching the ball barehanded, then stumbled as he prepared to make a throw to first, and as he stumbled off the bag, he dropped the ball. He was called out. The runner was called out by John Hirschbeck, and the umpires are going to talk about this and maybe have the play reviewed. He never had it.
No, not even close. Javi tries to barehand this ball on a play that probably wasn't going to be a double play anyway. And he loses contact. His eyes start looking towards first when he barehands it and just drops the ball. This is going to be an error on Baez. This will be his second error of the ball game.
As a matter of formality, the umpires on the challenge have the headsets on, but this will not take long to render a decision. Clearly, Baez never had control of the ball as he tried to barehand the catch. The fans all know it. Actually, the umpires are watching the screen. They know it too. And you'll see the safe call, and the crowd will roar here any second now. There will be 2 men on with 1 away, a run in, and Francisco Lindor due up. And Rod, we've reached a turning point in this ballgame.
Yeah, you really, this is the key to games with Kyle Hendricks on the mound. When he is a guy that pitches to contact. So when he gets ground balls, you want to get outs. If the ball's not hit at an infielder, so be it. But that's just the way it goes. But if the ball's hit to an infielder, you want outs. So far, 2 balls that are routine plays have not ended with outs here early in the ballgame.
Francisco Lindor at the plate. Now the crowd becoming more and more of a factor. Ball game tied at 1. Santana at second. Kipnis at first. Santana safe on the error. Kipnis reaches on the fielder's choice. And Francisco Lindor at the plate. And he takes high and inside, ball 1. 2 high-powered offenses here in the World Series. Each team finished second in their respective leagues in runs scored. Boston led the American League in run scoring. Colorado number 1 in the National League. Lindor takes a slow curve down low. 2 balls and no strikes. And there will be some activity in the Cub bullpen.
Mike Montgomery is the left-hander.
Chris Bosio heads to the mound.
It's a good meeting by Boz. There's no reason to continue. Just slow the game down here a little bit. You know, Kyle has made his pitches. You know, things have been okay. It was a little line drive base hit. It just had good placement by Chris. And now the error. So, you know, you've done okay. Just get another ground ball and you can get out of the inning. So you got Montgomery and Carl Edwards Jr. warming up for the Cubs in the pen.
Now Lindor up at the plate, as quick as he is, it might surprise some people that this guy grounded into 18 double plays during the season. He also bounced into a double play at Wrigley last week, induced by Justin Grimm. Lindor waits for Hendricks. The pitch. Change up low, ball 3. Cubs 1, Indians 1, 3rd inning, runners at first and second. 3 balls and no strikes on Lindor. And the number 3 hitter will swing and foul it away. You know, the number 3 and 4 hitters, Ron, it never surprises me when they had the green light. How about you?
No, I loved hitting on 3 and 0. I just thought you knew you were going to get something good to hit. Why not swing? Why not take a shot?
Now the 3-1 by Kyle. Fly ball left field. Zobrist over toward the corner on the run. Slips, recovers, makes the catch near the line. And that's out number 2. The grass must be a little wet. Baez slipped earlier. Ben almost slipped and lost his footing in the left field corner area. 2 down, and the batter is Mike Napoli.
Well, you can tell there's humidity and dampness in the air. The play for Baez early in the ball game, when they watered down the infield, you always know that the edges of the grass around the infield dirt will always be a little wet and slick. That one out there, to me, in left field, has to be something to do with the humidity and moisture in the air.
Excellent job by Hendricks to come back and get Lindor. He's not out of the fire yet. Mike Napoli, the slugger, at the plate. Napoli takes a fastball strike, knees on the outside corner. That's a perfect pitch right there. Santana at second, Kipnis at first. The inning should be over, but the error by Baez has allowed it to keep on going. And now the 0-1 by Hendricks. Chopped foul by Napoli. Now it's 0-2, Ron. Any thoughts?
Boy, good pitches. Both with very good downward tilt to Napoli. See if Kyle now goes with that cut changeup to Napoli, try to get the strikeout.
Napoli, burly, right-handed batter. Hits out of a bit of a crouch. The right-hander Hendricks fires. Breaking ball is outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
That was a cut changeup from Kyle. Has odd movement when he cuts that changeup for a right-handed hitter. You see changeup out of his hand, and then the ball goes away from you. It's not accustomed to seeing that.
Napoli lines one, caught by Bryant. A smash to third, caught by Chris Bryant. It was down around ankle level. The big, tall third baseman reaching down and gloving that smash. Well, the Indians get 1, but they could have had a whole lot more. 1 run, 2 hits, 1 error. They leave 2. And at the end of 3, Cubs 1, Indians 1. You are listening to the World Series on the Score, presented by AutoZone.
Listen to our Cubs coverage after Game 7 of the World Series, continuing all day tomorrow on 670 The Score. WSCR and HD Chicago, WJMK HD2 Chicago.
At Navy Federal Credit Union, we offer a full range of credit cards that reward you for spending smartly, like our Cash Rewards card, which gives you 1.5% cash back on qualifying purchases, our Flagship Rewards card that lets you redeem travel points on any airline anytime, and the Versatile Go Rewards card that gives you the option to use points toward merchandise, travel, or cash back. Visit NavyFederal.org for details and start getting rewarded for spending smartly today. Open to everyone in the armed forces, the DoD, and their families. Navy Federal Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA.
Sometimes the best seats in the house are above it. In college football, that's the Goodyear blimp. And for more than 60 years, we've seen what it takes to be worthy. It takes toughness, dedication, and perseverance. Because seasons aren't measured by wins and losses, but by heart. Some call it hard work, determination, or grit. We call it blimp-worthy. Goodyear, official sponsor of the College Football Playoff.
Wells Fargo is making changes to make things right. First, all customers who have been impacted will be fully refunded. Second, a confirmation will be sent when new personal or small business checking, savings, or credit card accounts are opened. Third, we've eliminated product sales goals for our retail bankers to ensure your interests are put first. We're taking action. We're renewing our commitment to you. Find out more at wellsfargo.com/commitment. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
That's the Score and the Xfinity Cubs Radio Network coverage of the World Series and the 4th inning, being sponsored by the United Association of Union Plumbers, Fitters, Welders, and Service Technicians. Built with safety, on time, and on budget. Built the UA way. Pat.
Thanks, Mark. Ron, we could look back at that bottom of the 3rd as a major turning point, thinking that Hendricks had 2 men on with the game tied 1 away, and the number 3 hitter Lindor up there with a 3-0 count, and they did not score any runs.
Yeah, Kyle just, that's the great thing about Hendricks is he just really, he can relax in huge moments. 38,000 people screaming the top of their lungs, and he can just settle down, make pitches, through a couple very good change-ups, and he ends up getting out of that inning with very little damage.
The Cubs have made decent contact against Corey Kluber, but the bottom line, just 1 run. The leadoff home run by Fowler in the 1st inning. Chris Bryant first up here in the 4th. Anthony Rizzo and Ben Zobrist to follow.
Yeah, we were talking in between innings. Kluber has left a lot of pitches up. This would be the inning you should really try to attack Kluber.
Bryant checks and takes inside, no swing. Chris fly to the warning track in deep right center his first time. He put on a show last night, 4 hits, including a monstrous home run. He's had more extra base hits than any Cub in postseason history, 12. He takes a strike on the outside. Bryant led the team with 39 long balls in the regular season. He's homered in back-to-back World Series games. The 1-1 fastball is inside from Kluber.
Pat, earlier today we kind of anticipated the possibility of John Lester coming in the game. Guess who's warming up and guess who's catching him? Lester throwing, Ross catching in the bullpen now.
The 2-1 to Bryant. Line foul deep to right and out of play. 2-2.
There was some beef coming out of the Cubs dugout after that first half of the inning between Arrieta, Lester, Lackey, David Ross. That was a power sweep to the right.
It really was. Game 7 of the World Series. Now the 2-2 from Kluber, and Bryant hits a pop-up foul. Kluber able to get just inside enough on the hands with a pretty good fastball.
Yeah, Bryant still had some good swings against Kluber. His timing is getting better, and he's picking up the breaking ball from Kluber a little bit better than he did, much better than he did in the first 2 games of this series against Kluber.
3 infielders to the left of second against Bryant. And the delivery, fastball just outside. 3-2. Bryant has a good batting eye. He'd gladly take a walk right here with Rizzo on deck. You felt the momentum start to lean toward the Indians in that 3rd inning. The 3-2. Bryant chops it foul. Let's see if the Cubs can grab that momentum back right now. They've got the guys up there that they want.
Chris having a good at-bat. He's had some good swings. Had some different pitches against Kluber. He took the breaking ball outside corner. He's taking some good hacks on the 2-seamer inside.
Cubs 1, Indians 1. 4th inning, nobody out, nobody on. And the payoff pitch. Bryant hits a ground ball left side, base hit left field. Chris Bryant singling on the ground despite 3 infielders to the left of second. He hit it right between the wickets of the picket fence.
That's not easy to do when you got 3 guys on one side of the infield, but Bryant hit a one-hop bullet through the infield. And when you think about his night last night with 4 hits, a long home run, his fly ball to the track in right center, and now a bullet. Talk about a guy heating up. Chris Bryant is heating up.
Here's Rizzo. As Bryant hit that ball run, I flashed back to the final game against the Giants in San Francisco in the 9th inning. Bryant hit a single in that exact same spot that led to a 4-run rally. Let's see if this one provides some spark. Here is Rizzo, and Anthony swings and misses. Rizzo flied to center in the opening inning. Anthony 3 for 5 last night. Ball game tied at 1, each team with 4 hits. You always expect a nail-biter in Game 7. It doesn't always work out that way, but you always expect it.
Usually both pitchers, not all the time, but most of the time you get a guy that starts and is usually the ace of the staff.
Now the 0-1 from Kluber. Rizzo hits a smash foul past first. Well, 2 years ago in a Game 7 World Series, Giants at Kansas City, the Giants ended up winning by 1 run, and the Royals had the tying run at third base when the game ended. That was the Madison Bumgarner World Series. Fans standing and yelling. There are plenty of Cub fans here tonight, by the way. More than there were last night. The third baseman, Ramirez, is a good 70 feet off the third base line. Anthony chokes up, as he does with 2 strikes. Ball game tied at 1. No balls, 2 strikes. And the next offering, instead of throw to first. Standing room only fans way out beyond the right center field fence and in the left field corner area. All of the fans very close to the field here in Cleveland. Holds about 38,000, and this place does get extremely noisy. Now the 0-2. Rizzo gets hit by the pitch. He got hit by the pitch in the right arm. That stung a little bit, but Rizzo doesn't even bother to rub. He's a big, strong guy, and that could be a pivotal play, Ron. That was on an 0-2 pitch, and Rizzo gets hit in the right arm, and now 2 men on, nobody out.
Yeah, that one's going to sting, but it's not going to do much damage. That might have got him in the elbow. Yeah, right in the break. He turned into the ball, and it looked like it might have hit him in that, right where his elbow breaks. Thought it got him in the tricep, but it did not. But 0-2 hit by pitch, and now Zobrist up with 2 men on and nobody out.
And nobody throwing in the Indian bullpen. Not right now. Ben Zobrist at the plate. Kluber deals. Zobrist hits a ground ball to first. Fielded by Napoli. Throws to second. High. They get one. That ball almost sailed into left field. Lindor reached up. He was off the bag. But Rizzo out on the 3-6 fielder's choice. Napoli almost juggled the ball and then almost threw it away. First and third, 1 down now, and the batter will be Addison Russell.
Yeah, Napoli gets an in-between hop at first base. He fields this ball, kind of eats him up, but he stays in front of it and then throws a high throw. Lindor comes off the bag, and they're going to review this play, and thought they were going to take a look at it. Joe Madden stopped the action, but they're going to call him out at second, and they'll bring up Addison.
I'm surprised the Cubs are not going to challenge this call, Ron. Take a look. Is Lindor on the bag or not when Rizzo slides in?
I really didn't think he was, but Anthony slides way off the bag and never stays connected to the bag. So then after the play, Lindor, just laying on top of him, easily can tag Anthony, and did, and Anthony would have been out.
Lindor, the shortstop, had to reach up and jump, and when he jumped, he came off the bag. Then as he landed, he tried to nudge the right foot back to the side of the second base bag. Rizzo was off the bag after he slid, as Ron told you, and I think that's really why Anthony was called out.
Yeah, it definitely was. Lindor, as Anthony overslid the bag, tagged Anthony in the arm.
Scoring chance for the Cubs. First and third, 1 away. Addison Russell tied a World Series record last night with 6 RBIs. Infield back. Bryant at third. Zobrist at first. 1 down. Game tied at 1, 4th inning. And the pitch by Kluber. Addison hits a fly ball into shallow left center. Racing in is Davis. The center fielder will make the catch. Bryant's going to tag. The throw to the plate. High. Bryant slides in safe. He slides in under the tag. Cubs lead 2-1. The throw by Davis was high. Bryant slid in under the tag of Perez. The Indians may want to challenge that call. Alertly, Zobrist goes to second on the throw. And we are watching it again. The fans reacting. Take a look, Ron. What do you see?
There's no doubt Bryant is safe. This throw is high. As Perez jumps and tries to come down with the tag, Bryant slides in right between the legs of Perez and beats the throw. Davis catches this ball and just airmails it way high. If he bounces this throw to the plate, 1 hop, he's out at the plate by probably a step and a half. He is safe, and the Cubs score the second run.
Excellent call by home plate umpire Sam Holbrook. Bryant sliding in before being tagged. Cubs lead 2-1. Russell gets the RBI, his 7th in the last 2 games, his 8th in the last 3 games. And here is Wilson Contreras with Zobrist at second and 2 down. Cubs lead 2-1. Low and outside, almost a wild pitch.
The other good thing on that play, 2 things happened. One, the slide by Bryant, keeping his foot down on the ground, going into home plate hard. And the other thing, Zobrist recognizing the play, tagging, and going to second base.
Very few runners, Ron, would have even tried to score on that play. Bryant has great speed, great instincts. Here's the 1-0 now to Contreras. Swinging a foul back. And Chris got a great jump. And he may have even been playing on the element of surprise. I don't think Davis expected Bryant to try to score.
That's the point right there. Davis caught that ball in shallow center field, not thinking Bryant was going to go. Caught that ball somewhat flat-footed, and then had to readjust and make a throw. It's the 7th game of the World Series. You've got to anticipate everything is going to, someone's going to try to take an extra base. Davis did not, and Bryant scores.
That's a big run out at second base. Contreras takes outside. Another thing, and I wouldn't be surprised if Chris factored this into it as well, Contreras on deck is just 1 for 18 in the World Series. That's another reason why you would try to score.
Yeah, and that's where Gary Jones can really help a base runner. You know, say if you feel good, go. And Bryant just took off. Bryant has been as good a base runner as you're going to see in Major League Baseball all year long.
Here's the 2-1. Swing and a miss, 2-2. A single, a hit batsman, a fielder's choice. Addison Russell with a sacrifice fly. Zobrist at second, a run in. Cubs lead 2-1, 4th inning.
Be a time for Contreras to really settle in, try to shoot this ball to right center field. Probably going to get another slider from Kluber.
Zobrist takes his lead at second. The 2-2. Fly ball right center field. Davis started in. Now goes back toward the wall. That ball is off the fence. A run will score. Contreras has a double. Cubs lead 3-1. Davis misjudged that ball. His first move was forward. It went way over his head. It may have hit off the wall in right center on the fly. Cubs lead 3-1.
You could just see what Kluber was doing. He set him up with throwing hard in, and then was going to go sliders away to get him out. He threw a good one the pitch before, and you knew the young hitter was going to get another slider. But Contreras does a good job of staying on this ball, bangs it off the middle of the right field wall, and now the Cubs are up 3-1.
Contreras with the RBI double. Here is Jason Hayward. Cubs with a 2-run lead. 4th inning, the pitch. Jason takes a breaking ball high. With that double, we remind you to pick up Majestic's official Cubs cool base jersey at Chicago Locker Room by Lids, or go to lids.com. Boy, those clutch 2-out run-scoring hits, those will never go out of style. Let's see if Hayward can come up with another one. And Jason takes a curve for a strike, 1-1. Baez on deck. This has kind of a final inning of work feel to it for Corey Kluber.
Miller warming up in the bullpen for Cleveland now.
Hayward popped up his first time. There are certainly some Cub fans here in Cleveland. Game 7 of the World Series. The Cubs have a 2-run lead. 4th inning, a lot of baseball left. Now the 1-1. Hayward takes a bender inside. It's 2-1.
Question for you, Pat. How many times have you said breaking ball up in this game so far, and we're only in the 4th inning?
Very few guys have chased his breaking balls out of the strike zone.
Major difference in the first 2 starts with Kluber.
Contreras at second, 2 down, 2 runs in. Hayward takes high, ball 3. He's missed upstairs on both breaking balls and the hard stuff. Cubs 3 runs, 5 hits. Indians 1 run, 4 hits. Both starters still in the game at the moment. And the 3-1. Hayward rams it foul deep to right out of play. Cubs trying to win 3 in a row to win the World Series. Trying to become the 6th team ever to do it. Trying to be the 4th team ever to win the final 2 games on the road. Kluber taking extra time. That's another indicator of a guy who is feeling some fatigue, I think, Ron.
No doubt about it. Kluber had 55 pitches in this game, and he has not looked like the same guy we saw in the first start of this series or the second start.
Payoff pitch to Hayward. Popped up on the infield. Lindor, the shortstop, is going to make the catch. And that ends the inning. But it's a prosperous fourth inning for the Chicago Cubs. 2 runs, 2 hits, 1 left. Middle of inning number 4, the score, the Cubs 3 and the Indians 1. You are listening to the World Series on the Score, presented by AutoZone.
Hey fans, listen to our Cubs coverage after Game 7 of the World Series. It continues all day tomorrow on 670 The Score.
Hi, I'm Danny Cannell. I like to think of our family as a winning team, especially when one of us becomes ill. While I'm in the studio analyzing and somebody gets sick, I feel comfort knowing that our family can cover like an all-American defense with an Exergen temporal scanner thermometer. Remember, every winning team needs a winning product.
Exergen is changing the way the world takes temperature.
Wells Fargo is making changes to make things right. First, all customers who have been impacted will be fully refunded. Second, a confirmation will be sent when new personal or small business checking, savings, or credit card accounts are opened. Third, we've eliminated product sales goals for our retail bankers to ensure your interests are put first. We're taking action. We're renewing our commitment to you. Find out more at wellsfargo.com/commitment. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
When I heard the founders of Firehouse Subs were working on under 500-calorie subs, I had to laugh. A lot. Deeply. But when I tasted the Hook and Ladder Light with all that famous Firehouse flavor for just $5.49, with steamed turkey, ham, and Monterey Jack on a light roll with veggies, mustard, and light mayo, I quit laughing. I wasn't too full or filled. I was fulfilled. The Firehouse Subs Hook and Ladder Light. Believe in the hero of all subs.
When you drive your vehicle for the first time, you want to make sure it stays as good as new for as long as possible. That's why you should make the switch to Pennzoil Synthetics with Pure Plus technology, a modern motor oil made from natural gas and designed to protect your engine against wear. Make the switch to Pennzoil Synthetics today and let the performance speak for itself. Save $2 per quart on any qualifying Pennzoil purchase. See Pennzoil.com/rebate for more information.
You are listening to the World Series on the Score and the Xfinity Cubs Radio Network. Pat.
It's a momentum half inning. I guess in a Game 7, every half inning is a momentum half inning, Ron. But the Cubs have just grabbed some of that precious commodity of momentum. So let's see if Kyle Hendricks now can maintain that on the Cubs side as he goes to work on Ramirez, Chisenhall, and Davis. Cubs 3, Indians 1.
Boy, just some good aggressive base running last inning by Bryant, and an excellent job of recognizing the situation by Contreras and shooting that slider the other way, driving in a run.
Ramirez had an infield single. His first time up, switch hitter batting left-handed. Hit .312 during the year for the Indians. Jose Ramirez. And he'll take a fastball down low, ball 1. The Cubs 2 wins, by the way, in their last 2 games. The first back-to-back wins in World Series play for the Cubs since 1908. Curveball floats in for a strike. And they've been in 7 series since 08. They've lost all of the series, but in none of them, Ron, did they win back-to-back ball games in all that time.
Yeah, that's kind of surprising when you think about the number of series they were in.
The last time they won 3 ball games in a row, you got to go back to the final game of 07 and the first 2 games of 1908. Here comes the 1-1. Swing and a miss. One of the best changeups that Kyle has floated toward the plate tonight, and the count now 1-2.
Yeah, good arm action, good downward tilt on that changeup by Kyle.
Here comes the 1-2. Swinging a roller to the right side, fielded by Rizzo. Underhand flip leads Hendricks to the bag. Out number 1. I don't remember many instances in which Hendricks has failed to cover first. Fundamentally, he's a good, solid ball player.
Yeah, Kyle's a good fielder. He's pretty balanced. I wouldn't say perfectly balanced, but pretty good when he finishes his delivery. But he is very fundamentally sound, as you said, Pat. Very seldom do you ever see him not beat the runner to first base.
Kyle trying to do something very few guys have ever done, and that would be lead Major League Baseball in ERA, be the winning pitcher when your team clinches the pennant, and be the winning pitcher in Game 7 of a World Series.
I'd say that's a pretty good year.
Chisenhall takes a slow curve for a strike. Cubs 3, Indians 1, 4th inning. The windup and the 0-1. Fastball a beauty, a strike on the inside corner. He snuck that one in there.
Yeah, that was a perfect four-seam fastball, 88 miles an hour. Speed Gun tonight, as always, sponsored by Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience sports.
Now the 0-2. Chisenhall, pop fly, shallow left. Russell out, coming in Zobrist. Ben calling and squeezing. And that's out number 2. Len Casper has been with us every step of the way in the postseason. Len will drop by in the 5th inning and work an inning with Ron Coomer. Also great to have our executive producer, Mitch Rosen. Mitch is on hand, keeping everything together. Extensive pre-games and post-games by Mark Brody. And our fine engineer, Dave Miska, at the controls. Rajay Davis batting 2 down, nobody on. Cubs lead 3-1. Davis hit into a double play his first time. And he'll take a strike, 0-1.
Kyle still has pitch count in very good shape. Only 48 pitches here with 2 outs in the 4th.
The 0-1 line past the diving Bryant, but it's foul. Foul down the left field line.
Davis out in front of a off-speed pitch from Hendricks. Hooks this ball, and I mean, it hits the chalk line about 4 feet in front of third base, and then just goes foul. Third base umpire Marvin Hudson, standing right on the line, good 25 feet past the bag, calls it foul.
The last time each of these clubs were in a World Series, they went to 7 games. Cub fans know that they lost to the Tigers in 1945 in Game 7. The Indians lost to Florida. Fly ball, right field, playable for Hayward. He's got it. 1, 2, 3 for Kyle Hendricks. We move to inning number 5. Len Casper and Ron Coomer in a moment. Cubs 3, Indians 1. You are listening to the World Series on the Score, presented by AutoZone.
The most Cubs World Series talk anywhere. Spiegel and Golf, weekdays 9 a.m. to 1 on 670 The Score.
Progressive brings you Flowetry with Flow.
The better you drive, the more you save. Bears and bats, they live in a cave, but that's irrelevant here. So back to the subject we steer. Snapshot saves you money when you drive safe. I wear corduroy pants. I don't mind that they chafe.
The better you drive, the more you can save with Snapshot from Progressive. Visit Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in all states or from all agents.
Why trust the parts pros at Advance Auto? Because if there's one thing they know, it's parts.
Thank you for calling Advance Auto Parts and Battery. This is Taryn. I can help you.
I'm wondering if you guys do battery installations?
Yeah, absolutely. It's free of charge.
And do you do wiper installations too?
Yes, that is also free of charge.
Wow, all that's free.
We also do alternator and starter testing for free.
Wow, you guys pretty much do everything.
Yes.
Any chance you guys handle dry cleaning?
Well, not quite everything.
Advance Auto Parts. We know everything about auto parts. And right now, get a $20 Speed Perks reward with any battery purchase.
America, it's time for some straight talk. There is no good way to fold a fitted sheet. Nobody really likes kale. And those wireless companies offering no contract plans? Surprise! To get a new phone could mean getting locked into a phone contract. With new Straight Talk Plus, well-qualified customers can get a Samsung Galaxy S7 for as low as $30.12 a month. Requires a 30-day unlimited service plan, still no contract, so you can cancel anytime with no penalties. Come on, it's time to realize the runaround. It's time to ask yourself, why haven't I switched? Straight Talk Wireless, on America's largest, most dependable networks, only at Walmart.
Lease-to-own transaction for the Samsung Galaxy S7. Total cost is $722.88 with 24 30-day payments plus any taxes and fees except in North Carolina where final payment may be more. No ownership until all payments made. May be able to exercise early purchase option. Retail cost of the Galaxy S7 is $599, subject to change. Customers may end lease and return phone at any time. Wireless service subject to Straight Talk terms and conditions.
It is exactly Game 7 of the World Series from Cleveland, Ohio, and it's on the Score and the Xfinity Cubs radio network live from the Mercedes-Benz studio. It is also Len Casper time.
Okay, Mark, thank you. This is it. This is Game 7, the decisive contest in this best of 7. Series tied at 3 games apiece, and the Cubs have a 3-1 lead as they'll bat here in the 5th inning. And interestingly enough, Ron Coomer, Corey Kluber will start the inning on the mound. Are you a little surprised?
I am. They had Andrew Miller warming up, did Terry Francona. Last inning, Miller is standing on the bullpen mound, ready to go. So Terry trying to get possibly another inning out of Corey Kluber before he brings in Miller.
It will be 9-1-2 for the Cubs. Javier Baez flied to left in the 3rd, 4 out of 26 in the World Series. Here we go, righty to righty, and Baez sends a drive out into deep right center. Way back. It's gone. A home run for Baez. And the Cubs lead 4-1.
First pitch swinging is Baez. It's a breaking ball away. Once again, the plan of attack with the breaking balls for all the right-handed hitters. Shoot the ball the other way, stay on it. Baez did it all batting practice today. Every ball he hit the other way, it pays off here, and he hits a long one to right center.
First home run of the World Series for Baez, his first RBI of the series, and that'll be it for the starter, Corey Kluber.
And this pitching change is brought to you by Geico. 15 minutes can save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit them at geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. And by Sloan, the proud water efficiency partner of the Cubs, providing smart water solutions for your business. Visit Sloan.com today.
Andrew Miller's coming on. The Cubs now lead the Indians 4-1, top of the 5th. It's Game 7, and you are listening to the World Series on the Score, presented by AutoZone.
Listen to our Cubs coverage after Game 7 of the World Series, continuing all day tomorrow on 6-7 of the Score.
As an individual investor, you may have thought sophisticated investment management was only for the wealthy. Not anymore. Zacks Advantage is the actively managed, performance-driven, automated online investment advisory service that builds, monitors, and rebalances your portfolio so you don't have to. Now for a limited time, with fees up to 75% lower than traditional advisors and a minimum investment of just $5,000, you can take advantage of Zach's 30 years of investment management experience. Call 1-888-748-2750 today to speak with an advisor. Right now you can save 30% off our already low fees for the life of your account. Low fees, low minimums, and 30 years of experience. That's the Zach's Advantage. Call 1-888-748-2750. Past performance is no guarantee of future results. Potential for loss exists with any investment. Material is for informational purposes only. It is not investment, legal, accounting, or tax advice or a recommendation to buy, sell, or hold a security. No advice is given about a strategy suitability for a particular investor. For additional information, go to ZachsAdvantage.com. Call 1-888-748-2750.
Andrew Miller will now pitch for the Indians. The Cubs have a 4-1 lead. Corey Kluber, you have to give him a lot of credit, pitching on short rest for the second time in this World Series, but he just didn't have it tonight. The Cubs got to him for 4 runs, all earned in 4+ innings, 6 hits, no walks, 2 homers. Ron, he didn't strike out anybody.
Yeah, Len, we were talking the no walks in this ballgame. Now, the thing about Kluber during the regular season, when you look at his innings pitched, 215 innings pitched, 227 punch-outs on the year, over a strikeout an inning, none today.
So Miller will face Dexter Fowler, who started the game with a home run and then lined to right in the third inning. Cubs 4, Cleveland 1, fifth inning. Miller's first pitch to Dexter is off the plate inside. Fowler batting right-handed against the southpaw, 6'7", 205-pound Andrew Miller. He works from the third base side of the rubber. The pitch is bounced foul past third.
Lenny, going into this inning, I was thinking when I saw Kluber take the mound, I looked at the lineup, and Baez was leading off. And I just wondered if maybe Kluber was going to pitch to Baez, and then we were going to see Miller.
The pitch, fastball at 95 for a strike, and it's 1-2.
You know, just because of the sliders and the success that the Indians pitchers have had with Baez with the breaking ball, Kluber hung one and Baez deposited it in the seats.
1-2 is hit hard past a diving Francisco Lindor and into left for a base hit. So that's 3 at bats and 3 hard hit balls for Fowler. He's 2 out of 3.
Yeah, nice swing by Dex as he gets this slider and just hooks it. The key when you're hitting sliders from a lefty coming in, you got to just keep the barrel going. You can't try to push the bat. You got to keep the barrel rotating, and Dexter hooked that ball in the hole.
That will bring up Kyle Schwarber. Ron, one note on Baez tonight, an uncharacteristic 2 errors for him defensively. He normally makes some sort of spectacular play just about every game. Here's a pitch to Schwarber, a bouncer to short, should be 2. Lindor will flip. At second, the relay is just in time. Good play by Kipnis as he had Fowler bearing down on him. And a good hustle there by Schwarber, and Joe might want to take a look at the video. I thought that might be routine, and it was far from it.
Yeah,
For
Kyle,
now, it's 6-4-3.
Yeah, Kyle moving pretty good down the line. Lindor charges this ball after playing right up the middle. And a very close play at first base. And I think, yep, he's out at first base. I think he will be out. But good hustle by Schwarber getting down that line.
So Joe will probably, he's going to challenge. So I think Joe's looking at this as we're in the 5th. It may be a 50-50 challenge, but why not? It's Game 7 of the World Series, Ron. You can't take your challenges home for the winner.
Yeah, there's no carryover for spring training, right?
So as they look at this play at first, just to follow up my point, Baez with the 2 errors defensively tonight. So what does he do? He hits a home run.
Yeah. You know, Javi seems to have that ability to rise to the occasion when need be. You know, and the 2 errors that were made were fairly routine plays. The flip from Addison, where Javi might have been just trying to do a little too much in barehanding the flip and never had control of the ball.
They have now confirmed the call that Schwarber was out. So that is a 6-4-3 double play. And it's Chris Bryant with 2 outs and nobody on. Bryant flied to the warning track in right in the first. He singled and scored in the 4th. Middle of the order last night did all kinds of damage. First pitch is just below the knees for ball 1. Another beautiful night. Temperatures in the 60s. So far, no rain. As Ron mentioned earlier, a little humid. But we'll take it on November 2nd. Next pitch, swing and a miss. 1-1 the count. Are we thinking Lester and Ross will be the new battery in the bottom of this inning?
Yeah, it sure seems that way. John Lester is throwing and just kind of playing catch now in the Cubs bullpen. David Ross in the dugout. And I got to believe Joe Madden is going to make that move.
Fastball missed on Bryant. It's 2-1. A run in the first, 2 in the 4th, another in the 5th.
And the Cubs have a 3-run lead as Bryant fouls right at the plate, 2-2. The Indians got their lone tally in the third inning on a Carlos Santana RBI single. Two balls, two strikes. Miller to Bryant. Low and in.
Good take by Chris. That's the wipeout slider from Miller. That right-handers usually swing over the top of. Chris with a good take, and it ball down and in.
Full count on Bryant. Rizzo waits on deck. Here it comes. A foul out of play. There are more Cub fans in this ballpark tonight than for any other game in Cleveland in this series.
Yeah, there were reports that Cub fans were trying to buy up as many seats as possible here in Cleveland, and you could hear them on some of these swings of the bat by the Cubs.
Miller has the sign, another 3-2, a line shot to left. It's foul by about 3 feet. Bryant just hooked it foul, and we'll try it again.
Well, you think about the at-bats Bryant has had now in the last 2 days. 4-hit night last night with a home run. He hit that ball to the track in right center, just missed a bomb in the first, and then a bullet base hit to left in his last at-bat.
Good battle here. Another 3-2 and another foul. This one dribbled along third. Miller has been a busy man in these playoffs. This is his 10th appearance. He has been charged with only 1 run, and that came earlier in this World Series. Coming home again, just missed. And Bryant draws the walk, and that'll give Rizzo a chance.
Quite great plate appearance by Chris. Took some pitches in, that last one away, and just fouling off some of the just very tough pitches to get the barrel to against Miller.
So now Rizzo flied to center and then hit by a pitch his last time up. Cubs 4, Indians 1, 5th inning. Napoli holds on Bryant, and a pitch to Rizzo. Lefty to lefty, ball 1. If you're wondering, Sam Holbrook is a home plate umpire. I'm told that in terms of the metrics, balls and strikes, he graded out as highly as anybody in the game. That's why he's working Game 7 tonight.
He's had an excellent game so far. I haven't seen a single pitch that you would disagree with.
The 1-0, Rizzo tried to check his swing, and he could not. That's a strike. It's 1-1. Cubs have 7 hits tonight, including 2 home runs. Fowler to start the game. Baez on the first pitch of this inning. The next pitch is rolled foul to first. What did I say about home runs? The team that out-homers the opponent in this postseason.
The record is
26-1. 1 ball and 2 strikes. A man on, 2 down, a run in for the Cubs here in the 5th. Bryant takes off. Rizzo with a base hit to right. Bryant on his way to third. Gary Jones is going to send him. Here comes a relay by Kipnis to the plate. Save! It's 5-1. Bryant goes first to home, and the Cubs lead by 4.
Sometimes you roll the dice and things just work out. Bryant gets a good jump from first. Rizzo hits a bullet down the right field line, cut off by Chisenhall. But because of the jump by Bryant, Gary Jones waving all the way. No doubt for Bryant that he's going to try to score when he passes the shortstop, Lindor. Great turn at third base by Bryant. It scores easily, 5-1 Cubs.
Rizzo will get an RBI. He's credited with a single and moves into scoring position on the throw. Switch hitting Ben Zobrist takes a strike. It looked like Rizzo was running the whole way. And I thought they might give him a two-bagger, but it doesn't matter. All that matters is the score.
Is that because it's Game 7 of the World Series?
That's a big part of it, yeah. Zobrist in the air out in the left center. Well hit. Davis back on the track. He's got it right up against the wall. As the Cubs nearly got another on a long drive from Zobrist. But they get two as it is. Leadoff homer Javier Baez. 2-out RBI hit Anthony Rizzo. And we go to the bottom of the fifth in Game 7. It's the Cubs 5 and the Indians 1. You're listening to the World Series on The Score, presented by AutoZone.
Listen to our Cubs coverage after Game 7 of the World Series, continuing all day tomorrow on 670 The Score.
Navy Federal member Jeremy Davis can diagnose a chopper's congested annular air intake from 5 clicks out.
Centrifugal fuel filter's the problem.
But when it comes to the intricacies of auto loan terms and conditions, Jeremy's a bit rusty.
Rust? I can fix that.
Keeping helicopters happy is Jeremy's thing. Helping you be good with money is ours. Our incredible auto loans cover 100% of the purchase, including tax, title, and tags. Visit NavyFederal.org to learn more. Navy Federal Credit Union, open to the armed forces, the DoD, and their families, federally insured by NCUA.
Sometimes the best seats in the house are above it. In college football, that's the Goodyear blimp. And for more than 60 years, we've seen what it takes to be worthy. It takes toughness, dedication, and perseverance. Because seasons aren't measured by wins and losses, but by heart. Some call it hard work, determination, or grit. We call it blimp-worthy. Goodyear, official sponsor of the College Football Playoff.
It's a great time of year to get out and play ball. Whether you join a baseball or softball league, meet up with friends for a pickup game at the local park, or just head out to the backyard and toss the ball around in a game of catch. However you play ball is up to you. So get outside, get some fresh air, and play ball. To learn more and be a part of something great, go to playball.org.
AutoZone presents Peak Performance. Maximizing fuel economy, engine life, and overall engine performance doesn't take a lot thanks to fuel treatment and fluids from AutoZone. And right now, buy one 5.25-ounce Lucas Fuel System treatment and get one free. So visit your local AutoZone. With over 166 Chicagoland locations, the right supplies and good advice are just around the corner, so you can fix your car with confidence. Hoods up, America.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Limited time only. Restrictions and details in store.
Welcome back to Game 7 of the World Series on The Score and the Xfinity Cubs radio network. Lenny.
Okay, Mark, it's now time for Straight Talk, presented by Straight Talk Wireless. Best phones, best networks. Half the cost. The Cubs offense here in Cleveland these last 2 days, Ron Coomer, heating up with the weather. 9 runs last night, 5 so far tonight.
Yeah, it's been very, very productive. And it goes back to, Lenny, we were talking about game planning and trying to make sure you're on breaking balls for all the right-handed hitters. In the last couple days, you think about the production from the right-handed hitters on breaking balls from these last 2 guys, Tomlin and now Kluber.
Kyle Hendricks stays in the game to start the 5th against switch-hitting Coco Crisp. Straight Talk Wireless, nationwide coverage on America's largest and most dependable networks. Crisp, Perez, Santana for Cleveland. First pitch, curve, strike. So that extra run, you think, is why Kyle came back out?
I do. John Lester was warming up in the bullpen. He was warm and then just playing catch. But I think the extra run, Kyle only had 50 pitches.
Bouncer to second on the ground, picked up by Baez. Strong throw to Rizzo. 1 down.
You know, in the old, if it's not broke, don't fix it. And I think, you know, you can't really blame Kyle. He's made good pitches. He's had 2 errors made behind him, but he has done his job. He's kept the ball down, kept hitters off balance with the changeup.
He's retired 7 in a row. Now the catcher Perez, who laid down a perfect sac bunt in the 3rd inning. Right-handed batter. Contreras sets up toward the outside, and it's low on a fastball for ball 1. Normally on the road, when you have a 5-1 lead in the 5th, you say you've taken the crowd out of it, but there are so many Cub fans here, you can't really make that claim. Fastball strike, 1-1.
That's a good point. When Baez hit that home run, you could tell there were a ton of Cub fans here at Progressive Field.
Kyle with the huge performance in the pennant clincher against the Dodgers. Low again, change up, 2-1. Scoreless outing earlier in this World Series. He's allowed just 1 tonight. And has a 4-run lead in the middle innings. That's the sign from his catcher, and the pitch fouled straight back to make it 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Pitch that really propelled Kyle to being the ERA champion this year in Major League Baseball. That last pitch, the 4-seam fastball inside to both sides of the plate.
Pitch number 57 of his performance, called strike 3. Perez frozen on a fastball, and that is only his 2nd strikeout. Ron, I count, 2 strikeouts in the entire game tonight.
Yeah. All the hitters putting the ball in play. But for Kyle, you know, he usually gets between that 6 and 8 strikeouts per game. But the Indians, you know, they got a good game plan against Kyle. He has just made pitches and just got some routine outs. He looks very strong so far at only 57 pitches.
Santana, the DH, looks at a strike on a curve. He's had a good night. He lined hard to right to start the bottom of the 1st, and then an RBI single on a rocket to right in the 3rd. Batting from the left side, and he waits and takes strike 2. Back-to-back curveballs. Meanwhile, John Lester in the Cubs bullpen has dealt 4 scoreless innings tonight and continues to loosen. And the 0-2, low and away. It's been fun to watch that group out there. Jake Arrieta just keeps kind of wandering around the bullpen. He's got a glove. I think he's kind of waiting for somebody to let him throw off the mound. He pitched last night.
Jake was not going to be denied getting down to that bullpen today.
The 1-2 from Hendricks off the outside corner. Santana has not seen a fastball in this sequence. 2 curves for strikes and then back-to-back changeups. And it's 2-2.
See if this pitch is the fastball inside to Santana, up, tying him up.
Ooh, just missed on another change. And it's full 3-2.
Boy, that's that cut changeup, good pitch. Might have fooled Sam Holbrook. Also a little movement in the catch from Contreras.
Now Santana steps out. Fair amount of shifting in this series. Baez out in the right field grass. Russell over on the right side of second. Bryant basically playing short. 3-2 up and in for a ball 4 on a guy who has a very keen eye at the plate. And I think that'll be it for Kyle.
Boy, you just feel bad for Kyle. You know he's upset because he knows he had Santana struck out with that changeup. This pitching change is brought to you by Geico. 15 minutes can save you 15% or more in car insurance. Visit them at geico.com or call 800-947-AUTO. And by Ghostbed, supernatural sleep comfort delivered right to your door. Visit ghostbed.com and you can hear the Cub fans at Progressive Field.
We'll have a new battery when we return. The Indians batting in the bottom of the fifth. The Cubs lead this one 5-1. You are listening to the World Series on the Score, presented by AutoZone.
Hey fans, listen to our Cubs coverage after Game 7 of the World Series. It continues all day tomorrow on 670 The Score.
Hi, I'm Joan London. When I needed to find senior care for my mom, I really struggled to find the right fit until I found an advisor, someone who had been through this before. That's why I recommend A Place for Mom, the nation's largest senior living referral service. They have experts who will help you ask the right questions and find the right place. Call A Place for Mom today.
To speak with a local senior living advisor, call A Place for Mom at 1-800-471-4351. That's 1-800-471-4351.
A Place for Mom has helped over 200,000 families find the right senior care for their parents, from assisted living to independent living, even Alzheimer's care, and have local advisors that can help explain your options at no cost to you.
To speak with a local senior living advisor, call A Place for Mom at 1-800-471-4351. That's 1-800-471-4351.
Call today.
When I heard the founders of Firehouse Subs were working on under 500-calorie subs, I had to laugh. A lot. Deeply. But when I tasted the Hook and Ladder Light with all that famous Firehouse flavor for just $5.49, with steamed turkey, ham, and Monterey Jack on a light roll with veggies, mustard, and light mayo, I quit laughing. I wasn't too full or filled. I was fulfilled. The Firehouse Subs Hook and Ladder Light. Believe in the hero of all subs.
John Lester will work in relief for the first time since the 2007 postseason with the Boston Red Sox. And pitching on 2 days rest. He'll face Jason Kipnis here in the bottom of the fifth. Cubs lead 5-1.
Yeah, Johnny will come in. He's going to face Kipnis, and Kipnis has been a hot hitter, hitting the ball the other way. We'll see what he can do with the cutter and the good fastball of John Lester.
So his last relief appearance, Ron, was in this ballpark, Game 4 of the American League Championship Series. 3 innings, didn't give up a run, and allowed just 1 hit. Runner at first, that's Santana, 2 gone. And lefty to lefty. Kipnis takes ball 1 outside. Ross in to catch as well, and what will be his final major league game as a player. Middle infielders are back with 2 outs. Bryant pulled in at third, and the pitch that caught the outside corner at 92 miles an hour. 1 ball, 1 strike.
You always look at when a guy is doing this and he's pitching in relief. When he's not a relief pitcher, a starter, you look at velocities and you look at command. That last fastball, a good one at 92.
Big leg kick in the 1-1, and Kipnis late. 1-2 to count. A lot of noise coming from the upper deck, and I see a ton of blue upstairs. Lester with a look at Santana. Long pause before the pitch, and Kipnis fouls to left out of play. I wouldn't call those seats up there the cheap seats, because this is Game 7 of the World Series, but there are a lot of Cub fans in that very large upper deck here at Progressive Field. One and two. The next one, Kipnis checked on a pitch that was outside, and it's now 2-2. Cubs with a 4-run lead.
Saw Kyle come off the field in the dugout. He's still stewing about that changeup he threw on 2-2 to Santana. Down the middle. Should have been strike 3. Didn't get the call.
Lester coming home, and a little tapper, almost a swinging bunt up along third. Ross will throw to first, and it's past Rizzo, who collides with Kipnis. And I believe that ball either got out of play or a fan touched it. And we'll see where the base runners end up. I believe Kipnis will get second. Santana is standing at third. And fortunately, Rizzo and Kipnis are okay. I was a little surprised, Ron, that David made that throw. And we're looking at a replay. I'm not sure if he would have gotten him out with a good throw.
Yeah, a perfect throw right on the money. He may have been close, but it would have had to have been a low throw that Anthony could have stretched to. Once that ball gets by, it hits the railing and goes into the stands. So Kipnis will move to second, as you said, Len. Santana at first with 2 outs, and they'll bring up Lindor.
I think they gave Kipnis a single, and then Ross will get the error, allowing him to advance. So 2 in scoring position, and all of a sudden a pretty big sequence here as switch hitting Francisco Lindor digs in. And the first pitch is bounced foul. Indians have a 2-out opportunity here to try to cut this Cubs lead in half.
Johnny started Lindor off with a cutter down and in. Lindor was ready for the cutter, but hooked it way foul into the camera well.
Santana is at third. Kipnis at second. A 2-out walk and an infield single coupled with an error. And the Indians are threatening. One strike on Lindor, batting from the right side. Here's the pitch. Bounced out in front of the plate off the mask of Ross. Santana will score. Kipnis around third. He will score. Can you believe it? On a wild pitch, the Indians get 2 runs, and it's now a 5-3 ball game. Oh my.
I'm not sure what the pitch is that was thrown by Lester, but it bounces well out in front of home plate. David Ross has no chance of blocking this ball as it hits him in the face mask way up high. It deflects, it knocks David down, and then Rossi has to go all the way over to the on-deck circle of the Cubs, which is a long way. Kipnis, recognizing that, never slows down around third and slides in head first at the plate. 2-run score.
As you mentioned, Ron, the key there was Ross was felled by that throw. It bounced, hit him in the mask. He fell toward the third base dugout. The ball rolled toward the first base dugout. Yeah. So 2 runs in, bases empty, and here's a 1-1 to Lindor. Swing and a miss. 1-2.
Well, there have been some great base running plays. There's been some risky ones in this game by both teams. All the moves on the base running side have worked for both ball clubs.
1-2 pitch, another one bounces in there, and it's 2-2. I'm sure I've seen 2 runs score on a wild pitch, but if I have, it's been 1 or 2. Very rare to see it.
Not in the 7th game of the World Series in a close ball game.
2-2 to Lindor. Where was it? Maybe outside. 3-2. Or low. Looked pretty good on the replay.
Second borderline pitch of the inning, not called.
Napoli on deck. Lester's payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. So John strikes out Lindor to get out of the inning, but the Indians get 2 runs on a wild pitch. Well, they get 2 runs and a ball didn't leave the infield. A walk, infield single, an error, and a wild pitch. So we move to the 6th in Game 7. It's the Cubs 5 and the Indians 3. You're listening to the World Series on the Score, presented by AutoZone.
Hey fans, listen to our Cubs coverage after Game 7 of the World Series. It continues all day tomorrow on 670 The Score, WSCR and HD Chicago, WJMK HD2 Chicago.
Hi, I'm Danny Cannell. I like to think of our family as a winning team, especially when one of us becomes ill. While I'm in the studio analyzing and somebody gets sick, I feel comfort knowing that our family can cover like an all-American defense with an Exergen temporal scanner thermometer. Remember, every winning team needs a winning product.
Exergen is changing the way the world takes temperature.
Wells Fargo is making changes to make things right. First, all customers who have been impacted will be fully refunded. Second, a confirmation will be sent when new personal or small business checking, savings, or credit card accounts are opened. Third, we've eliminated product sales goals for our retail bankers to ensure your interests are put first. We're taking action. We're renewing our commitment to you. Find out more at wellsfargo.com/commitment. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
When I heard the founders of Firehouse Subs were working on under 500-calorie subs, I had to laugh. A lot. Deeply. But when I tasted the Hook and Ladder Light with all that famous Firehouse flavor for just $5.49, with steamed turkey, ham, and Monterey Jack on a light roll with veggies, mustard, and light mayo, I quit laughing. I wasn't too full or filled. I was fulfilled. The Firehouse Subs Hook and Ladder Light. Believe in the hero of all subs.
When you drive your vehicle for the first time, you want to make sure it stays as good as new for as long as possible. That's why you should make the switch to Pennzoil Synthetics with Pure Plus technology. A modern motor oil made from natural gas and designed to protect your engine against wear. Make the switch to Pennzoil Synthetics today and let the performance speak for itself. Save $2 per quart on any qualifying Pennzoil purchase. See Pennzoil.com/rebate for more information.
You are listening to the World Series on the Score and the Xfinity Cubs Radio Network, and the sixth inning is being sponsored by Agera Energy. Energy to power your world. Visit goagera.com for a hassle-free quote. Pat.
Mark, thank you. Each starting pitcher leaving during the fifth inning, each team scoring twice in a wild fifth inning. You get the feeling the Cubs could certainly use some more runs as they bat now in the sixth against Andrew Miller. Addison Russell to lead things off. 5-3 Cubs. Game 7 of this season's World Series. Russell takes inside ball one. The Cubs, who have had one of the best defensive teams in baseball this season, have committed 3 errors. Russell will take a strike, and the count now is 1-1. The tall, long-legged left-hander Miller comes back. Russell swings at a high fastball, doesn't get it. When's the last time you saw 2 runs score on a wild pitch?
Well, you just don't see that often. And just the whole scenario worked out perfectly for the Indians with the ball hitting the mask of David Ross.
Russell takes low and inside for a ball. Miller now at 24 pitches. He came in after Kluber was removed after giving up a leadoff home run to Javier Baez in the 5th. Neither starter will. Here's a chopper foul. I was going to say Kyle Hendricks will not figure in the decision. It'll be up to the Cub bullpen now. Kyle went 4 2/3. They're showing the pitch again that Hendricks threw to Santana. It certainly looked like it got a lot of the plate. Sam Holbrook has done a nice job, but I think he may have missed that one.
Yeah, there's no doubt that that's a good pitch by Kyle.
Russell pops it up. Playable right side, foul territory. Napoli, the first baseman, makes the catch. Cubs lead 5-3, one away, 6th inning. Game's had kind of a back and forth momentum flow. Even though the Cubs lead, you get the feeling the Indians have some of that momentum right now, so the Cubs really need to do something, if possible, in this inning. David Ross to bat for the first time.
Yeah, this Indians team is a good team. They run the bases well. They're aggressive. They can swing it. They get good pitching. You knew it wasn't going to be easy today, that's for sure, even when the Cubs took a pretty good lead.
Ross takes a strike. David playing in his last big league game. The 0-1. Ross swings and chops it foul. Cubs had some real good at-bats against Miller in that 5th inning. They had hits by Fowler and Rizzo. Bryant with a walk. Zobrist a warning track line out. Miller, the tall, slender, bearded left-hander, delivering 0-2. Ross takes high and outside for a ball. It's 1-2.
Yeah, I've liked the at-bats they've had all night long, Pat. They had great at-bats, obviously, against Kluber, knocking him out of the game early. And they've done a good job of swinging the bat against Miller.
Miller has not pitched since last Saturday, so he's had 3 full days off. And now the 1-2 pitch on the way to Ross. Swung on, hit in the air, deep center field. Back goes Davis. Back near the track, near the wall. Davis leaping, and that ball is a home run. David Ross, in his last big league game, homers to dead center off one of the best relief pitchers in baseball, Andrew Miller. Cubs lead 6-3.
David whacking one to center. The pitch starts out away and cuts back to the middle of the plate. And Rossi with a big swing puts the barrel on it. It's the second home run the Cubs have hit the straightaway center, right over the 400-foot marker. And Davis kept drifting back and drifting back. Next thing you know, the ball just drops over the 400-foot marker. Home run, David Ross.
Cubs lead 6-3. Here's Jason Hayward taking inside for a ball. Cubs have hit 3 home runs in this game. Dexter Fowler, Javier Baez, and now David Ross. Bouncing ball right side, glove by Napoli. He'll run to the bag ahead of a diving Hayward, and that's out number 2. Cubs lead 6-3. Well, you're naturally happy for David Ross, a great guy in his last big league game, but way beyond that, that grabs some precious momentum back on the Cubs side.
Boy, Davis tries to climb that wall, couldn't quite get to it. But yeah, after the 2 runs, scoring on a wild pitch to get one back on a 1-2 pitch from Andrew Miller, Rossi hits it over the center field wall.
That is his first ever World Series home run. Javier Baez swings and misses. David did have a home run in a wild card game for Atlanta against St. Louis in 2012. The 0-1 fouled away by Baez. That's going out in style, though, in your last big league game to hit your first ever World Series home run.
Good time to choose. Game 7 of the World Series.
Miller has given up runs in each of the last 2 innings. Here's the 0-2, swinging a foul back. If I sounded surprised reading those numbers, it's because Miller had never even given up a single run in postseason play until Dexter Fowler hit a homer against him at Wrigley last weekend. Now, Miller's worked about 35 innings in his postseason career, and finally showing that he's human after all. The 0-2. Swing and a miss by Baez on a wicked slider, and the inning ends. But a big home run by David Ross to dead center. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Cubs 6, Indians 3. You are listening to the World Series on the Score, presented by AutoZone.
Listen to our Cubs coverage after Game 7 of the World Series, continuing all day tomorrow on 670 The Score.
Oops, that's your gas gauge. Oh, there goes your check tire pressure thingy. And that's the change oil whatchamacallit. Nice to know what's going on, right? That's what the ComEd Smart Meter is all about. You can see how much electricity you're using and get alerts when you're using more than normal, saving you money. Ding, ding, ding. Convenient, huh? Sign up for high usage alerts at ComEd.com/alerts. Welcome to smarter power made simple. ComEd, powering lives. Alerts made possible by the ComEd Smart Meter.
Crank up your kitchen with Frigidaire Professional and Grand Appliance and TV, Chicagoland's appliance and electronic specialist since 1930. Discover the powerful performance of the new Frigidaire Professional collection with a grand giveaway. Visit grandappliance.com or like Grand on Facebook to enter to win a brand new Frigidaire Professional Convection Pro range. Get the ultimate flexibility of Frigidaire Professional and the savings at grandappliance.com or at one of their 20 showrooms. Grand Appliance and TV. You make it home, we make it grand.
Are you overpaying on your utility bills? How would you know? Agera Energy, an energy market expert, helps businesses find the most affordable and competitive rates for their natural gas and electric needs. If you're a business owner in the Chicago area, visit goagera.com right now to sign up today. That's goagera.com. Energy to power your world. Additional terms and conditions may apply. Please visit Agera Energy's website at goagera.com for additional information. Electric license 150330 and natural gas license 150342.
Hey, baseball fans, Pat Hughes here. Business success, it's all about location. You want a place that's close to interstates and highways, Midway Airport, and the largest rail center in the world. You want to be in the Village of Bedford Park. The business-friendly Village of Bedford Park has a vast water supply, a fast and easy permitting process, and is easily accessible for fire and police. All that's missing is you. For a list of available properties, call Marilyn at 708-496-0346 or visit villageofbedfordpark.com.
You are listening to the World Series on the Score and the Xfinity Cubs Radio Network. Pat.
Lots of action. A little bit of raggedness to the ball game, Ron. Ball being bobbled and thrown around a little bit, but it's definitely a spectator-pleasing ball game, especially from the Cubs fans' standpoint. Cubs lead 6-3, and now John Lester in relief will begin the sixth inning, working on Napoli, Ramirez, and Chisenhall.
Yeah, we've seen some errors. We've seen some mental mistakes. We've seen some extremely aggressive base running by both clubs. We've seen the long ball by the Cubs. Yeah, I would say this is just an average Game 7 of the World Series, right?
A lot of baseball left. Bottom of the sixth. Napoli has hit into a fielder's choice and lined out to third. John, the winner on Sunday night in a must-win for the Cubs. Curveball floats in for a strike, 0-1. The 0-1 from Lester. Fastball is high to Napoli. The last time the Cubs were a world champion, 1908. The winning pitcher in the clinching game. And it was a 3-hit shutout in Detroit for the Cubs win. The 1-1 is taken high for a ball. The man who pitched that game had the unlikely name of Orville Overall. He's the last guy to win in a World Series clincher for the Cubs, Mr. Overall. Now the 2-1 pitch on the way. Napoli swings and misses in the count 2-2.
Now, is he the inventor of the overalls?
He could be.
Would make sense, right?
I'm not smart enough to answer that. We could probably look that up. Len Casper still in our booth. Here comes the 2-2 pitch on the way to Napoli. Swing and a miss, strike three. A very tentative-looking swing. Whatever Lester threw, it was a pitch that Napoli was not looking for, Ron.
Yeah, Napoli is so accustomed to seeing balls coming into him from John Lester, and Johnny throws that fastball four-seamer away and paints the outside corner. Napoli definitely not ready for that four-seamer.
Jose Ramirez, a switch hitter, batting right-handed. And the first pitch by Lester is high. Cubs lead by 3. Sixth inning, 1 down, nobody on. And the pitch. It's a strike. We mentioned early in the game, Ron, the Cubs needed some boost from the bottom of the order, and boy, they've gotten it tonight. From the 7th through the 9th spots, the Cubs had an RBI double from Wilson Contreras and home runs by Javier Baez and now David Ross, all from the bottom third.
Yeah, Contreras impressive, shooting that ball the other way.
Ramirez swings and misses.
Actually, both guys, Contreras and Baez, both staying on that pitch, shooting it the other way. I like that. And then obviously David Ross with the home run to center.
The 1-2, Lester misses outside. Thinking of clinchers, John was the winner for Boston in 2007 in the clinching game in Colorado, which is never an easy place to pitch. Lester pitched 5 2/3 shutout innings in Denver. The 2-2, swinging a roller left side, gloving it. Addison Russell, long throw, and he got it. Russell waited back. I thought he might charge that one a little bit more than he did, but he was ready to rifle the ball as soon as he gloved it. Rizzo had to stretch to the outfield side, the right field side of the bag, and just did keep his toe on the bag.
And he does a good job getting to this ball, but as you said, Pat, he did not charge it, but he got his feet in position to catch it and get rid of it in a hurry. And Anthony uses all of that 6'4" frame to stretch out towards right field to make the catch and get that out.
Lester has retired 3 in a row. Brandon Guyer will bat for Lonnie Chisenhall. Guyer, a right-handed batter, so he'll undoubtedly stay in and play one of the outfield spots. A 3-run lead for the Cubs in the 6th inning in Game 7. Outside for a ball. Lester just missing. It's 1-0. A combined championship drought of 176 years between the two teams. Base hit to left. Solid single by Brandon Guyer. And the Indians have a man on with 2 outs. And the batter, Rajay Davis.
Lester frustrated with himself at that last pitch. He threw that cutter. He wanted it inside, didn't get it in there. And Guyer hit a bullet to left.
6 hits for the Indians. The Indians have gone out in order once in the game. That was in the 4th. The Cubs were retired once in order. That was the 2nd. Otherwise, lots of traffic on the base paths. Davis 0 for 2. Lester's first delivery. Rajay takes high. Davis involved defensively on a couple of key plays back in the 4th inning. Addison Russell hit a very short fly ball to center, which Davis caught for the 2nd out. Bryant surprisingly tagged from 3rd. He surprised Davis, and he slid in under the tag on Davis' throw to the catcher Perez to the plate. Chris slid in with a very important go-ahead run. In fact, the Cubs have led ever since that moment. Now the 1-0 from Lester. And there's a strike, 1-1. Later in that inning, Davis misjudged a ball hit by Contreras that went for an RBI double. 38,104 the attendance here in Cleveland tonight. Inside to Davis. And again, more Cub fans in this game, and this is the 4th World Series game here in the last 2 weeks. I'm pretty sure, Ron, there are more Cub fans here tonight than for any of the other 3.
Yeah, no doubt about it. We were talking about that, Lenny, and in the 5th inning, when you look around the upper deck, you see all the blue. Now Cody Allen warming up the closer for Cleveland.
Davis will take high for a ball, 3-1. Coco Crisp is on deck. The Indians scored twice in the 5th after 2 out and nobody on. The 3-1. Bouncing ball over the mound, gloved by Baez, charging now, fires to Rizzo in time. Baez was going to stay back and glove it, but he didn't want to wait, so he charged, gloved it, and then threw to Rizzo to get Davis to end the inning. Indians don't score. We go to inning number 7. Cubs 6, Cleveland 3. This is the World Series, and you are listening to The Score, presented by AutoZone.
The most Cubs World Series talk anywhere. Spiegel and Goff, weekdays 9 a.m. to 1 on 670 The Score.
At Navy Federal Credit Union, we offer a full range of credit cards that reward you for spending smartly, like our Cash Rewards card, which gives you 1.5% cash back on qualifying purchases, our Flagship Rewards card that lets you redeem travel points on any airline anytime, and the Versatile Go Rewards card that gives you the option to use points toward merchandise, travel, or cash back. Visit NavyFederal.org for details and start getting rewarded for spending smartly today. Open to everyone in the Armed Forces, the DoD, and their families. Navy Federal Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA.
Have you experienced this when buying a used car?
How many miles to the gallon does it get?
About 9 miles.
Is that good?
Sure. I wouldn't walk 9 miles.
Don't buy a used car without a Die Hard 360 vehicle assessment. You may know a little about cars, but Sears Auto Center knows a lot. For $49.99, you get an unbiased, professional 120-point inspection in a neutral meeting place and a full Carfax report. See stores or SearsAuto.com for details. Get the power of Die Hard at Sears Auto Centers.
Every 4 years, this has really turned into a very special event. The best baseball players in the world.
I've never experienced anything like this.
Compete for country.
Being able to round the bases with the USA across my chest is a career highlight.
Pride.
It really means a lot for our country.
And glory. Come be a part of the 2017 World Baseball Classic. March 6th through the 22nd. For information and tickets, visit worldbaseballclassic.com.
This is the sound of everyday engine threats like gunk, wear, and corrosion, unleashing their wrath on your engine. Now, this is the sound of Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Premium Gasoline, providing the best total engine protection you can get. Period. Think all premium fuels are the same? Think again. Choose Shell V-Power Nitro Plus today.
You are listening to the World Series on The Score on the Xfinity Cubs radio network, live from the Mercedes-Benz studio. And just so you guys know, there is no evidence to suggest that Orville overall had anything to do with the inventing or the naming after of the overalls from all the research that I've been able to accumulate. Gentlemen.
Mark, I appreciate it. It sounds like a sincere, concerted effort was made by you.
It was, and as a matter of fact, the first use of overalls was a part of a military uniform, and it was probably, as the article is written, by the Americans as well. And they used to be called spatterdashes.
Of course they were.
Yeah. Spatterdash, anyone?
We try to use that word as often as we can on Cubs radio. We go to the 7th inning. Dexter Fowler will lead things off. Andrew Miller working his 3rd inning in relief. Fowler pulls it foul. Dexter batting right-handed. He got the Cubs rolling in a very positive way with a leadoff solo home run to dead center in the 1st. The Indians came back with a run in the 3rd on Santana's RBI single. The Cubs grabbed the lead in the 4th, scoring twice. Fowler lines a base hit over a leaping Napoli down the right field line, base hit. And he will hold at first with a leadoff single. Fowler 3 for 4. The only time they got him out tonight was a solid liner out to right, Ron. He is really seeing the ball.
Boy, he's squared every ball up that he's hit. And this one, an absolute bullet the other way. And Miller, not an easy guy for a right-handed hitter to shoot the other way because of his movement coming in.
Brandon Guyer remains in the game defensively in right field, by the way. Cubs continue to make contact against Andrew Miller. This is the hardest he's ever been hit in a postseason game in his life. Here is Schwarber hitting it in the air, foul, left side, twisting out of play down the left field line. 7th inning. Cubs baseball brought to you in part by Benny's Beverage Depot, the official champagne provider of the Chicago Cubs. Since 1945, Benny's has helped Chicagoland celebrate the best times of their lives. Left-hander against left-hander. You can hear the Cub fans now. 10 hits for the Cubs tonight. Fowler at first, nobody out, 7th inning. Miller chases Dexter back. Ron, time for an instant analysis. I'm just going to say, how would you analyze the first 6 innings of this Game 7 of the World Series? Schwarber swings and misses. He was right on him, though. Had a good cut. 0-2.
I think there's been a few things happen. I think nerves have played into this game for both ball clubs. We've seen some plays not made that we're accustomed to seeing made. I love the fact, even for both clubs, the aggressiveness on the bases. The Cubs have done a great job, Chris Bryant in particular. But the Cubs offense, their bats have done a great job against two of the best pitchers in the game, in Kluber and Miller.
Schwarber takes outside, the count 1-2. And in good hitting conditions, it's still 63 degrees. Feels even warmer than that, actually. The Cubs have taken more advantage of the favorable weather by belting 3 solo home runs. Fowler, Baez, and Ross. Miller ready for the 1-2, and this will be his 42nd pitch. Throw to first, and Fowler is not quite picked off. The Indians thought they had him. They might have the video people review over at first.
Dexter looked like he was going on the pitch, diving back in, and he dives in. He is called safe at first. Chris Guccione right over the play. Dexter was definitely going. He dives in. We'll see as Terry Francona is holding up the play. Looks like he might have been in there, but it was close. We're going to continue on. Dexter did get that right hand in there before the tag.
Very close play, and another good call by Chris Guccione at first. 1-2 on Schwarber. Schwarber 2 for 3. And he will hit a drive foul off to the left. Well, you got to like the way he stands in there against Andrew Miller.
Pat, it just amazes me every time I see Kyle come to the plate and have another very productive plate appearance with all the time that he missed, and just stay on a guy's slider like Andrew Miller, who might have the best left-handed slider right now, the big sweeper in the American League. Incredible.
Schwarber had an infield hit in the first. Then he singled sharply into right in the third, and then wrapped into a double play in the fifth. Lots of offensive contributors for the Cubs tonight. That's been a theme all year long. A fly ball deep left, slicing toward the corner. Over on the run is Crisp to make a running catch. Coco Crisp made the grab just in fair territory after a long run. Another hard hit ball by Schwarber.
Yeah, Kyle, this ball's well struck. He goes down and gets this ball, shoots it the other way. And only the speed of Crisp ends up making this play down the right field line, and that'll bring out Terry Francona.
And that'll be all for Miller. Miller will leave. Cody Allen coming in. So Corey Kluber and now Andrew Miller, neither really effective, and they are both done, and we're only in the 7th inning with one down. This pitching change is going to be sponsored by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit them at geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. It's also brought to you by Sloan, the proud water efficiency partner of the Chicago Cubs, providing smart water solutions for your business. Visit Sloan.com today. Cubs 6, Indians 3, 7th inning. We'll be right back after this. You are listening to the World Series on the Score, presented by AutoZone.
Listen to our Cubs coverage after Game 7 of the World Series, continuing all day tomorrow on 670 The Score.
As an individual investor, you may have thought sophisticated investment management was only for the wealthy. Not anymore. Zacks Advantage is the actively managed, performance-driven, automated online investment advisory service that builds, monitors, and rebalances your portfolio so you don't have to. Now for a limited time, with fees up to 75% lower than than traditional advisors and a minimum investment of just $5,000, you can take advantage of Zach's 30 years of investment management experience. Call 1-888-748-2750 today to speak with an advisor. Right now, you can save 30% off our already low fees for the life of your account. Low fees, low minimums, and 30 years of experience. That's the Zach's advantage. Call 1-888-748-2750. Past performance is no guarantee of future results. Potential for loss exists with any investment. Material is for informational purposes only. It is not investment, legal, accounting, or tax advice or a recommendation to buy, sell, or hold a security. No advice is given about a strategy suitability for a particular investor. For additional information, go to ZachsAdvantage.com. Call 1-888-748-2750.
When I heard the founders of Firehouse Subs were working on under 500-calorie subs, I had to laugh. A lot. Deeply. But when I tasted the Hook and Ladder Light with all that famous Firehouse flavor for just $5.49, with steamed turkey, ham, and Monterey Jack on a light roll with veggies, mustard, and light mayo, I quit laughing. I wasn't too full or filled. I was fulfilled. The Firehouse Subs Hook and Ladder Light. Believe in the hero of all subs.
With former Cub and All-Star Ron Coomer, it's Pat Hughes in Cleveland. We thank you for joining us. Cubs leading 6-3, Game 7 of the World Series. We are in the 7th inning with one down. Thanks to Ron for the instant analysis earlier. It was brought to you by Pennzoil Synthetics. Taking synthetic motor oil performance to a whole new level. Make the switch to Pennzoil Synthetics today. Chris Bryant at the plate. The closer, Allen, fires. Bryant drives one foul off to the right out of play. Bryant, a warning track fly ball to right in the first for an out. But then he singled in the fourth, walked in the fifth, and with some electrifying base running, scored each time after reaching base. I love to watch this kid run bases.
Yeah,
I really do.
He does a great job. How about him cutting the corner on the one play, stealing second? He cut third base as good as you can, and because of that, ends up scoring a run.
Toss to first, not in time. We have a television monitor here in the booth, and we just saw some video of Wrigley Field, or more accurately, right outside of Wrigley Field, and already, Ron, thousands of fans are starting to gather, anticipating a possible joyous evening. Here's the 0-1 from Allen to Bryant. Still a lot of baseball left. Bryant takes outside. But as I saw that, I thought about you when you were a young guy and you saw everyone starting to gather around Wrigley, and you thought, they need me there.
They need me there is right. 1984. Me and my buddy jumped in his car after seeing everybody at Wrigley. Got in a little trouble at home that night. Got home a little late, but well worth the punishment, partner.
It's still a good memory, isn't it?
It's one of my favorites of all time.
Allen is a very slow worker. Fowler leading at first, hands on both knees. One down. Cubs lead 6-3. 1 ball and 1 strike on Chris Bryant. And the next pitch. Bryant gets jammed, pops up, foul. Over near the dugout. Napoli, does he have a play? No. Napoli and the catcher Perez both ran after it. I thought actually Perez might have had a shorter route to the ball, but Napoli, apparently Ron was calling for it, and Perez backed off.
Yeah, Napoli was coming hard. He did call it, but it hit the netting going up. I really don't know if either guy, unless they really got to that ball easily, would have made that catch. Very tough play for Napoli. He never got to it.
The 7th inning stretch coming up shortly, brought to you by Goodyear. Tires chosen by experts for superior performance. Goodyear, more driven. And by your locally owned Citgo, fueling good. The 1-2 from the right-hander. Go to first, not in time.
Dexter was thinking about running on that last pitch and was fouled off. How about the Cubs hitters tonight against Andrew Miller? Miller with 2 earned runs tonight. First 9 games of this postseason, 1 earned run. Guarding the line at third, Ramirez.
Another throw to first, close play. Fowler back in. With Bryant at the plate, I really don't expect Dexter to be running here, do you?
No, not necessarily, but tonight is a different thing. Bryant took off with Anthony at the plate, so tonight could be one of them games where you might do some things that you normally during a regular season wouldn't do. Fowler with a good lead at first.
A long look, and now the 1-2. Bryant fouls it away off to the right.
I thought Dexter was going to take off on that pitch. Allen, I've kind of been trying to keep cadence of Allen's times being set. He holds the ball in a set position a long time, but he's held it the same amount of time, it seems like every time. About a 3-second count before he goes to home. I was wondering if Dexter was going to be able to time that and get a good jump.
Cubs 6, Indians 3. And now the 1-2 again from Allen. He will throw to first one more time. He's somewhat preoccupied with Fowler, which can be a very dangerous practice when Bryant or Rizzo is at the plate. You don't want to spend too much time thinking about the runner with these guys swinging.
Boy, especially the way they're both locked in. Bryant has been absolutely scalding these last couple days.
And now the 1-2. Bryant takes outside. It's 2-2. Well, you always hope for your big guys, the guys who have carried you and had great seasons, Ron, during the regular year. You always kind of look for them in the postseason to lead the way, and that's exactly what Bryant and Rizzo have done here the last few days. Bryant had the big homer Sunday at Wrigley, and the Cubs have led virtually every minute since then. The 2-2. Chris swings and misses, strike three. Fowler running, and they're going to cut him down. 2-4 on the caught stealing. Strike him out, throw him out, double play. Close play at second. Joe Madden says, hold the phone, we may want to challenge. Fowler went in head first, and he was tagged out, and that out call is going to stand. Kipnis with a backhand tag appeared to get Fowler in the arm before he got to the bag. I don't think the Cubs are going to challenge. It is a double play. Cubs don't score. It is time for the stretch. And again, it's sponsored by Goodyear, tires chosen by experts for superior performance. Goodyear, more driven, and by your locally owned Citgo. Fueling good. Cubs 6, Indians 3. Time for the stretch. You're listening to the World Series on the Score, presented by AutoZone.
Listen to our Cubs coverage after Game 7 of the World Series, continuing all day tomorrow on 670 The Score.
Progressive presents Mindfulness with Flow.
You are rising further and further into the universe of bundling. Within that universe, you see your home and auto insurance floating together like two opponents on a swing set after a big game, sharing a churro.
Ascend into savings when you bundle your home and auto insurance with Progressive. Visit Progressive.com today. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Sometimes the best seats in the house are above it. In college football, that's the Goodyear blimp. And for more than 60 years, we've seen what it takes to be worthy. It takes toughness, dedication, and perseverance. Because seasons aren't measured by wins and losses, but by heart. Some call it hard work, determination, or grit. We call it blimp-worthy. Goodyear, official sponsor of the college football playoff.
These are the engine threats that attack your engine every day. And this is Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Premium Gasoline, leaving them behind with the best total engine protection you can get. Now, earn 10 cents per gallon after every 8-gallon fill-up of Shell V-Power Nitro Plus. Who doesn't like the sound of that? Sign up for free at FuelRewards.com/ESPN. Offer ends 1/1/17. Minimum 8-gallon purchase of Shell V-Power Nitro Plus Premium Gasoline. Fuel savings limited to 20 gallons. Additional terms and conditions apply. See FuelRewards.com/ESPN for details.
Why trust the parts pros at Advance Auto? Because if there's one thing they know, it's parts.
Thank you for calling Advance Auto Parts and Battery. This is Taryn. I can help you.
I'm wondering if you guys do battery installations?
Yeah, absolutely. It's free of charge.
And do you do wiper installations too?
Yes, that is also free of charge.
Wow, all that's free.
We also do alternator and starter testing for free.
Wow, you guys pretty much do everything.
Yes.
Any chance you guys handle dry cleaning?
Well, not quite everything.
Advance Auto Parts. We know everything about auto parts. And right now, get a $20 Speed Perks reward with any battery purchase.
You are listening to the World Series on The Score and the Xfinity Cubs Radio Network live from the Mercedes-Benz studio. Pat.
Thanks to Mark Brody. Please stay tuned for his post-game show later on. It could be one to remember. Cubs lead 6-3, seventh inning. Still some work to do. 2-4 on the caught stealing, completing the back end of the double play to end the inning. Bryant struck out and Fowler out 2-4. John Lester got the final out in the fifth inning, worked a scoreless sixth, and now he'll start the seventh, going to work on Coco Crisp. Crisp will take a strike. Good balance for the Cubs offense tonight. 10 hits, RBIs from 5 different guys. Fowler, Ross, and Baez all with solo home runs. Here's a pitch down low for a ball. Actually, 6 different guys have driven in the 6 runs. Rizzo, Russell, and Contreras, all with RBIs. The RBIs are a reminder to make sure all of your business goals get across home plate. Here's a swing and a pop fly, shallow left, routine play for Zobrist. Easy out number 1. To make sure all of your business goals get across home plate, make the Village of Bedford Park a winning home for your business.
Boy, now here with 1 out in the 7th, you just start counting down outs to finish the ball game. John Lester has come in after the wild pitch that scored 2 runs, has settled in. He's made good pitches down in the zone. That last pitch, perfect pitch, tying up Crisp to get the routine out.
Perez has sacrificed and struck out. He takes a strike. That's the idea. Don't want to fall behind anybody when you lead by 3 and you get to the late stages. Lester, the big, strong left-hander, comes back 0-1. Curveball just missed. Fans still standing, but not nearly as rambunctious as they were earlier. Much more subdued. And now the 1-1. Fastball sinks low and away. The Cubs trying to create a situation where the road team will win 5 of the 7 games in the World Series.
Well, that to me is just amazing, especially in the 2 ballparks we're playing.
Swinging a foul back by Perez, 2-2. It is kind of ironic because we spend, and every broadcaster does, and every ball club does, thinking about getting that all-important home field advantage for postseason play, and many times it is important.
We talked about it the last month of the season, and the Cubs got it about 2 weeks left of the season, or not quite 2 weeks, thinking how important that was.
The 2-2. Outside for a ball. And the count is 3-2. One down, 7th inning. Cubs 6, Indians 3. Santana with a lot of power on deck. And the 3-2. Swinging a foul back. Perez stays alive. 63 degrees here in Cleveland. Still breezy, the wind really carrying the ball to dead center and right center. Both bullpens at the moment are quiet. Base is empty. Lester wants another sign from Ross. He gets one. And now that simplified windup by Lester and the 3-2. Inside, he walked him. He walks the number 9 hitter, 1 down in the inning. And the batter, Carlos Santana.
Last pitch that Lester threw didn't miss by much inside. Johnny wanted the pitch. Haven't seen the replay where it was. Not much complaining by David Ross behind the plate. Must have been inside.
Tyler Naquin is the pinch runner at first. And Carlos Santana, it's about right-handed against John Lester. The Cub lead is 3. Santana 1 for 2 with a walk. He hits a ground ball back to Lester. He will throw the ball to first, and they get the out there. The ball almost stuck in the glove of Lester. A bullet back to the mound. Good stop by Lester, clean on a rocket one hopper. He was going to throw to second, but he appeared to have the ball stick in the glove maybe a little bit, and then he just turned and underhanded the ball to Rizzo.
Yeah, this ball, Johnny catches it, and it does stick in the glove some. Johnny looked to second base. He was going to fire to second, and then just made the determination, I'm just going to flip this ball to first, and we'll get the out.
It's a simple 1-3. Boy, that ball was hit sharply. 2 down, and now the batter, Jason Kipnis. Left-hander against left-hander. And the pitch on the way. Kipnis takes inside.
Cubs defense, Dexter Fowler playing around towards left center field. Zobrist deep in left. Kipnis has done all of his damage in this series to left and left center.
He fouls it away. Kipnis had a swinging bunt single his last time up and then scored. The Indians scored twice on a wild pitch in the 5th inning. The runner at second is Naquin, 2 down. Cubs lead 6-3. Bottom of the 7th inning, Game 7 of the World Series. The pitch, swing and a miss. 1-2.
Boy, good heater by John. John likes to keep the ball down in the zone. And that time Lester elevated the heater to Kipnis and threw it past him.
Here comes the 1-2. He got him on a curveball. Kipnis chasing a low outside breaking ball. The inning comes to an end. Lester with 2 1/3 solid innings of relief. The Indians do not score. We move to inning number 8. Cubs 6, Cleveland 3. You are listening to the World Series on the Score, presented by AutoZone.
Hey fans, listen to our Cubs coverage after Game 7 of the World Series. It continues all day tomorrow on 670 The Score.
Wells Fargo is making changes to make things right. First, all customers who have been impacted will be fully refunded. Second, a confirmation will be sent when new personal or small business checking, savings, or credit card accounts are opened. Third, we've eliminated product sales goals for our retail bankers to ensure your interests are put first. We're taking action. We're renewing our commitment to you. Find out more at wellsfargo.com/commitment. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
When I heard the founders of Firehouse Subs were working on under 500-calorie subs, I had to laugh. A lot. Deeply. But when I tasted the Hook and Ladder Light with all that famous Firehouse flavor for just $5.49, with steamed turkey, ham, and Monterey Jack on a light roll with veggies, mustard, and light mayo, I quit laughing. I wasn't too full or filled. I was fulfilled. The Firehouse Subs Hook and Ladder Light. Believe in the hero of all subs.
Every 4 years,
this has really turned into a very special event.
The best baseball players in the world.
I've never experienced anything like this.
Compete for country.
Being able to round the bases with the USA across my chest is a career highlight.
Pride.
It really means a lot for our country.
And glory. Come be a part of the 2017 World Baseball Classic. March 6th through the 22nd. For information and tickets, visit worldbaseballclassic.com.
Have you experienced this when buying a used car?
How many miles to the gallon does it get?
About 9 miles.
Is that good?
Sure. I wouldn't walk 9 miles.
Don't buy a used car without a Die-Hard 360 vehicle assessment. You may know a little about cars, but Sears Auto Center knows a lot. For $49.99, you get an unbiased, professional 120-point inspection in a neutral meeting place and a full Carfax report. See stores or SearsAuto.com for details. Get the power of Die-Hard at Sears Auto Centers.
To the 8th we go. It is the World Series on the Score and the Xfinity Cubs Radio Network. Pat.
We move to the late chapters. Top of inning number 8. Cody Allen, the right-handed closer, still pitching for the Indians. Anthony Rizzo, Ben Zobrist, and Addison Russell due up in this 8th inning. And just considering, Ron, that it's the 7th game of the World Series and the conditions are favorable for hitting, the Cubs would love to get another run or two if possible. Let's see if that's in the cards. Rizzo had an RBI single up Andrew Miller his last time up. And Anthony will take a curveball for a strike from Miller. In this game, we've seen Bryant score on a very short sacrifice fly to center. And we've also seen Chris score all the way from first on a single to the outfield by Anthony Rizzo. Anthony will take a curve for a strike, and we've seen the Indians score twice on a wild pitch.
Yeah. On one wild pitch, 2-run score. Yeah, pretty amazing.
Right. Aroldis Chapman throwing in the Cub bullpen. Cubs are 6 outs away. Anthony reaches for a high fastball and fouls it away. Ron, it's about time to think about that Benny's Beverage Depot Toast of the Game ball player. Presented, of course, by Benny's Beverage Depot, the official champagne provider of the Chicago Cubs. Quite a few candidates.
Well, you really do. Dexter's had a heck of a day.
Rizzo swings and misses at a curve in the dirt. The new catcher Gomes will throw to first, and it's in time. Kind of a low throw to the inside of the bag. Napoli backhanding it with a long stretch. Out number 1, 8th inning. Cubs 6, Indians 3, and the batter Ben Zobrist.
Yeah, as we said, Dexter's had a good day. The catching spots had a good day. Contreras double and an RBI. Rossi with a home run. Baez with a home run. Pitching has done pretty well today, too. Hendricks and John Lester. But how about Dexter Fowler with 3 hits, leading off the game with a home run, getting things started for the Cubs.
I like that choice. Zobrist pulls a smash foul past first. Ben has flied out, hit into a fielder's choice, and lined out. Made a couple of nice plays in left field. 1 down, top of the 8th. 6 runs, 10 hits, 3 errors for the Cubs. The Indians 3 runs, 6 hits, and no errors. The 0-1. Swing and a miss. This guy's a hard thrower. Allen can bring it up there about 95, 96. Chapman ready apparently in the bullpen. He's just kind of leisurely playing catch. Lester did a very nice job. Here's the 0-2. Low and inside for a ball.
Good shot on our monitor pad in the booth here of Mike Borzello, one of the Cubs coaches who really does a lot of work at game planning against the opposing hitters, with John Lester sitting in the dugout just talking about this next inning coming up. It'll be 3, 4, and 5 for Cleveland. Lindor, Napoli, and then Ramirez.
Bouncing ball to first, fielded cleanly by Napoli, and takes it to the bag. 2 down. Zobrist bounces out. 2 gone. Addison Russell coming up. Well, thinking of Lester, Ron, he is the pitcher of record on the positive side. Yeah. Kyle Hendricks came within 1 out of going the requisite 5 innings to qualify for the win. But Lester right now the pitcher of record on the positive side. Corey Kluber on the other. Kluber, the Indian starter. and he left after 4+ innings. Gave up 4 runs. Addison Russell will take a strike. Russell with a very short sacrifice fly to pick up an RBI in the 4th inning. Davis, the center fielder, caught it in really shallow center. A knee buckling curve is in for a call, strike 2. Indians fans trying to vocally lend every ounce of support that they can. There are some Cub fans here tonight. The 0-2 hop fly right side, going to be an easy play for Napoli, and the inning is over. The Cubs do nothing in the 8th against Allen. We go to the bottom half, and let's see if it's going to be Chapman or Lester. We'll tell you when we come back. Cubs 6, Indians 3. You are listening to the World Series on the Score, presented by AutoZone.
Listen to our Cubs coverage after Game 7 of the World Series, continuing all day tomorrow on 670 The Score. WSCR in HD Chicago. WJMK HD2 Chicago.
Hi, I'm Danny Cannell. I like to think of our family as a winning team, especially when one of us becomes ill. While I'm in the studio analyzing and somebody gets sick, I feel comfort knowing that our family can cover like an all-American defense with the Exergen Temporal Scanner Thermometer. Remember, every winning team needs a winning product.
Exergen is changing the way the world takes temperature.
Navy Federal member Jeremy Davis can diagnose a chopper's congested annular air intake from 5 clicks out.
Centrifugal fuel filter's the problem.
But when it comes to the intricacies of auto loan terms and conditions, Jeremy's a bit rusty.
Rust? I can fix that.
Keeping helicopters happy is Jeremy's thing. Helping you be good with money is ours. Our incredible auto loans cover 100% of the purchase, including tax, title, and tags. Visit NavyFederal.org to learn more. Navy Federal Credit Union. Open to the armed forces, the DoD, and their families. Federally insured by NCUA.
When you drive your vehicle for the first time, you want to make sure it stays as good as new for as long as possible. That's why you should make the switch to Pennzoil Synthetics with Pure Plus technology, a modern motor oil made from natural gas and designed to protect your engine against wear. Make the switch to Pennzoil Synthetics today and let the performance speak for itself. Save $2 per quart on any qualifying Pennzoil purchase. See Pennzoil.com/rebate for more information.
AutoZone presents Peak Performance. Maximizing fuel economy, engine life, and overall engine performance doesn't take a lot thanks to fuel treatment and fluids from AutoZone. And right now, buy one 5.25-ounce Lucas Fuel System treatment and get one free. So visit your local AutoZone. With over 166 Chicagoland locations, the right supplies and good advice are just around the corner, so you can fix your car with confidence. Hoods up, America.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Limited time only. Restrictions and details in store.
You are listening to the World Series on the Score and the Xfinity Cubs radio network. Patrick.
John Lester will start the bottom of the 8th inning. Francisco Lindor to lead it off. Perhaps run. Joe Madden looking at the previous at-bats. Lester struck out both Lindor to end the 5th, and he struck out Napoli to start the 6th. So that could be one reason why Joe is staying with Lester here.
Yeah, Johnny, to me, actually, in the last inning, too, he did have the walk, but he was all around the plate, and it's looked like, he is settling in to finding the corners of the plate. So, if Joe Madden can get through this 8th inning, you'd really only have to use Chapman for the 9th, but I got to believe if there's any traffic at all on the bases, we'll see Chapman.
Lester was the starter and loser in Game 1 here in Cleveland. He was the starter and winner in Game 5 at Wrigley on Sunday. And he could be the winner tonight if the Cubs can hang on. 6 outs to go. Francisco Lindor takes ball 1. The 1-0 pitch. Lindor will take inside ball 2. And if you feel your palms getting a little sweaty, you're not alone.
That was noon.
Now the windup and the 2-0. Lindor hits a sharp ground ball, gloved cleanly by Russell, a one-hopper, and he guns it to Rizzo, one down. Sharply hit ball, but right to Russell. This thing about Addison Russell run today, the 6 RBIs last night, tying an all-time World Series record. Hits the first grand slam for the Cubs in World Series play. He drives in 95 runs as a 22-year-old. And, oh, by the way, also plays Gold Glove caliber defense. A pretty good season for Addison.
Well, I should say, also getting voted in to start the All-Star game for the National League. He has had one heck of a season.
Here's Mike Napoli taking a strike. Lester with some rhythm now has set down 3 in a row and 5 of the last 6. The 0-1. Swing and a miss. 0-2. I know you can't do this very often, Ron, during the regular season, but one of the great things about the last few games in the World Series, you see starters come back on short rest, working in the bullpen.
Boy, it is amazing.
Here's the 0-2. Napoli takes just outside. Didn't miss by much.
Boy, Johnny with a little off-speed pitch. Tried to just backdoor Napoli with a little backdoor cutter or a little hook. Just missed the corner wide.
Here comes the 1-2. Outside to Napoli. Lester almost slipped and fell on the follow-through. He's okay. Cubs 6, Indians 3. 1 away, bottom of the 8th inning. Nobody on. Gentle breeze. Well, maybe not so gentle now. Blowing out toward right and right center. And now the 2-2. Napoli takes strike 3 call. Napoli caught looking. 2 down, 8th inning. The Cubs are 4 outs away.
Perfect fastball on the outside corner. Napoli so aware of the inside fastball. John Lester throws this one. Backdoor cutter. Borderline pitch in the outside corner. Lester gets the call. Strike 3. Napoli punched out the last 2 times on fastballs away.
And here is Jose Ramirez. Fastball just missed outside. Chapman every minute or so lobbing a ball to the bullpen catchers. Here's the 1-0 to Ramirez. Swing and a miss. 1-1. Here's the windup by John Lester. It's a very simple windup. Very little body movement. And now the 1-1. Ground ball toward the middle. Russell off the glove of a diving Russell. It's a base hit. Russell dove, got leather on it, could not glove it cleanly. It's a base hit for Ramirez, and Brandon Guyer coming up for the Indians.
Second hit of the game for Ramirez. Addison dives for this ball, and it just hits him off the thumb of the glove for a base hit, and that will bring out the skipper, Joe Madden, as that 2-out hit. And that's what we talked about. Might end up getting Chapman into the ball game. See what Joe decides to do. He's talking with Lester. That'll be all.
Lester will get a great ovation from the Cub fans. He was signed as a free agent to win a lot of games in the regular season, and in particular, win games in the postseason.
Boy, and he has done it tonight, coming in out of relief, and gave the Cubs some great innings to push them to close to a World Series championship.
This pitching change, Ron, brought to you by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit them at geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. And by Ghost Bed. Supernatural sleep comfort delivered right to your door. Visit ghostbed.com. Cubs 6, Indians 3, bottom of the 8th inning. We'll be right back with more. You are listening to the World Series on the Score, presented by AutoZone.
The most Cubs World Series talk anywhere. Spiegel and Golf, weekdays 9 a.m. to 1 on 670 The Score.
Hi, I'm Joan London. When I needed to find senior care for my mom, I really struggled to find the right fit until I found an advisor, someone who had been through this before. That's why I recommend A Place for Mom, the nation's largest senior living referral service. They have experts who will help you ask the right questions and find the right place. Call A Place for Mom today.
To speak with a local senior living advisor, call A Place for Mom at 1-800-471-4351. That's 1-800-471-4351.
A Place for Mom has helped over 200,000 families find the right senior care for their parents, from assisted living to independent living, even Alzheimer's care, and have local advisors that can help explain your options at no cost to you.
To speak with a local senior living advisor, call A Place for Mom at 1-800-471-4351. That's 1-800-471-4351.
Call today.
Navy Federal member Jeremy Davis can diagnose a chopper's congested annular air intake from 5 clicks out.
Centrifugal fuel filter's the problem.
But when it comes to the intricacies of auto loan terms and conditions, Jeremy's a bit rusty.
Rust? I can fix that.
Keeping helicopters happy is Jeremy's thing. Helping you be good with money is ours. Our incredible auto loans cover 100% of the purchase, including tax, title, and tags. Visit NavyFederal.org to learn more. Navy Federal Credit Union, open to the armed forces, the DoD, and their families. Federally insured by NCUA.
Aroldis Chapman is on the mound for the Chicago Cubs. The native of Cuba, tall left-hander, the hardest thrower that most of us have ever seen in big league ball. He needs 4 outs. Brandon Guyer at the plate. Fastball away, ball 1. Cubs 6, Indians 3, 2 outs, 8th inning. Jose Ramirez at first, being held by Rizzo. We saw Chris Bryant go into the dugout when Chapman was warming up. Guyer will take a strike, 1-1. Bryant came back on the field, but he was talking with the trainers, Ed Halber and P.J. Mainville, and Joe Madden was there. Now the 1-1. Guyer hits it foul, out of play, 1-2.
They had him drinking some Gatorade, and that could be, as warm as it is and as intense as this game is, could be some cramping issues or something like that.
The scoreboard has the temperature listed for about the first 7 innings of the game. It said 62 or 63, and now it is 73.
I think it's the fastballs of Chapman have heated this ballpark up here in the last couple of pitches.
It's a very logical explanation, Ron. Thank you. And now the 1-2 to Guyer outside. Cubs out hitting the Indians 10-7. Guyer had a single as a pinch batter against Lester back in the 6th. And the 2-2. Fouled away by Guyer.
Guyer a little tardy on that last fastball from Chapman, about 102 miles an hour.
Short lead by the runner Ramirez. And the 2-2. High ball 3. Rajay Davis on deck. If Guyer would reach, Davis would be the tying run.
Boy, here's where you got to just aim for the middle of the strike zone and cut it loose.
Chapman sets up near the Adams apple and fires. A line drive, shallow right center. It's in there for a base hit. The runner was going, so now Ramirez will head home and score on a double by Brandon Guyer. And all of a sudden, it's a 6-4 ball game. Guyer hit it right in between Fowler and Hayward in right center. Ramirez naturally running on the 3-2 pitch, scores all the way from first. He had a pitch that was out of the strike zone.
Yeah, he hit a pitch, a fastball up, about belt high, up and away. Geyer cheating a little bit on the fastball and just shoots this the other way. 6-4 ball game now.
And the Indians have a man at the plate who represents the tying run, Rajay Davis. And he takes a fastball high, ball 1. Cubs 6, Indians 4. 2 outs, 8th inning. The 1-0. Pop fly foul off to the right, out of play. Well, the Geyer hit got some carry from the wind, I believe. I didn't think he hit it all that well, but it ended up landing out in medium deep right center. And those flags now really whipping toward right and right center. 1 ball, 1 strike on Davis. Chapman fires. Pop fly foul off to the right, out of play. 1-2.
These last couple of fastballs have been good fastballs for Chapman, well located down in the zone. Tough to catch up to. Davis just getting a piece of them on late swing.
The fans are making a deafening noise. And the 1-2 by Chapman. Davis takes outside. It's 2-2. Rajay has more power than you would think. He's got 12 home runs, or did, in the regular season. Here's the 2-2. Swinging a chop foul. That was 99 miles an hour.
That one looked like a cutter down and into Davis.
8th inning, the Cubs lead is 2. Listen to these fans in Cleveland. Game 7 of the World Series. And the 2-2. Punched foul off to the right, out of play. It's a very big run at second base.
Huge run. Geyer runs well at second. Cubs outfield playing deep in center is Fowler. Even deeper in left is Zobrist. Hayward in right playing fairly shallow. A base hit to right hit sharply at Hayward. The Cubs would have a play at the plate.
David Ross, the catcher, flashes a sign out to Chapman. Really getting hard to hear yourself think. Cubs 6, Indians 4, 2 down, bottom of the 8th inning. And the 2-2 pitch from Chapman. Davis drives with a deep left down the line in the corner. That ball is a home run. The ball game is tied 6-6. Rajay Davis, a line drive home run right down the line and left. And these fans are going wild.
It's a fastball down and in. Chapman had thrown the cutter to the pitch before. It got fouled off. He came back down and in. Davis just drops the head of the bat on it and hit a line drive bullet down the left field line. The high wall is the only thing that the Cubs are hoping for, because it's only 325 down the line.
But the wall is 19 feet high. It just cleared the wall. Ball game tied at 6. Coco Crisp shows bunt, takes outside. Chapman has given up a double and a 2-run home run. Now the 1-0 to Crisp. Line drive, base hit, left field. Chapman not fooling anybody. And Crisp is a base stealer. Got to keep an eye on him.
Pitch down and in once again. Crisp just dropping the head of the bat on it, hitting a bullet in the hole. It's just been the inability of Chapman, Pat, to put hitters away once he gets ahead. He's made some pitches. The hitters for the Indians have fouled the good pitches off, and then they've capitalized on a pitch in a good hitting zone.
Yan Gomes at the plate. Chris Bosio, the pitching coach, will head to the mound. Ball game tied at 6. The Cubs had led ever since the 4th inning. They had Chapman in the game, leading by 3. The Cubs were 4 outs away. And they are still 4 outs away. And now the game is tied 6-6. And the Indians have a lot of momentum. And they've got a good base runner at first, Coco Crisp, and Yan Gomes at the plate.
Chapman with a decent move to first base, not a great one. Crisp has always been an excellent base stealer through the years.
Gomes a right-handed batter. Crisp about a 10-foot lead at first, held by Rizzo. A stretch in the pitch. Gomes takes low, ball 1. Neither team has won a championship in a long, long time. Crisp, good lead, and Chapman chases him back. The Cubs will have the bottom of the order due up in the 9th inning. Ross, Hayward, and Baez. Game tied at 6. Gomes will take ball 2. 2-0. Chapman already sweating profusely. Indian fans turning inside out in their seats. Cubs fans are stunned. Game tied at 6. And the 2-0 to Gomes. Check swing. It'll be a strike. He got fooled on a breaking ball.
Really, I remember. I don't remember a breaking ball. I think Chapman threw one changeup, but that might be the first breaking ball he's thrown so far in the game.
Coco Crisp not running. Here's a swing and a miss. Another bender. 2-2. Santana on deck and the top of the order for the Indians. This all started with 2 outs and nobody on, as did the Indians rally in the 5th inning when they scored twice. They have scored 3 here in the 8th. Each team with 10 hits. And the 2-2 to Gomes. The runner goes, swing and a miss, strike 3, inning over. The ball goes into center, but it didn't matter. The batter struck out to end the inning. Gomes swinging and missing. Ross bounced the throw to second, but it did not matter. The inning ended when Gomes struck out. The Indians with a shocking 3-run rally in the 8th inning. We go to the 9th inning. Cubs 6, Indians 6. You are listening to the World Series on the Score, presented by AutoZone.
Listen to our Cubs coverage after Game 7 of the World Series, continuing all day tomorrow on 6-7 The Score.
In 1948, Binny's Beverage Depot opened its first store down the street from Wrigley Field. For almost 70 years, Binny's mission has remained the same, helping you celebrate the best times of your life. Binny's Beverage Depot is the official champagne provider of the Chicago Cubs. So let's toast the Cubs in a thrilling 2016 season.
Hey, Cubs fans, it's Mark Grody. Have you heard about the
ghost bed mattress made right here in Chicago? Well, I just got one, and talk about a home run. I paid thousands for mattresses before, and none were as comfortable or affordable as Ghost Bed. You get a 101 night sleep trial. Love it or your money back, and it's shipped right to your front door. And during the baseball playoffs, Cubs fans get 2 free Ghost pillows with a qualifying purchase. That's a $170 value. Just go to ghostbed.com and use code CubsRadio.
The holidays are almost here, which means more time with family and friends enjoying more of your favorite entertainment. And the Xfinity Ready for the Holiday sale is the perfect time to get Xfinity X1, plus internet speeds up to 75 megabits per second. All for a great low price, just $89.99 a month for 12 months. You'll get the X1 voice remote, which lets you find all of your favorite holiday movies and shows faster and easier. Just say into your remote, show me holiday movies. Or even quotes like, keep the change, you filthy animal. And your holiday favorites appear instantly right on the screen. You'll even get access to our special collection of over 500 holiday movies. Plus, with the fastest in-home Wi-Fi, all of your house guests can be online at the same time. Now until November 29th, new customers can get a great limited-time holiday offer. You'll get X1, plus internet speeds up to 75 megabits per second, all for a great low price. Just $89.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or ask her to upgrade to get a $400 prepaid card. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees including voice, tech, broadcast, TV, and RSN fees extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply.
For over 90 years, one name means more to car buyers in Chicagoland. Grossinger. 10 locations, 15 brands, over 5,000 vehicles, all backed by the best buying experience in Chicagoland. Visit Grossinger.com now. That's Grossinger.com. You are listening to the World Series on the Score and the Xfinity Cubs Radio Network, live from the Mercedes-Benz studio. Pat.
Well, let's see if the Cubs now can answer that 8th inning rally by the Indians with a rally of their own. We have reached the moment of truth, the 9th inning, a tie game in Game 7 of the World Series. David Ross first up against Cody Allen. Allen has worked an inning and 2/3. He's only made 17 pitches. Brian Shaw throwing in the Indian bullpen. Ross will take ball 1. David had one at-bat and drilled a home run to center against Andrew Miller in the 6th inning. And that's the one that gave the Cubs a 6-3 lead that they held until that 8th inning. Ross showing bunt, takes outside, pulls the bat back. Ball 2. 9th inning saves for the Cubs all season long. They've been sponsored by ComEd. See how the ComEd Smart Meter can help you save money. Visit ComEd.com/smartmeter. Ross trying to get on base and get something going. Right now, just getting on base might have the effect of taking the crowd a little bit out of it and getting a little momentum surge toward the Cubs side.
Yeah, you gotta step up, have good quality at bats. David so far has taken a couple pitches from Allen.
Fastball high, ball 3, 3-0.
The other thing you got to remember, even though Allen hasn't thrown a lot of pitches, he's been out there a while, and now it's going to start to rain here in Cleveland, and rain fairly hard.
It started just a moment ago, and it is coming down hard. Pitch to Ross. Fastball strike. Jason Hayward is on deck. And then Javier Baez. If anybody gets on, it'll be Dexter Fowler. The rain already has changed the color of the dirt on the infield to a darker shade of brown. Here comes the 3-1. Ross takes high, ball 4. It is the leadoff walk. So now the Cub fans have a chance to get excited. Jason Hayward coming up. And a pinch runner for Ross at first. That'll be Chris Coughlin. So Miguel Montero will come in to catch. And he'll be the final Cubs catcher. And here is Jason Hayward batting with rain falling in Ohio. David Ross taken out of a game for the last time as a big league ball player. And here is Hayward to try to improve the situation. The stretch by Allen. The pitch to Jason. Way outside. Ball 1.
Allen has not showed the ability to throw strike in this inning. I was wondering if Joe Madden might have Hayward bunting in this situation. So did Kansas City, or so did Cleveland. Ramirez playing in on the grass. Napoli starting in, and Hayward did not show bunt.
Now the rain's subsiding just a little bit. Still coming down, but not nearly as hard as it was a moment ago. 9th inning, Cubs 6, Indians 6. Jason Hayward, nothing for 3. Shallow at third is Ramirez. In on the grass, in fact. Coghlan, the pinch runner, a lead at first. The stretch by Allen. And the pitch. Way outside, ball 2. If you're Hayward, do you simply take a strike here, Ron?
Yeah, absolutely. Allen just doesn't seem like he's got the same zip on his fastball. The ball is running away. He's not able, and he's pitched a lot of baseball so far this year. Just doesn't seem like he's able to finish his pitches.
Now the right-hander dealing 2-0. And he finally throws a strike. He had thrown 6 in a row out of the zone. Hayward looking down at Gary Jones, who is flashing some signs as the third base coach. It is 2-1. Coghlan is a quick runner, but not a real big base stealer. He's got his lead. Allen is set. Coghlan not running. Bouncer foul by Hayward right side, and the count 2-2. May have chased ball 3.
He had a pitch down and in to Hayward. Kind of beat him on the inside part of the plate with that fastball from Allen.
Baez on deck. He has homered in the game. Fowler to follow. He led off the game with a home run. It's up to the bullpens now, the very back end of the bullpens. 6-6 tie, 9th inning. Nobody out, a runner at first. And the 2-2 from Allen. And here it comes. Coghlan runs. The pitch bounced foul. Coghlan moving with the pitch, which was bounced foul by Hayward, so we'll do it again.
Well, I think for the base runner at first base, Allen is falling into the same pattern every time he comes set. He holds the ball for quite a long time, but the exact same time, he's about 4 counts if you're at first base. You try to count with the pitcher to see how long he's holding in his set position. And he has been about the same every time. Coghlan had a great jump at first.
Two balls, 2 strikes, tie game, 9th inning, the pitch. Here's a smash foul past first. This time Coghlan was not running. Hayward got Goodwood, pulled it just foul. Right past the umpire, Chris Guccione.
Boy, this ball is scalded past Napoli. Chris Guccione gets out of the way. Ends up being fouled by about 4 feet.
Hayward, a left-handed batter, has some power. The wind blowing out toward right and right center. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Tie game, 9th inning. And Allen will chase the runner Coghlan back with a pickoff throw. Not in time. The Indians, by the way, will have the top of their order due up in the bottom of the 9th inning. Nobody throwing in the Cub pen. We can assume right now it'll be Aroldis Chapman remaining on the mound. The pinch runner Coghlan at first.
Coghlan looked like he was thinking of running, and Allen threw over. See if Coghlan takes off on his pitch.
He's got his lead. The set. He's not going. Hayward fouls it away. That was a breaking ball, and Jason just did get a piece to stay alive. It's 2-2. Happy to report the rain, which was really coming down, has backed off. And just a light sprinkle falling now. If it stays like this, the game will continue with no problem. For a minute there, I thought we would be under a delay real soon.
Wind really picking up, blowing out to right field now here at Progressive Field.
Diving back in is Coghlan. Cubs have hit 3 home runs in the game. Fowler, Baez, and Ross. RBIs by Rizzo, Russell, and Contreras also. But it's not enough. They need some more to win. A 2-2 from Allen. Another pickoff throw. Coghlan not taking a real big lead. Geyer, the right fielder, straight away and deep.
Surprised that last time Hayward didn't call timeout. Allen really held the ball a long time. For a hitter, you don't want to stay in that set position waiting on the pitcher for too long.
Now the 2-2 from Allen after a long set. He deals. Ground ball to second base. Fielded by Kipnis, goes to Lindor, 1, and that's all. Kipnis juggled the ball ever so slightly and then made a backhanded toss to Lindor. They get the lead man, Coghlan, on the 4-6 fielder's choice. 1 down. Hayward now the runner at first, and the batter is Baez.
Boy, that's a huge play for the Cubs. That's a tailor-made double play. Hit one step to the left of Kipnis, and he doesn't really get his feet moving, and then ends up shuffling this ball and really didn't get it to Lindor in too good a shape. And they don't get the double play, and now the grounds crew has ran out onto the field behind the tarp, and the umpires are talking behind home plate, and I got to believe they're going to pull everybody off the field. Possibly. This is kind of an odd situation. You know what I think they're looking at is the slide at second base.
That might be it.
Yep, Coghlan. A lot of things happen all at one time. The grounds crew ran on the field. The groundskeeper ran out to one of the umpires. And then John Hirschbeck, it came in. And so now what they're going to do is look at the slide of Chris Coghlan at second. He slid straight into the bag, though. I just don't see where you could do anything other than just think this is a clean slide. He slid right into the bag. They called that a double play.
And now Joe Madden wants a clarification. Joe is saying, are both men out on the play? Coghlan was out at second base. Now Terry Francona wants a clarification. Joe Madden talking with Chris Guccione at first. Hayward, I thought, was safe at first base.
Yeah, I did too.
Coghlan out at second, and Hayward will be allowed to stay on the bag at first. So they get the lead man on the 4-6 fielder's choice. The play will not be overturned. And Francona, is he going to make a pitching change at this point? He's on the mound, and he will. Cody Allen will leave. Brian Shaw, I believe it's Shaw. He was warming up a minute ago. Shaw coming in. 9th inning. Cubs 6, Indians 6. Game 7 of the World Series. You are listening to it right here on The Score, presented by AutoZone.
Listen to our Cubs coverage after Game 7 of the World Series, continuing all day tomorrow on 670 The Score.
As an individual investor, you may have thought sophisticated investment management was only for the wealthy. Not anymore. Zacks Advantage is the actively managed, performance-driven, automated online investment advisory service that builds, monitors, and rebalances your portfolio so you don't have to. Now for a limited time, with fees up to 75% lower than traditional advisors and a minimum investment of just $5,000, you can take advantage of Zach's 30 years of investment management experience. Call 1-888-748-2750 today to speak with an advisor. Right now, you can save 30% off our already low fees for the life of your account. Low fees, low minimums, and 30 years of experience. That's the Zach's Advantage. Call 1-888-748-2750. Past performance is no guarantee of future results. Potential for loss exists with any investment. Material is for informational purposes only. It is not investment, legal, accounting, accounting, or tax advice or a recommendation to buy, sell, or hold a security. No advice is given about a strategy suitability for a particular investor. For additional information, go to ZachsAdvantage.com. Call 1-888-748-2750.
Hi, I'm Danny Cannell. I like to think of our family as a winning team, especially when one of us becomes ill. While I'm in the studio analyzing and somebody gets sick, I feel comfort knowing that our family can cover like an all-American defense with an Exergen temporal scanner thermometer. Remember, every winning team needs a winning product.
Exergen is changing the way the world takes temperature.
The new Indians pitcher, right-hander Brian Shaw. He's been impressive. We've seen him a couple of times in the World Series. Ball game tied 6-6. Jason Hayward, the runner at first for the Cubs, top of the ninth, one away. And Javier Baez coming up. Javier has made a couple of errors tonight, but he's also belted a home run. The rain, which was coming down heavily earlier, has abated. We did see some radar that indicated possibly some heavy rain is going to be arriving in the Cleveland area within the hour. But right now, it's fine. Right-hander to right-hander, Shaw against Baez.
Shaw, as you said, Pat, big right-hander, throws a big cut fastball. He's got a very good arm, but the movement of his fastball goes away from the right-handed hitter. It'll be important for Javi, like he did in the at-bat. He hit the home run. Try to stay to right center field. The wind above the stadium howling out to right center.
The outfield crisp, Davis and Geyer straight away and deep. Shaw's first pitch. The lead by Hayward, a long set, and the delivery. Baez takes a fastball strike. Right at the knees, Baez just making sure that it wasn't outside. Right at the knees, perfect pitch. Hayward is short lead at first. The next pitch. In the dirt, blocked by the catcher Gomes. Pretty good play by Gomes. He kept the ball in front of him. It did roll to the left of home plate, but not far enough for Hayward to advance.
Yes, pitch in the dirt, good block. Hayward didn't get a good read on this ball right away, so he shut it down. Might have had a chance to take second if he got a good read.
Fans on both sides standing as they have most of the night. And the 1-1, Baez takes high, ball two. Napoli holding Hayward at first. One down. Tie game, ninth inning. High drama. Jason leading at first. Not going. Baez takes outside. 3-1. Now what's Javi thinking, Ron?
He's looking. He should look. Good fastball from Shaw. It's going to cut. And you try to hit this ball to right center field. The flags are starched to right center. Javi gets one even decent up in the wind to right center. The ball will blow right out of here.
The runner goes. Baez swings and misses. Throw to second base. Not in time. The ball goes into left center field. And Hayward goes to third. Cubs get a break. The ball bounced away from Kipnis at second base. A good throw would have had Hayward at second. He did not have a great jump. But now the Cubs have a man at third. Give Jason a steal. And charge the catcher Gomes with a throwing error.
Boy, and you talk about some plays that have really hurt Cleveland in this inning. The non-turn of the double play on a routine ground ball. And then Kipnis not blocking that ball at second base. It hitting off his leg and just deflecting into short left center field. So that's a play where you really got to try to come up if it's a short throw and just block the baseball. So two plays in the inning, and Hayward ends up at third base with only one out.
And Terry Francona makes an outfield defensive change, moving Brandon Geyer over to left field and putting Michael Martinez in the game in right.
Well, and the thing is, Coco Crisp pulled out of the game, has a very poor throwing arm. So Coco Crisp comes out with the sacrifice fly, now ending up being a play that could end the ballgame.
Baez swung at the 3-1 pitch and missed, so it's 3-2 on Javi. Cubs have the tying run at third. The go-ahead run at third with one away in this ninth inning. And let's see if Baez can give the Cubs the lead. Fowler on deck. Infield in. Shaw delivers. Baez bunts at it and fouls it for strike 3. He tried to bunt, and he fouled it, and he's out on strikes.
Boy, that was a fastball by Shaw. Javi was a safety squeeze. This pitch is right down the middle, and Javi doesn't get the bunt out, kind of jabs at it, fouls it off, and he's out on strikes.
2 down. Jason Hayward still at third. The batter is Dexter Fowler. Fowler having a big night, 3 for 4. He's batting left-handed. Now they're 2 down. Go ahead run 90 feet away. Shaw from the stretch. Fowler takes high, ball 1.
Well, Dexter in this ball game's got 3 hits in the game, a leadoff home run, and 2 line drive singles. See if Dexter can come through here. Top of the 9th inning in a big way for the Chicago Cubs.
The 1-0. Fowler takes inside. On deck is Kyle Schwarber. It's 2-0 on Fowler. Game tied at 6. Cleveland is the center of the baseball universe. Here's the 2-0. Fowler, a line drive toward the middle. It's gloved by the shortstop Lindor, and he throws to first in time. A soft one-hop line drive toward the middle. Lindor ranging over, gloved it, and threw to first to get Fowler to end the inning. It looked like it might be a base hit. Fowler out easily at first. Very good play by the shortstop Lindor. Cubs do not score. We go to the bottom of the 9th inning. Cubs 6, Indians 6. You are listening to the World Series on the Score, presented by AutoZone.
Hey fans, listen to our Cubs coverage after Game 7 of the World Series. It continues all day tomorrow on 670 The Score.
Hi, I'm Danny Cannell. I like to think of our family as a winning team, especially when one of us becomes ill. While I'm in the studio analyzing and somebody gets sick, I feel comfort knowing that our family can cover like an all-American defense with an Exergen temporal scanner thermometer. Remember, every winning team needs a winning product.
Exergen is changing the way the world takes temperature.
Wells Fargo is making changes to make things right. First, all customers who have been impacted will be fully refunded. Second, a confirmation will be sent when new personal or small business checking, savings, or credit card accounts are opened. Third, we've eliminated product sales goals for our retail bankers to ensure your interests are put first. We're taking action. We're renewing our commitment to you. Find out more at wellsfargo.com/commitment. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
When I heard the founders of Firehouse Subs were working on under 500-calorie subs, I had to laugh. A lot. Deeply. But when I tasted the Hook and Ladder Light with all that famous Firehouse flavor for just $5.49, with steamed turkey, ham, and Monterey Jack on a light roll with veggies, mustard, and light mayo, I quit laughing. I wasn't too full or filled. I was fulfilled. The Firehouse Subs Hook and Ladder Light. Believe in the hero of all subs.
Sometimes the best seats in the house are above it. In college football, that's the Goodyear blimp. And for more than 60 years, we've seen what it takes to be worthy. It takes toughness, dedication, and perseverance. Because seasons aren't measured by wins and losses, but by heart. Some call it hard work, determination, or grit. We call it blimp-worthy. Goodyear, official sponsor of the College Football Playoff.
You are listening to the World Series on the Score and the Xfinity Cubs radio network, and this copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs.
Everybody standing in Cleveland, a remarkable Game 7. It is tied at 6, bottom of the 9th inning. Carlos Santana to lead it off. It's simple. Aroldis Chapman needs to put a 0 on the board to keep the Cubs' season hopes alive. Santana, Kipnis, and Lindor. The tall left-hander goes to work. Santana takes a strike. Well, when the ball was first hit, I think out of the corner of my eye, I saw you making kind of a triumphant gesture, thinking Fowler may have had a base hit in the top of the inning. Lindor showed good range. Santana takes low.
Yeah, the ball was going right over the second base bag, and it was hit on a line over the pitcher's head. I thought it was going to at least get deep enough to where Fowler, even if Lindor fielded it, was going to end up beat the throw. But Fowler play really wasn't all that close at first, as Lindor made a nice play.
Santana takes low, 2 balls and a strike.
Defensive changes now for the Cubs. Montero is behind the plate.
Third different catcher to work in the game. Santana 1 for 3 with a run-scoring single. Also walked and scored a run. Total 6 runs, 10 hits for each side. Cubs have committed 3 errors. The Indians 1. Santana takes outside. Ball 3. Chapman gave up 3 consecutive hits after coming in the 8th inning, including a damaging game-tying home run to Rajay Davis. The 3-1, strike 2 called.
Good fastball by Chapman at the top of the zone.
Cubs had a man at third with 1 away and could not score in the top of the inning. Santana hits a high pop fly, shallow left, coming in as Zobrist, and Ben will put it away for out number 1. 1 down, and the batter, Jason Kipnis.
Boy, Santana had a good swing at that fastball. Got it on the barrel just underneath it and popped it straight up. See, that was a slider from Chapman.
And not in a real good location.
No, it's right on the barrel. He just got underneath it. Hit it a mile in the air.
Left-hander to left-hander, Kipnis, the Chicagoland native from Northbrook, steps in and takes a strike. 0-1. Again, the rain has stopped. Still nice and warm, 73 in Cleveland. And the 0-1. Check swing, it's outside.
If Chapman can get through this inning and put a 0 up, as you said, Pat, the Cubs will have Schwarber, Bryant, and Rizzo coming up in the 10th.
Kipnis hits a fly ball to right down the line toward the corner, dropping foul. It did not have home run distance, but had it stayed fair, it might have bounced up against the wall for a 2-bagger. It landed in the stands, foul down the right field line. 1-2.
Well, back-to-back breaking balls from Chapman.
Never a comfortable feeling when you're the visiting team in a tie game and you're in the bottom of the 9th. Especially in Game 7 of a World Series. The 1-2. Outside to Kipnis. Kipnis has power. 4 homers in the postseason. 2 in the World Series. Francisco Lindor on deck. And now the 2-2. Taken high by Kipnis. And that was another pitch in a dangerous area from a Cubs standpoint.
Yeah, up and out over the plate. Looked like a cut fastball. Tried to go down and away, and it stayed up.
Montero trots out to visit briefly with Aroldis Chapman. Chapman, the native of Cuba. Montero hails from Venezuela. Cubs outfield very deep in this spot. You don't want anything to hit beyond you. Lefty to lefty. Fans are standing, and the 3-2 pitch. Kipnis fouls it away. And Chapman got away with another one, Ron.
Yeah, that was another breaking ball up in the zone. Probably the best swing Kipnis has had against Chapman. Maybe ever. That ball was up, and Kipnis was on that speed of the slider.
Kipnis, muscular, not real tall, solidly built. Has a very simple batting stance and pulls that trigger late. Swings and misses, strike 3. A fastball got him. And Chapman strikes out Kipnis. 2 down. The batter is Francisco Lindor.
Boy, good heater up and in. And that's the thing. Kipnis knew he was kind of cheating on some of these pitches, but was getting some pitches in the zone. Chapman elevates that pitch up and in, and it ends up being strike 3 as Kipnis swings through it.
Bottom of the 9th. Ball game approaching the 4-hour mark. And the Cubs trying to send it into extra innings. Lindor at the plate. Hits a fly ball, shallow right. Should be routine for Hayward. He's there. He's got it. Game 7 of the World Series is going to go into extra frames. At the end of 9, absolutely nothing has been decided. It's the Cubs 6 and the Indians 6. Back with a 10th inning. You are listening to the World Series on The Score, presented by AutoZone.
Listen to our Cubs coverage after Game 7 of the World Series, continuing all day tomorrow on 670 The Score.
At Navy Federal Credit Union, we offer a full range of credit cards that reward you for spending smartly, like our Cash Rewards card, which gives you 1.5% cash back on qualifying purchases, our Flagship Rewards card that lets you redeem travel points on any airline anytime, and the Versatile Go Rewards card that gives you the option to use points toward merchandise, travel, or cash back. Visit NavyFederal.org for details and start getting rewarded for spending smartly today. Open to everyone in the armed forces, the DoD, and their families. Navy Federal Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA.
AutoZone presents Peak Performance. Maximizing fuel economy, engine life, and overall engine performance doesn't take a lot thanks to fuel treatment and fluids from AutoZone. And right now, buy one 5.25-ounce Lucas Fuel System treatment and get one free. So visit your local AutoZone. With over 166 Chicagoland locations, the right supplies and good advice are just around the corner, so you can fix your car with confidence. Hoods up, America.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Limited time only. Restrictions and details in store.
Turn down that radio.
Ignoring hearing loss can lead to arguments, misunderstandings, loss of connection, even depression and dementia. If you're ready to address your hearing loss and live life to the fullest, the MD Hearing Aid Air is an FDA-registered hearing aid that will save you thousands of dollars compared to traditional hearing aids. With prices starting under $350, the doctor-designed Air is lightweight and nearly invisible. With the Air, you'll understand every word, with no annoying whistling or background noise. And the 3 sound settings put you in control. You select the best setting for your surroundings. Call 1-800-263-5075. Best of all, you can try it 100% risk-free in your own home for 45 days. Call right now and you'll also get free shipping and a year's worth of free batteries, a $50 value. Call MD Hearing Aid at 1-800-263-5075. Satisfaction guaranteed. That's 1-800-263-5075.
You're listening to the World Series on the Score and the Xfinity Cubs radio network. Pat.
And we are going to be under a rain delay. It is raining hard. The rain has returned, and it is raining hard enough that the umpires have decided to delay things for the time being. So the grounds crew now going about the business of hustling to pull that gigantic plastic tarp over the grass and dirt of the infield, and they're doing it as quickly as possible to keep the field as dry as possible. So, Ron, we are going to be under a delay in addition to having a 10-inning game, at least 10 innings, in Game 7.
Yeah. Well, this is a situation where it has rained hard for a short period of time, then slowed down. But the one thing you don't want to have happen is the field get to the point where it's so bad that the playing surface could dictate the World Series, the 7th game of the World Series. So this is precautionary, even though it's raining fairly hard now. No chance of trying to risk playing on a bad field.
So we will take a little time out. Is that our game plan here? Haven't had many rain delays in Game 7 of World Series experience. Not really sure what the format calls for in these conditions, but the game is tied at 6. The Cubs will have, when play resumes, Schwarber, Bryant, and Rizzo due up against Brian Shaw. But now players from both the bullpens walking into their respective dugouts. And it is raining. And I mean, as disappointing as the fans are, common sense has to kick in, Ron. And as you said, you don't want a game of this magnitude to be determined by somebody slipping on the surface here in Cleveland.
Yeah, it's a great playing surface, but it's had a lot of baseball played on it. And right now, you've got to protect the field so you can continue this game whenever this rain does stop.
We're going to take a timeout, and we'll sort out our game plan. We thank you for listening. It's been quite a ball game. Cubs 6, Indians 6. Rain delay now in the 10th inning. And we'll be right back with more. You are listening to the World Series on the Score, presented by AutoZone.
Listen to our Cubs coverage after Game 7 of the World Series, continuing all day tomorrow on 6-7 of the Score. WSCR and HD Chicago, WJMK HD2 Chicago.
Hi, I'm Joan London. When I needed to find senior care for my mom, I really struggled to find the right fit until I found an advisor, someone who had been through this before. That's why I recommend A Place for Mom, the nation's largest senior living referral service. They have experts who will help you ask the right questions and find the right place. Call A Place for Mom today.
To speak with a local senior living advisor, call A Place for Mom at 1-800-471-4351. That's 1-800-471-4351.
A Place for Mom has helped over 200,000 families find the right senior care for their parents, from assisted living to independent living, even Alzheimer's care, and have local advisors that can help explain your options at no cost to you.
To speak with a local senior living advisor, call A Place for Mom at 1-800-471-4351. That's 1-800-471-4351.
Call today.
You may not know Pete Vincent, but you know a Blue Cross and Blue Shield member like him. Someone who stands for what retirement is all about. You know him because you've seen him. He's the one at every home game who's there to greet you, seat you, welcome you and your family to the most beautiful yard you've ever seen. And you know he's loving every minute. His smile says a lot, the bounce in his step even more. That his only ups and downs on these days go from the front row to wherever your ticket says. Through the rain delays and the heat waves, he's the constant reminder that the boys of summer can be found off the field. Yeah, chances are you know someone like him. A Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois member whose heart we've all become a fan of. The Pete Vincents out there know what to bring, and they bring it every day. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is a division of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
What are you going to do with your old car? You can try selling it, you could junk it, or you can donate it to Heritage for the Blind. your car will be towed away for free, and your donation is tax deductible. Just call 1-800-814-2162. Heritage for the Blind accepts cars, vans, trucks, and boats. It doesn't matter if your vehicle runs or not. It'll be towed away for free, and you'll be supporting those that need help. Heritage for the Blind is a nonprofit organization that helps the visually impaired live fuller lives. Call right now to donate your car. And as a special thank you for calling, you'll receive a free 3-day vacation voucher to many exciting locations. Call Heritage for the Blind right now. Call 1-800-814-2162. Donating is easy, and your vehicle is towed away for free. Plus, you'll get a free vacation voucher. Call now, 1-800-814-2162. That's 1-800-814-2162.
Well, we certainly have extraordinary circumstances here in Game 7 of the World Series. Cubs and Indians tied 6-6. We are in a rain delay in the 10th inning, a 10th inning which has not started yet, as Kyle Schwarber was just about to go up to the plate for the Cubs. The ump said no more, and they put the big white tarp on the infield, and that's where it lies right now. 6-6 Cubs and Indians in the 10th inning, and we are delayed by rain. I'm Mark Grody, along with Pat Hughes and Ron Coomer. We've got Len Casper in the booth with us here. He'll join us in a little bit. Also, we've got Bruce Levine. He'll come along and give some of his insights in just a little bit as well. Dexter Fowler, Javier Baez, and David Ross, all with home runs for the Cubs in this game. And then a big 8th inning of consequence in this game. In the Indians' 8th, Jose Ramirez with a 2-out single against John Lester. Joe Madden said that's enough for Lester, brings in Aroldis Chapman, who did not have it. Brandon Guyer with an RBI double. Rajai Davis with a 2-run homer to tie the game, a stunning 3-run 7th, or make that to 8th inning for the Cleveland Indians to get us to where we are now, 6-6 in the 10th inning in a rain delay. And Pat, if there was any way for any of us on the Cubs side of the world to look at this objectively, this game has to be extremely entertaining. The entertainment factor is high in this game, as it is maybe disappointing at this point for Cubs fans, even though it's tied 6-6.
Yeah, that's well put, Mark. I was thinking just a few moments ago, and this is the center of the baseball universe, as we said earlier. If you were an impartial fan and didn't have a rooting interest for the Cubs or the Indians, and you lived in L.A. or New York or anywhere else, you would say that's a pretty amazing ball game going on in Cleveland, because a lot of action. It hasn't been the cleanest, smoothest game played, but a lot of hitting, a lot of running and throwing and exciting plays, some errors. And now the fans are responding because the grounds crew is hustling out, and I think they're going to remove the tarp, and we should have baseball in a few moments, so that's a good thing. But the Cubs are very frustrated right now, Ron. They had a 3-run lead with 2 outs, nobody on in the bottom of the 8th inning, and now the game is tied. The Cubs felt like they had the game won.
Yeah, you really do. You know, you got your closer in the game, and, Chapman, he gave up the one big hit, Guyer the ball to right center field, elevated pitch, and then a down and in cutter to Davis. And that, when you pitch inside, a guy like Chapman who throws as hard as he does pitches inside a lot. But it's also a risk, that you throw in and the guy drops the head of the bat onto baseball, and that's what Davis did. And he hit a bullet down the left field line, and it just cleared the wall. So it was one of them plays where, couple swings of the bat and Cleveland right back in it.
How about the way this game started, though? If we go all the way back to the very beginning, as this place was just going crazy to begin the game, we had built up to it, and then Dexter Fowler, Pat, starts the game off with a home run in Game 7 of the World Series. How thrilling was that moment?
It was very thrilling, but right now, actually, considering all that's happened, Mark, that seems like it happened about 3 days ago.
I know. That's why I wanted to remind everybody of that actually occurring to begin the game.
No, nothing wrong with the Cubs' bats in the game, Ron. I thought they had a good approach, as you were analyzing, against Corey Kluber, and then again against Andrew Miller. Some very good at-bats. David Ross had a home run against Andrew Miller in what will be his final official at-bat as a big league ball player. He can tell that to the grandkids someday.
Pretty good. Game 7 home run in your last official AB. But it's key plays. It's key outs and making pitches, and that has escaped the Cubs here in the late part of the ball game.
And the fact that they, as you guys said, were able to get to Corey Kluber, were able to get to Andrew Miller. Some terrific hustle by Chris Bryant on a couple of occasions in this game when he tagged up from third on what really was a shallow fly ball into left field by Addison Russell. They exploited Rajay Davis on that play. I couldn't believe that Chris Bryant scored on that play, or even the one from first base on the Anthony Rizzo, what was essentially a single.
It's just fun to watch Chris Bryant play baseball, and in particular run bases, Ron. I think he's absolutely one of the best base runners in the game, and that's a skill of his that I think is somewhat overlooked by a lot of baseball people, because you are amazed by his power, 39 home runs, his RBIs. He's a versatile defensive player who can play 3 or 4 different spots with no problem. But his base running, I really think, is as good as anybody that's in the game today.
Yeah, he's a good base runner, very good base runner. And to me, it just comes down to baseball instincts, and he has those in all aspects of the game. And we've seen it. They've been on display in this series. Home runs, base running, defense, been able to do a lot of things.
There's always going to be interesting decisions made by both managers in a winner-takes-all game like this. It's all hands on deck. It's do whatever you have to do to win the ball game. And we are in a rain delay, 10th inning. The tarp is coming off of the field right now. Cubs and the Indians tied at 6. The Cubs will be up to the plate. They have not begun the inning. Kyle Schwarber expected to lead off this inning. But I wanted to ask you guys about the 9th inning with Jason Hayward on third, 1 out. Javier Baez on a 3-2 count. Again, with 1 out, tries to lay down the bunt. It didn't work out. The Cubs have been successful in that regard a lot this season with the safety squeeze. But what did you think of that, Ron Coomer, with a 3-2 count on Javier Baez and Hayward at third with 1 out?
Well, I think that's Joe Madden being Joe Madden. He's done a lot of things that, throughout the season that aren't always conventional. But Joe, when you think you got Joe figured out, you don't. And I think that's the one thing that has been great about Joe Madden and his managerial style. If it's executed, actually the pitch to Javi was right down the middle, and he just kind of jabbed at the ball. He was above it, fouled it down, and ended up punching out.
Hey guys, some good news. I'm just being told that this game will resume in exactly 8 minutes at 11:15 Chicago time. So that is about 8 minutes away from right now. In general, guys, I think one of the best things about what we have seen over the last 2 days with this Cubs team, you guys kind of alluded to it, the Cubs are finally dialed in again offensively. They did not seem phased in the least in facing Corey Kluber tonight. Same deal with Andrew Miller. And, the Cubs are capable, as they have this 10th inning about to go down here, they are capable of putting up a lot of runs against any pitcher. And it's so nice to see those two guys, Corey Kluber and Andrew Miller, having to watch the rest of this game from the dugout.
And also Cody Allen.
Yep.
Excellent closer. But you kind of saw that surge of offense in last night's ball game. The Cubs, 9 runs, 13 hits. Addison Russell led the way with the big 6 RBI and the grand slam. But the Cubs, Ron, they've had so many stretches this year where they just absolutely pound the baseball. And they really make it difficult for opposing pitching staffs to limit them to runs. 6 runs tonight, that normally with this Cubs team, with their pitching staff, would have been more than enough to win the ball game. But it's Game 7 of a World Series. You got to give respect to the guys on the other team. That's the best team, quite possibly in the American League. And 6 runs is not always going to be enough to beat a good team like that.
No, it's not. And that's part of it. Terry Francona basically said the exact same thing about the Chicago Cubs a couple nights ago. Sometimes you got to tip your hat to the other team and say, they're really good. That's why they're in the World Series. And I think tonight, in this ball game, the Cubs jumped out to the lead, and you got to tip your hat because with 2 outs in the 8th inning and nobody on, this team has found a way to climb back into the game. So, this Cleveland Indians team is a very good ball club. It's going to come down to one swing of the bat, one big play, one big pitch, now an extra inning.
Along with Pat Hughes and Ron Coomer I'm Mark Grody, and we are very close to resuming. It will have been a very short rain delay. We are in the top of the 10th inning. Kyle Schwarber will lead off, followed by Chris Bryant. Both of those guys are up as the Cleveland Indians begin to take the field again, tied 6-6 Cubs and the Indians. That said, we hand it right back to Pat Hughes and Ron Coomer.
Mark, thank you, and thanks for your assistance in the rain delay. The Indians now starting to get back out onto the field. They still have Geyer in left, Davis in center, and Martinez in right. Napoli throwing some ground balls to the infielders. Napoli playing first. Kipnis at second. Lindor at short. Ramirez at third. Gomes is catching. And we're going to identify the new man on the mound. This is going to be Brian Shaw. So Shaw remains in the game on the hill for the Tribe. So, Ron, let's talk about the guys coming up. It'll be Schwarber, Bryant, and Rizzo. What's the plan for Schwarber against Shaw right now?
Well, Shaw's a guy, as we've seen, he throws a lot of cut fastballs. He's probably going to try to get in on Schwarber and on Rizzo. And for Bryant, he's going to try to shoot the ball the other way, I would think, just because Shaw really likes to pitch on one side of the plate that would be inside to the left-handed hitter. If you're Schwarber, if he can get a ball on the plate, Schwarber has really pounded the ball inside very well. So we'll see what happens here, and this could be right into the strength, Shaw's pitching style of Kyle Schwarber.
The field's in good shape. A tip of the cap to the grounds crew here in Cleveland. They were quick in putting the tarp in place, and they were quick in rolling it up and wedging it back up against the grandstand wall down the left field line. And we are ready for the resumption of play. 10th inning. Nobody out, nobody on. Kyle Schwarber to bat. And the fans realize that the ball game will continue. Looks like some fans have either gone home or maybe walked upstairs to get out of the rain. Something tells me they'll be back. Schwarber leads it off. Schwarber 2 for 4 in the game. Takes high ball 1. The last Indians game 7, 1997 in Florida, that also went extra innings. 17-minute delay, we understand. Schwarber rips a base hit into right field. A bullet between Napoli and Kipnis. Kipnis was 30 feet out onto the grass and dove toward the line, couldn't get it. Schwarber continues to do amazing things, Ron.
Well, when you pitch Schwarber inside and you pitch right into his strength, he's got such a short swing. He pounds this ball into that hole and into right field, and now the Cubs will have, I believe, a pinch runner for Kyle Schwarber.
Schwarber leaves a 3-hit game in Game 7 of the World Series. He gets congratulations and hugs from all of his teammates. And we're still trying to identify. That's Albert Almora Jr. running at first. Chris Bryant at the plate. Shaw ready in the pitch to Chris. Down low, ball 1. Almora very fast. Being held by Napoli. Bryant with a warning track fly ball, a single, a walk, and a strikeout, and 2 runs scored. Now the 1-0 to Chris. Fouled away. Shaw got away with 1. That was a wheelhouse delivery.
That's that cut fastball was left up, but it is at 96 miles an hour. Shaw's got a very good arm. Chris had a great swing. He's fouled it straight back. Otero and Bauer warming up in the Cleveland bullpen.
The pitch. Bryant pops it up foul off to the right out of play. A ball and 2 strikes on Chris. Cubs 6, Indians 6, 10th inning. Almora taking a conservative lead. He does not want to get picked off. Bryant trying to get a hold of one. And the 1-2 by Shaw. And Bryant takes a little bit high. Didn't miss by much.
Boy, Chris has had just great command of the strike zone tonight. All night long, he's taken pitches all around the zone. And when something's been in there to go ahead and put a good swing on it, he has.
Tenth inning in Game 7 of the World Series. Just when you thought we couldn't go any further, we do.
Right?
Cubs haven't won a title since 1908. Bryant hits a high fly ball, right center field. Back goes Davis near the warning track and makes the catch. Tagging Almora going to second, and he's in there at second base. Bryant just missed a home run. Davis caught it to the right of dead center, right up against the wall in deep right center.
If that ball's hit 20 to 30 minutes ago when the wind was howling towards right center field, that ball is long gone, and it ends up being caught right at the wall in center field. Chris gave it a ride.
Here's Anthony Rizzo. Now first base is open. The Indians pondering walking Rizzo to get to Zobrist. Mickey Callaway, the pitching coach, out to the mound. And the home plate umpire, Sam Holbrook, is going to move things along. There is still a threat of rain in the forecast. Cubs 6, Indians 6, top of the 10th inning with one down. And Rizzo ready to stand in.
I just can't imagine Cleveland pitching to Anthony Rizzo with the base open.
The catcher, Gomes, has not squatted yet behind the plate, nor will he. They're going to walk him. Almora now will remain alert at second. There's ball one outside. Intentional walk to Rizzo. This has that feeling, Ron, of being in the theory of let someone else beat you.
Boy, without question. Anthony's had some great swings. Big home run yesterday.
Almora will remain in the game as the DH and bats second. Right now he's the go-ahead run. That was alert base running by Albert to move up on the long fly ball by Bryant.
Davis, not a very good throwing arm, and once again, not really getting himself set to make a throw.
Runners at first and second. Rizzo trotting to first. And here is Ben Zobrist. He has had so many big hits this season. He's batting left-handed. Ben hitless tonight, but he's had some good swings. A nail-biter at Progressive Field in Ohio.
This should be a good matchup for Zoe. That cutter inside. He usually handles the ball inside well as a left-handed hitter.
Zobrist takes high, ball one. You got a couple of good run producers here with a chance. Zobrist and then Addison Russell on deck. Now the 1-0 from Shaw. Zobrist will take a strike. Outfield straightaway. The right fielder Martinez not all that deep. He wants to be able to make a throw home, of course. Almora leads at second. Rizzo from first. Tie game, the 1-1. Strike two call.
Zoe didn't like the call, Pat. That pitch might have been on a corner, might have been just a little bit away. Pretty good pitch by Shaw right on the block.
Right-handed pitcher, left-handed batter. Now the 1-2. Bounced foul, Ben protecting. That pitch was probably borderline high and outside, but he did not want to be called out on strikes.
Elmora at second base doing a good job taking a look at where the outfielders are positioned to make sure, A, he doesn't get doubled off, but B, if the ball's hit, where the players are positioned so he can get a decent jump at second base on a base hit.
Tie game, 10th inning, 1 down, the pitch. Ground ball to third, base hit down the left field line. The go-ahead run will score. The ball is backhanded by Geyer. Rizzo goes to third. Double for Zobrist. Cubs lead 7-6.
You talk about a big plate appearance for the Chicago Cubs. Zobrist against Shaw, a backdoor cutter, and Zo shoots it down the third base line after protecting the plate, shoots it down the line. A run scores Elmora, Rizzo to third, and it comes with second and third and only 1 out and a run in the 10th inning.
Ben Zobrist with an RBI double. Russell will not bat. They'll walk him intentionally. Miguel Montero coming up. Cubs 7, Indians 6.
Zobrist does such a good job of handling guys that throw hard. He has a good short swing. He gets that backdoor cutter and just goes with it. What a great swing on a good pitch by Shaw.
Albert Almora scoring the go-ahead run. And again, alert base running by Albert to move up from first to second on the fly ball by Chris Bryant. And that's what forced the Indians to walk Rizzo and have to face Zobrist.
Boy, now his first at-bat of the night, Miguel Montero. I do recall Miggy with a big at-bat with the bases loaded, partner.
Joel Blanton of the Dodgers in Game 1 of the NLCS. Pinch hitting. He is now batting. This is not a pinch hit. He's in the game defensively. Cubs 7, Indians 6. Bases loaded, 1 away. The Indians have the infield in. Shaw from the stretch deals. Fastball high. We often bring up the point run when you walk somebody intentionally, it forces the pitcher to throw strikes. Easier said than done. Right-handed pitcher, left-handed batter.
Miggy just looking for something up that he can get at least a sacrifice fly.
Montero bounces one foul off his foot. Rizzo, the runner at third. That could be a very big run at third base. Nobody throwing in the Cub bullpen. Chapman was in the game to end the ninth. Carl Edwards Jr. has been throwing.
Yeah, I believe Carl, Pat, actually is probably ready from just watching him a while ago throw.
Cubs have already taken the lead here in the 10th inning. The pitch to Montero. Ground ball left field, base hit. 1 run is in. Zobrist around third, holding. Cubs lead 8-6. Miguel Montero comes through. And now the Cubs lead by 2.
Boy, a great at-bat by Miggy. He stays inside the ball with his hands infield drawn in. Doesn't try to do too much and just shoots it the other way. Cubs with their second run here at the top of the 10th.
Terry Francona to the mound. He's going to have to make a change. Miguel Montero coming through. How about 8 different Cubs with RBIs in a ball game?
Unreal. Just a great job here in the 10th inning, too, of just doing little things right, putting the ball in play, taking what the pitcher has given him.
A pitching change is forthcoming. This change is brought to you by Geico and also by Sloan, the proud water efficiency partner of the Chicago Cubs, providing smart water solutions for your business. Visit Sloan.com today. Top of the 10th inning. Cubs 8, Indians 6. We'll be back in a flash. You are listening to the World Series on The Score, presented by AutoZone.
The most Cubs World Series talk anywhere. Spiegel and Goff, weekdays 9 a.m. to 1 on 670 The Score.
Hi, I'm Jen London. When I needed to find senior care for my mom, I really struggled to find the right fit until I found an advisor, someone who had been through this before. That's why I recommend A Place for Mom, the nation's largest senior living referral service. They have experts who will help you ask the right questions and find the right place. Call A Place for Mom today.
To speak with a local senior living advisor, call A Place for Mom at 1-800-471-4351. That's 1-800-471-4351.
A Place for Mom has helped over 200,000 families find the right senior care for their parents, from assisted living to independent living, even Alzheimer's care, and have local advisors that can help explain your options at no cost to you.
To speak with a local senior living advisor, call A Place for Mom at 1-800-471-4351. That's 1-800-471-4351.
Call today.
Hey, Cubs fans, postseason baseball is back. Choose Carmex for all-star performance as you root on your team. Carmex has been proudly crafting their classic lip balms in Wisconsin for almost 80 years, so they know a thing or two about which multitasking ingredients are most effective at providing optimal comfort for dry, chapped lips. Try their latest innovation, Carmex Comfort Care Lip Balm, a natural blend of soothing colloidal oatmeal, fruit seed oil, and delightful flavor that helps restore moisture for smoother, healthier, naturally beautiful lips. Visit mycarmex.com for savings offers.
Trevor Bauer, who started the Sunday night game at Wrigley, will now work in relief. John Lester, a Cubs starter, has worked in relief in this game. Cubs have 2 runs in the bank. Jason Hayward due up, still only 1 away. There have been 6 batters come up in the inning, and 5 have reached base. And the only man who was retired was Bryant on a warning track fly ball. And here is Jason Hayward. How is Jason approaching this at-bat?
Well, it's the same thing. You're really going to try to get the ball up. You want to serve the ball into the outfield, hit something in the air. You at least get a sacrifice fly. Hayward, though, the problem is he has a tendency to pull the ball down into the ground. The infield will be in. They will be trying to cut the runoff at the plate.
Right-handed pitcher, left-handed batter. Hayward facing Bauer. And the pitch on the way. Chopped foul at the plate, 0-1. The rain has held off. We had a brief delay of 17 minutes. This game will be talked about for a long, long time. Cubs 8, Indians 6, 10th inning. The Indians were down by 3 in the bottom of the 8th inning against Aroldis Chapman. A 2-run homer by Rajay Davis tied the game. Hayward trying to drive in another insurance run. He swings and misses at a curve in the dirt, and the count now 0-2. That pitch was not close to the plate.
Yeah, Hayward swings at a ball. This ball bounces. This is where just adrenaline takes over, and you just got to take a couple deep breaths, step out, and clear your mind. Easy to say from the broadcast booth. 10th inning, Game 7 of the World Series.
There comes the 0-2, fouled away by Hayward. A little surprised that Bauer made that pitch as close to the middle of the plate as he did, Ron.
Yeah, that was a good hittable pitch. Hayward wanted to get a good long look, just a little tardy on that fastball from Bauer.
Cubs with a 2-run lead. Again, 8 different Cubbies with RBIs in the game. Hayward trying to make it 9. Now the 0-2 by Bauer. Curveball, check swing. Did he go? Yes. Strike 3. Hayward chased another ball that bounced. And that is the second out in the inning. And it'll bring up Javier Baez.
breaking ball, a couple of them in this at-bat. Jason Hayward really didn't get a good look at him. Ends up swinging this breaking ball down. He's second out of the inning, but now see if Javi can do some damage. He's had some good at-bats and has seen the breaking ball pretty well. He's going to try to go to right center field against Bauer.
Baez trying to break the game wide open. He's already homered once tonight. Time called. Wind still blowing toward right center. 38,104 looking on. The set by Bauer and the pitch on the way to Baez. Fastball is inside, ball one. The Indians will have the 4, 5, and 6 spots due up in the bottom of the 10th inning. Zobrist leads down the line at third. Russell away from second. Montero from first. Here's the 1-0. Baez swings and misses. Bauer got away with a high curveball. 1-1.
Yeah, that's when, the high breaking ball. Javi took that big swing, swung through it.
Cubs have scored twice here in the 10th inning. Bases loaded, 2 down. A ball and a strike on Baez. Bauer's next pitch. Swing and a miss. Threw a fastball right by him, 1-2.
Bauer's mixed in some breaking balls, and that last one, a fastball inside. Threw it right past Javi.
Bauer taking some extra time. Runners lead at every station, and the 1-2. Baez checks and takes down low for ball 2. 2-2.
Plays Zobrist with a good read of that ball in the dirt. Came way down the line before the ball even hit the dirt. Seeing the trajectory of that breaking ball down is actually a nice block by Gomes.
Cubs trying to win the final 3 games after trailing 3 games to 1. Two balls, 2 strikes. And the next pitch. Fly ball, center field. Davis is there. He's going to make the play, and the inning will end. But the Cubs score twice. Fasten those seatbelts. We go to the bottom of the 10th inning. The Cubs are 3 outs away from history. Cubs 8, Indians 6. You are listening to the World Series on the Score, presented by AutoZone.
Listen to our Cubs coverage after Game 7 of the World Series, continuing all day tomorrow on 670 The Score.
As an individual investor, you may have thought sophisticated investment management was only for the wealthy. Not anymore. Zacks Advantage is the actively managed, performance-driven, automated online investment advisory service that builds, monitors, and rebalances your portfolio so you don't have to. Now for a limited time, with fees up to 75% lower than traditional advisors and a minimum investment of just $5,000, you can take advantage of Zacks' 30 years of investment management experience. Call 1-888-748-2750 today to speak with an advisor. Right now, you can save 30% off our already low fees for the life of your account. Low fees, low minimums, and 30 years of experience. That's the Zacks Advantage. Call 1-888-748-2750. Past performance is no guarantee of future results. Potential for loss exists with any investment. Material is for informational purposes only. It is not investment, legal, accounting, or tax advice or a recommendation to buy, sell, or hold a security. No advice is given about a strategy suitability for a particular investor. For additional information, go to ZacksAdvantage.com. Call 1-888-748-2750.
Every song that becomes a hit has 3 elements that all come together perfectly: rhythm, melody, and harmony. It reminds us of the way TriClean gasoline from Citgo works in perfect harmony with your engine. TriClean is top-tier gas, which surpasses EPA requirements and meets the performance standards set forth by some of the world's top auto manufacturers. So you can drive with confidence, knowing TriClean is formulated with higher levels of detergent additives to help keep intake valves, systems, and ports cleaner. Citgo. Fueling good.
Hey, Chicago fans, what better way to celebrate this exciting and historic event than with your favorite hot beverage in a genuine Thermos brand bottle? Thermos is the brand sports fans have trusted for over 110 years to keep refreshments hot and easy to enjoy on the go. Depending on which Thermos brand product you use, it can keep drinks hot for up to 24 hours, making Thermos brand products a great choice to bring along for a full-day sporting event. You can rely on Thermos brand as the brand that delivers when it matters most.
You are listening to Game 7 of the World Series on the Score and the Xfinity Cubs Radio Network. Pat.
And Carl Edwards Jr., a rookie right-hander, trying to nail it down for the Cubs. This pitching change is sponsored by Geico and also by Ghost Beds. Supernatural sleep comfort delivered right to your door. Visit ghostbed.com. Bottom of the 10th inning. Mike Napoli batting. How you doing, partner?
I am doing just great. My fingers and all that aren't doing all that well. 3 outs.
Right-hander to right-hander. The pitch on the way to Napoli. Strike one call. Edwards, tall and slender, has a great arm. He gets the target into his motion and the 0-1. Napoli takes upstairs. An RBI double by Ben Zobrist in the top of the 10th broke the tie. A run-scoring single by Miguel Montero provided insurance. Here's the 1-1. Napoli hits it foul off to the right out of play. 1-2. What are you thinking here, Ron?
Well, I like that last pitch Edwards threw to Napoli. To me, if Carl can just stay outer third against these guys with that good 96-mile-an-hour fastball, little cut, don't need to get too far away from that pitch.
Now the 1-2 on the way. Upstairs, ball 2. Still warm, 72 degrees. Unbelievably nice for November 2nd. And now the 2-2 pitch on the way. Napoli strikes out swinging. That's out number 1. The Cubs are 2 outs away.
Great pitch from Edwards. That's that fastball angled down, cutting away from Napoli. Swung right through it. Never had a chance.
1 down. Here is Jose Ramirez. The Cubs had a 3-run lead in the 8th inning and could not hang on to it. Edwards gets the first man out with a 2-run lead in the bottom of the 10th. Ramirez 2 for 4. First pitch, strike, 0-1. That's the same way he started Napoli.
Boy, it's outstanding. A young rookie pitcher coming in, throwing bullets and throwing strikes here in the 10th in Game 7 of the World Series.
The 0-1. Line drive down the right field line, foul. And now it's 0-2. He may have broken his bat. No, I guess he didn't.
Pretty good breaking ball from Edwards. Had Ramirez out in front.
Everybody in the park is on their feet. And I think all of our listeners are on their feet no matter where they are as well. The 0-2. Curveball is outside for a ball.
What a game this has been.
A complete game. The 1-2. Just outside, it's 2-2. A little bit of everything.
Well, isn't that the truth? Power, some good pitching,
some base running, clutch hits,
some defensive mistakes. Just has had it all.
1 down, bottom of the 10th. Cubs lead 8-6. Ramirez backs away. Brandon Geyer is on deck. Here comes the 2-2. Bouncing ball to short, fielded by Russell. Throws to Rizzo. 2 down. The Cubs are 1 out away.
Nice play by Addy. He comes in. It's an excellent breaking ball by Edwards. Ramirez out in front just rolls the ground ball. Addison fields this ball. Perfect strike to Anthony Rizzo for the second out here in the 10th.
The Cubs are 1 out away from winning the title. And Cub fans, you are going to remember where you were right now for the rest of your life. The pitch on the way to Geyer is down low for ball 1.
Carl Edwards has mixed in good fastballs and some good breaking balls here in the 10th.
Here comes the 1-0 pitch. And Geyer takes down low for a ball. And if you feel like your heart is pounding a little bit right now, you're not alone. Bryant even with the bag at third. 2 outs, nobody on. The 2-0 pitch on the way to Geyer. Low for ball 3, 3-0. You certainly don't want to walk a man in this spot. On deck is the guy that tied the game with a home run in the 8th inning, Rajay Davis.
Montero goes out to the mound to talk to Carl Edwards Jr., settle him down, talk to him about just aiming for the middle of the plate, and let's throw a few strikes and make them swing the bat to get on base.
Cubs on the threshold of the greatest victory in the history of the franchise. The 3-0 is taken for a strike.
I gotta believe this has got to be a take also.
Here comes the 3-1. Geyer takes ball 4. So the Indians will get the tying run to the plate. And it is Rajay Davis.
And that will bring out Chris Bosio to the mound. Ooh.
Cubs lead 8-6. Bottom of the 10th inning. All of the Cubs now gathered around Bosio on the mound.
I'm going to guess this conversation is about the last at-bat from Davis. The pitch that he handled was down and in. He just dropped the head of the bat on it and hit the home run off Aroldis Chapman down the line. Now what you do is you pitch away the best you can, try to throw strikes away, take your chances from there.
Right-hander against right-hander. Nobody has gone home. 38,000 looking on. Two outs. The pitch to Davis. The runner goes. The pitch down low, ball 4. No stolen base for Geyer. Defensive indifference. Here comes the 1-0 to Davis. And he'll hit a line drive. Base hit to center. Rounding third and coming in to score is Geyer. And now it's an 8-7 ball game.
Boy, pretty good swing by Davis. He gets this ball down and away and just shoots it back through the middle for a base knock. And that will bring out Joe Madden.
Michael Martinez due to bat. And let's see if Joe is going to make a change. He will. He's going to bring in a left-hander. And this pitching change is going to be sponsored by Geico and by Ghostbed. Supernatural sleep comfort delivered right to your door. Visit ghostbed.com. Pitching change coming up. Cubs now trying to hang on, leading 8-7 In the bottom of the 10th inning, it'll be Mike Montgomery to try to get the final out. We'll be right back after this. You're listening to the World Series on the Score, presented by AutoZone.
Listen to our Cubs coverage after Game 7 of the World Series, continuing all day tomorrow on 670 The Score.
Hi, I'm Joan London. When I needed to find senior care for my mom, I really struggled to find the right fit until I found an advisor, someone who had been through this before. That's why I recommend A Place for Mom, the nation's largest senior living referral service. They have experts who will help you ask the right questions and find the right place. Call A Place for Mom today.
To speak with a local senior living advisor, call A Place for Mom at 1-800-471-4351. That's 1-800-471-4351.
A Place for Mom has helped over 200,000 families find the right senior care for their parents, from assisted living to independent living, even Alzheimer's care, and have local advisors that can help explain your options at no cost to you.
To speak with a local senior living advisor, call A Place for Mom at 1-800-471-4351. That's 1-800-471-4351.
Call today.
It's the best show in the world. You just never know what to expect.
Come see the show that everyone is talking about, Blue Man Group.
I was blown away.
You gotta see it. You can't describe it.
You honestly can't imagine how exciting it is.
It's extremely unique. It's totally original.
The most incredible thing I've seen in years.
The excitement, the beating of the drums.
I can't compare it to anything.
Oh, it was a rush.
It was thrilling.
Mind-blowing.
See Blue Man Group tonight at the Briar Street Theater. Tickets at BlueMan.com.
Michael Martinez is a switch batter, so he'll bat right-handed against Mike Montgomery. Bottom of the 10th inning of an extraordinary ball game. The Cubs 8 runs, 13 hits, 3 errors. The Indians 7 runs, 11 hits, and 1 error. Both teams trying to snap long droughts. The Indians, a 68-year drought since their last title, the longest such drought in the American League, and the Cubs, well, it's been 108 years since their last title. 2 down. Cubs lead by a run. Tying run at first. Martinez at the plate. Bryant guards the line at third. Here we go. Montgomery's pitch. Curveball strike. 0-1.
Outfielders for the Cubs playing no doubles. Zoe extremely deep in left, Fowler deep in center, Hayward not quite as deep in right.
A little bouncer slowly toward Bryant. He will glove it and throw to Rizzo. It's in time, and the Chicago Cubs win the World Series. The Cubs come pouring out of the dugout, jumping up and down like a bunch of delirious 10-year-olds. The Cubs have done it. The longest drought in the history of American sports is over, and the celebration begins. It's never felt better to fly the W. Congratulations, 2016 World Champions, from a proud partner of the Chicago Cubs, State Farm. Great scene on the field, bear hugs, absolute joy. The Cubs have done it, their first world title since 1908, and fittingly, Ron, it was a ground ball to Chris Bryant, who threw the ball to Anthony Rizzo, 2 guys who will be battling for the Most Valuable Player Award here in a few weeks. Kind of a fitting conclusion to the ball game.
It really is. What a ball game. What a 10th inning. And to me, the wait is over. Right? It is over. The Cubs are World Series champions. How does that sound, partner?
Well, it's a long time coming, but it sounds wonderful. Anthony Rizzo hugging all of his teammates. Many media members are out there. Len Casper is on the field. Absolute jubilation for the Chicago Cubs. And Ronnie, and thinking about all the unbelievable fans the Cubs have, the ones that are both with us still and the ones that are no longer with us. Very emotional moment. The Cubs have done it. They have beaten the Indians in an incredible baseball game. It really was. It was frustrating. It was up and down and back and forth. It was baseball at its best for Game 7 of the World Series, and the Cubs prevail by a score of 8-7 here at Progressive Field.
Boy, for a fan, it had it all. Good pitching, good hitting, home runs, some mistakes, good base running. Everything you'd want in a baseball game, extra innings in Game 7 of the World Series. Just an amazing game.
Joe Madden, the manager of the world champion Chicago Cubs. I just saw a picture of him. He looks very, very proud. Thinking about Theo Epstein, the general manager, and his great staff of Jed Hoyer and Jason McLeod. We'll talk about this later. Right now, let's go to Len Casper.
Okay, guys. Javier Baez with a big hug with his hitting coach. Javi, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, my God. There it is, Chicago. There it is. Woo!
That game was insane, wasn't it?
Yeah, really good game from both sides. We got to give a lot of credit to their team. They came to play hard, and they did. They give it the battle, but we didn't give up, and we did.
Congratulations, world champion. Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, I'm going to grab Anthony Rizzo here in a second. He's chatting with Ken Rosenthal from Fox. I'm going to grab Anthony right when he's done. There's a lot of emotion down here, as you can imagine. There's a lot of tears. What an unbelievable ball game, as you guys said. Ups and downs, the roller coaster ride. It looked like the Cubs had won it. Then the Indians coming back, and they get it done in extra innings after a rain delay, of all things. Pretty unbelievable. Chris Bryant is right here next to me. I'm going to grab Chris here in a second as well after I get Anthony Rizzo. But this is quite a scene. Justin Grimm, congratulations, man. How does this feel?
How about that shit? Wow.
This is unbelievable, huh? How does it feel?
Amazing. You look back, you came out on top. I don't think you'd have it any other way. It's unbelievable.
Unbelievable. I'm going to grab Anthony. He's going to give a hug. Congrats, Justin. Anthony is hugging his manager right now. Pretty unbelievable. Anthony, congratulations. How does it feel?
It happened. It happened. People have been waiting for this forever, and we did it. And this team is in the books forever.
So hard to do this, isn't it? I mean, can't even put it into words how difficult this is to win the World Series.
We're the last team standing. We boat raced the whole season, and we're going down in history as one of the best teams to ever play this game, no doubt about it.
I don't even know where to begin on tonight. It might take you the whole offseason to kind of parse it, but what a crazy ball game.
We won. That's all that matters. We did it, and it's amazing.
What does that say about the resiliency of this team that you guys didn't fold after they came back?
We're world champions. We're world champions. To be the best, you got to beat the best, and we did that.
Is this everything you dreamed about?
More.
Congratulations, Anthony.
Appreciate it.
That's Anthony Rizzo, guys. Wow. I'm going to send it back to you and come back to me here in a minute, okay, Pat?
Len, whatever you have is fine with us, and we'll be going back and forth for the next several moments. It hasn't sunk in completely to me yet. Ron, how about to you?
No, not really. You think all the people out in front of Wrigley Field and all the fans that you're talking about in this city and the people that have lived and died with this organization to try, just put their heart and soul into this and for it to finally happen.
Let's go back to Lenny, Ronnie. Len.
Hey, guys. Hey, John Lackey. Hey, John. Hey, John, real quick. Congratulations. How does this feel?
It's pretty awesome, man. Yeah, this is going to be really cool. It's wild.
You've been a part of a few of these. What a wild night, huh? The emotions.
Yeah, it was a wild night for sure. It was a lot of things that could have gone different ways, but we battled through it and got a win and got it done.
This is why you came here, right?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, you want to try to win the last game of the year, and we got it done.
Ready for a parade in a couple days?
I imagine it'll be pretty fun.
Congrats.
Thank you.
That's John Lackey. I don't think anybody wants to leave the field. I'm going to grab Jake. Hey, Jake. Jake Arrieta, congratulations. We're live on the score. You wanted to pitch tonight. I could tell out in the bullpen.
God, I had adrenaline from probably around 4 o'clock today. Couldn't sit down, couldn't stay still. Wanted to contribute if I was needed. I got up once, I threw 5, and I was throwing probably 97. I mean, just back and forth game. Your heart drops into your stomach. We battled back. It's just unbelievable. I mean, I forget what happened. I just know we won.
I know. You guys made it look easy at times this season. It's never easy, even when you're beating a team 10-3, but it got more difficult in October, and I think that makes it more rewarding, right?
Well, you know, and being down 3-1, having to come here and win a couple games. Johnny pitched really well. Then had myself and Kyle. We took care of business. Our offense was really big for us. I mean, we're getting a ring, man. It just feels unbelievable.
Congratulations, man. This is awesome.
Thanks a lot.
Jake Arrieta, putting it all in perspective. I'm going to keep it here for a second. Hey, Kyle. I'm going to grab Kyle. He's hugging Theo right now. A lot of hugs. A lot of hugs down here on the field. You can feel the love here. This is a group that gets along well. Great chemistry. Hey, Kyle. A big hug for Dr. Grislow. They got to know each other very well this summer. Hey, Kyle, congratulations, man. Wow, what a series you had. Could you imagine in your wildest dreams you would have been active, let alone to come up so big?
No, I didn't. I just wanted an opportunity. You know, these guys work so hard, and for them to keep me going all year, you know, it was for these guys, and now we reached the ultimate goal. We never quit, and we're world champs now.
One of the cool moments of this series, I thought, was when you got booed here. I mean, you didn't even play most of the year, but they knew how good you are.
I guess, you know, they don't get. I'm from Ohio,
right?
Exactly, but no. That was crazy, man. I never expected this in my wildest dream.
Congratulations, Kyle. Okay, guys, they're getting everybody in I think they're going to head in to do the trophy presentation. I'm going to grab a real quick one from Joe. Hey, Joe, 10 seconds with Pat and Ron. Congratulations. What just happened, right?
No idea, man. The way that whole game played out, the way the Cleveland Indians came back, give them so much credit. And then our guys, I swear to you, in the dugout, they never, ever gave up hope. The rain delay actually helped. Went inside. They called a little team meeting in the room downstairs, and we came back ready to play. Give our guys all the credit in the world.
Go enjoy it. I know you got a trophy to grab. Congrats, Joe. Thanks for everything, man. Joe Madden. Oh. How about that? They had a meeting. The players had a meeting during the rain delay. Something else. Pat, back to you.
Good job, Len. Just let us know when you got somebody else. But when he was interviewing Kyle Schwarber, the thought occurs to me, Ron, it was Schwarber who began the winning rally in the 10th inning with that sharp single into right field. He left the game for the pinch runner, Albert Almora, who made an alert move up on a deep fly ball. But it was Schwarber who started the winning rally in Game 7 of the World Series. I did not believe in my wildest dreams that I would be saying that about 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, I don't think anybody did in the entire organization until all of a sudden he got cleared to hit and you started seeing the ball jump off his bat, and then you just go, well, just keep swinging and let's see. Unbelievable the way this team has come back. Partner, congratulations.
Well, I'll tell you, Ron, I'm happy for you. I know you have been a lifelong Cub fan. You have followed this team since you were a little guy, and you played for the Cubs in 2001, and now you've been my great partner here for the last 3 years, so I'm happy for you as well. It was fun. It was a lot of fun, and you know what? I wouldn't mind doing this about another 3 or 4 years in a row. Let's go down to Len Casper. Len?
Okay. Pat, thank you. Again, just trying to grab guys here for a quick second. They're hugging everybody, and it's pretty incredible. I'm going to try to grab Dexter Fowler here in a second. Hey, Dex, real quick, congratulations. How does it feel?
It's unbelievable. It is unbelievable. Nothing you'd ever even picture. Game 7, fucking winning this shit. It's awesome.
All right, back to you, Pat. They're carrying David Ross off on their shoulders. It looks like Jason Hayward and I believe Anthony Rizzo. They've got David on their shoulders as they're walking over toward the fans. And David saluting all the Cub fans here from behind the dugout.
And he's very emotional, and what a beautiful scene that is, Ron.
David, one of the classiest guys you'll ever have as a teammate, as a player. The impact that a backup catcher has made on a club. Have you ever seen or heard of anything like that in baseball since you've been around the game?
No, it's extraordinary, and I've never seen a guy connect with the fans as well as David Ross has. You would think he's been a Hall of Fame caliber player and in a Cub uniform for 20 years, the way the fans treat him. He's only been here 2 summers, and they absolutely love him. He's very charismatic. He's a great defensive catcher. You can tell he's one of the team leaders, and I'm just happy that he went out as an absolute champion, homering off Andrew Miller and then winning Game 7 of the World Series.
Doesn't get much better than that.
It's unbelievable.
I got a question for you. How does it feel after 31 years of broadcasting? This is my first World Series, but it's also your first World Series. How does it feel, buddy?
It's a dream come true. I've been happy this entire postseason, Ron. Just to be a part of it, to be a part of World Series baseball has been an amazing thrill. The winning the National League pennant was a fantastic thrill at Wrigley Field when Kyle Hendricks outdueled Clayton Kershaw. That was a great thrill, and now this even eclipses that. So it's just getting better and better all the time. It's been an amazing run, and again, it's been the time of my life. You know, it's an interesting thing. You get to this stage, and you've played almost 200 ball games. In fact, including spring training, you've played well over 200 ball games.
We've done that many games,
and it's a lot of ball, a lot of travel, a lot of stress, and it is exhausting. But I've actually, in these last few weeks, I've never felt more alive in my entire life.
Isn't it something after all this season, getting up after all this and the tough travel during playoff time, then all of a sudden you come to the park, the energy that you get from these playoff games. Isn't it something?
Just amazing. And Joe Madden, thinking about him, no truth to the rumor just yet, but they have renamed Lake Michigan Lake Joe Madden. No truth to it. We'll try to dig more into that.
Here we go.
Let's go down to Len. Len?
John Lester with an MVP-type performance. What did Joe tell you before the game? You knew you had to be ready at some point.
That's all I knew. They kind of gave me an idea, but I didn't know. I didn't know what was going on. That's the bad part about being in the bullpen. I mean, I commend those guys. Man, they do an unbelievable job. They come in and bail us out of sticky situations all year long, and it's a weird feeling when you run in there with other guys' runs on base, and then you just want to make sure that those don't go next to his name, and tried to make too good of a curveball and threw it off Rossi's face. But I'm just glad we won, man. I didn't care how or when or why or anything. I'm glad we won, man. I don't have words right now.
I understand. I'm going to try to ask you, though, just to encapsulate a season. You won 114 games as a club.
How about that, man? That's
best team you've ever been on. You've been on some good ones.
I'd say from start to finish, yeah. I mean, the 13 team for me will always hold a special place in my heart for other reasons. But all in all, from top to bottom, man, this is probably starting staff, lineup, bullpen. We pick up a guy like Chappie. The thing I love about this team, man, is everybody they care so much about each other. I mean, you see everybody tears in their eyes, and Chappie was only here for 2 months, and he's out here crying like a little girl. I love it. I love the emotional side of this game. I love everything about this game. I think I got to go celebrate.
Go do it, John. Yeah. Congratulations. It's been fun watching. That's John Lester, who I think summed it up. You know, he's one of those guys I think wears well, right? You see him pitch, and the stuff is good. It's maybe not Scherzer-like or maybe even Kershaw-like, but all he does, guys, is get people out. And he had a Cy Young campaign. He had an MVP LCS, and he's definitely in the mix in the World Series for that trophy as well. And I think the players are now inside the clubhouse, Pat. So I'm going to say goodbye for now for my segment, but I'll kind of hang down here if something else pops, okay? And congratulations to you two guys. You called a wonderful season and postseason as well.
Len, thanks to you for all of your fine work. Let's join the press conference right now. Tom Ricketts accepting the championship trophy right now.
Oh, it's incredible. I mean, I just think about it.
I know you had a great vision, and I know you certainly hope, but now you can officially say it. The Cubs are World Series champs. How does that sound to you?
I just want to say this real quick. Hey, the Cubs are World Series champions! Feels pretty good. First time I've said it.
I'd say so. Go enjoy it, Tom.
First time I've said it. It feels pretty good. Thanks.
Let's bring in Theo. Come on in, Theo. Congratulations to you. I'll pass that over. I just have to know, you're watching this in the stands, and what are you thinking? How are you surviving this heart attack game tonight?
It's fitting. It's got to be done with one of the best games of all time. Just unbelievable. I mean, what a testament to our players, their grit. You know, when we gave up the lead and then during the rain delay, I walked by the strength and conditioning room. They were all gathered around saying, like, this is only going to make it sweeter, boys. Let's grind. Here we go. And they went out and had an unbelievable inning, scored 2 runs. But first, got to congratulate the Cleveland Indians, the Dolan family, Chris Antonetti, Mike Chernoff, Terry Francona, incredible postseason manager, great organization, phenomenal year. What a battle this whole series and tonight. But our fans deserve this. Our players deserve this. Chicago Cubs are world champions.
What do you think Chicago's like right about now?
I can't wait to go back. We don't need a plane to fly home, but you know, our fans just deserve it so much. And all the former Cubs, everyone, this is for so many people. Ernie Banks, Ron Santo, Billy Williams, who's still here to come celebrate with us tomorrow when we see him. We're bringing the trophy home to you guys. It's been a century in the making, and no one deserves it more than Cub fans, Cub players, the Cubs organization, Tom Ricketts, our scouts, player development guys, Joe, the coaches, the staff. Unbelievable job. What can I say?
Theo, congratulations. Enjoy it. That's Theo Epstein. We're going to get Joe. Joe, come on in here. Joe Madden, the manager. That looks good in your arms, Joe. How does it feel for you?
It's the baby. It's your first baby. It's pretty incredible standing here among all of our guys. This is why this has all happened. There's a tough game, obviously, the way they came from behind. We kind of regrouped during the rain delay, and this group never quit, just like they had just said. So give our guys all the credit in the world. It's a phenomenal bunch of professionals.
Well, as you look at these guys right here who are all staring at you, ready to party, what are you most proud about of what you've accomplished?
You just heard him say we never quit. I'm really proud of the attitude, the culture that we've created here, obviously. I think it's something that can carry us for many, many years to come. Just like in the past, not having won a World Series trophy in 108 years, I think this year is the breakthrough year. So now that standard of excellence could be carried through for many years to come.
Joe, emotionally, how do you hang in this game? I mean, there was a heart attack every 10 minutes.
Well, you got to try. Everything was going perfectly until Davis hit the home run. And then all of a sudden you have to really go to plan B, C, and D. But our guys are there all the time. There's no quit in the dugout. The conversation was great. It was incredible. It's incredible to be part of that whole moment.
When do you think, we'll let you go, when do you think it will settle in? I don't know if it's fully hit you. The Cubs have won the World Series.
I promise you, RV Drive, me and Jay are going to be heading back down south pretty soon. I will take it all in at that point. I know we have the parades coming up and all that kind of great stuff, but it'll hit me then. Last point, listen, I want to congratulate Tito and the Indians. I have so much respect for him and them. A great series, great season for them, absolutely. So I just wanted to make sure that I put that out there too. They're fantastic.
Joe, wonderful. Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Okay, Joe Madden. And this Cubs clubhouse is fired up as you would expect.
We are back live. Pat Hughes along with Ron Coomer, Mark Brody, Len Casper, Mitch Rosen, our executive producer. And I was thinking about Theo Epstein, Ron, considering what Theo did And now I believe Ben Zobrist is going to be named the most valuable player of the World Series. Ben Zobrist, very deserving.
Yeah, it really is.
You've done this a couple years in a row. It's pretty hard to do. What does this one feel like compared to last year?
It's unbelievable. I can't even put it into words. What this team has battled through all year long, and believing that we're the best team, but the ups and the downs and having to fight through things. I mean, it's an unbelievable team to be a part of. Every guy on this team roots for each other, takes care of each other, and picks each other up, and that's what we did during that rain delay.
Ben, I have to ask you about the at-bat, the game-winning hit there, and you had 2 strikes. You had one defensive swing, kind of stay alive. But just how do you calm yourself in that moment, and what are you thinking against Shaw there in the 10th?
Well, I know he throws a pretty hard cutter, and I was just battling. Obviously, I swung at a ball with 2 strikes and just barely hung in there in the at-bat, and fortunately he put one close enough to the plate where I could just slap it down the line down there. I mean, I have to thank Riz, because I never would have been in that situation if he wasn't such a good player.
Ben, hang on. We have a surprise for you. We're going to bring in Paul Edwards, Vice President for Chevrolet, and Paul's got a little surprise for you, right, Paul?
Ben Zobrist, the game-winning RBI double, a sharp ground ball between Jose Ramirez and the third base line. It skipped on down into the corner. It drove in Albert Almora with the go-ahead run. The Cubs would add another run later on a run-scoring base hit by Miguel Montero. They win a remarkable World Series game by a score of 8-7 in 10 pulsating innings. The game totals for the victorious Chicago Cubs: 8 runs, 13 hits, 3 errors. For the Cleveland Indians, 7 runs, 11 hits, and 1 error. Aroldis Chapman gets credit for the win. Brian Shaw is the loser. Mike Montgomery got the final out and nailed down the save. The Cubs win their first World Series championship since 1908. And we're going to take a break and come back to wrap things up. But Mark Brody will have a long post-game show, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Cubs win 8-7 in 10 innings. The Cubs are the World Series champions. You are listening to the World Series on The Score, presented by AutoZone.
The Cubs just won the World Series. Celebrate with us on the Mully and Hanley Show, starting live at 5 on 670 The Score. WSCR and HD Chicago, WJMK HD2 Chicago.
CDW orchestrates IT solutions. But what does that mean? It means CDW can design and implement customized IT solutions for your business. They'll provide services for cloud, data center, security, collaboration, and mobility. And they have local offices with engineers and solutions architects orchestrating IT solutions to help companies get more from their IT. Let CDW focus on the IT business so you can grow your business. CDW, people who get it. Find out more at cdw.com/services.
Wells Fargo is making changes to make things right. First, all customers who have been impacted will be fully refunded. Second, a confirmation will be sent when new personal or small business checking, savings, or credit card accounts are opened. Third, we've eliminated product sales goals for our retail bankers to ensure your interests are put first. We're taking action. We're renewing our commitment to you. Find out more at wellsfargo.com/commitment. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Hi, can I have 2 steak tacos?
Flour or corn?
Oh, no tortillas. And no steak. Also add turkey, lettuce, and tomato. And just put it between 2 slices of bread.
You know this is a taco truck, right?
As a small business owner, you've got enough to deal with. Let the experts at Progressive insure your business so you can focus on whatever that was. With over 30 commercial, auto, and business coverage options, we'll build a plan that's right for you.
Oh, I'll have Swiss on that, too. Thank you.
Visit ProgressiveCommercial.com to get started. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Sometimes the best seats in the house are above it. In college football, that's the Goodyear blimp. And for more than 60 years, we've seen what it takes to be worthy. It takes toughness, dedication, and perseverance. Because seasons aren't measured by wins and losses, but by heart. Some call it hard work, determination, or grit. We call it blimp-worthy. Goodyear, official sponsor of the College Football Playoff.
Ron, before we wrap it up, we are looking out into the stands. An absolute ocean of Cubs fans. They've all congregated now right behind the first base dugout, and there are thousands on the other side as well. I didn't realize until this moment just how many Cub fans are here tonight. This has to be almost, when you say about a third of the audience?
Oh, absolutely. There are thousands of people, and now they're singing Go Cubs Go. Thousands and thousands of people here at Progressive Field wearing Cubby Blue. Unbelievable.
Ronnie, it's time for us to wrap things up. But again, Mark Grody will have a nice, long, and fun post-game show coming up. Lots of jubilation and highlights and interviews coming up. But our thanks to Dave Miska, our engineer, for a job well done. And thanks to Mark Grody for his fine work tonight and all season long. Thanks to Len Casper for his professional efforts as well. Thanks to our executive producer, Mitch Rosen. And Ron, I thank you for being the best partner a guy could ever have. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. It's been what better ride could we have had this year than it culminating to win the World Series? And for both of us, it's our first World Series and our first one, and we finally finished this up.
For former Cub and All-Star Ron Coomer, it is Pat Hughes saying thank you for listening. Good night from Progressive Field in Cleveland, Ohio. The Cubs have won the World Series. A wild 10-inning ball game for Game 7. The final, the Chicago Cubs 8 and the Cleveland Indians 7. You've been listening to the World Series on the Score, presented by AutoZone.
We got the Cubs game on the score. Chicago Cubs World Series Baseball on WSCR 670 The Score and the Xfinity Cubs Radio Network has been presented to you in part by Pepsi, Majestic Star Casino, Ray Chevy in Fox Lake and Raymond Chevy in Antioch, Menards, Sloan, Ghost Bed, Binny's Beverage Depot, Plant Moran, Citgo, Benjamin Moore, Allstate Insurance, and Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois.
The Cubs just won the World Series. Celebrate with us on the Mully and Hanley Show, starting live at 5 on 670 The Score.
AutoZone presents Peak Performance. Maximizing fuel economy, engine life, and overall engine performance doesn't take a lot thanks to fuel treatment and fluids from AutoZone. And right now, buy one 5.25-ounce Lucas Fuel System treatment and get one free. So visit your local AutoZone. With over 166 Chicagoland locations, the right supplies and good advice are just around the corner, so you can fix your car with confidence. Hoods up, America.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Limited time only. Restrictions and details in store.
Hi, I'm Joan London. If you're looking for senior care for your mom or dad like I was, call A Place for Mom, the nation's largest senior living referral service. Their local advisors will explain your options and help you select senior living communities at no cost to you.
To speak with your local senior care advisor, call A Place for Mom, 1-800-375-7751. That's 1-800-375-7751.
There's a place for answers, a place for Mom.
Are you a Chicago sports fan, concert fan? Enjoy receiving gift cards and free prizes? Then you need to get to the Gary Lang Auto Group during their biggest sale of the season, the Great Tailgate Event, this week only. You'll score huge savings on over 1,500 vehicles on 22 acres with 7 brands to choose from. Mark thousands off MSRP with no interest or payments until next year. Plus, Saturday, 11 a.m. to 3 p.m., come tailgate with the Gary Lang Auto Group and register to win their Chicago team hockey and football tickets, concert tickets, Great America Fright Fest tickets, JBL portable speakers, the Big Green Egg Grill, and hundreds of dollars in gift cards. That's not all. Lunch will be provided, compliments of Buffalo Wild Wings in Crystal Lake, Nancy's Pizza in Island Lake, and free pumpkins from States Farm in McHenry. Get tailgate pricing and register to win this week only. And remember, if it doesn't say Gary Lang on the back, you probably heard too much. The Gary Lang Auto Group is located on Route 31 in McHenry, or view their entire inventory at GaryLangAutoGroup.com. While supplies last and select vehicles, qualified credit.
Hey, this is not a drill. The Cubbies are in the World Series, and you know what that means. It's time to fly the W, break the curse, and wear the colors. And Chicago Locker Room by Lids has you covered with World Series t-shirts, hoodies, and jerseys from Majestic. Listen, this stuff is the real deal, and this series is the real deal. So get your gear, get hyped, and get ready to bring this one home. Chicago Locker Room by Lids, your Cubs headquarters, with 9 locations in the area. Cubs fans, we got this.
You know, moving is never fun, especially during baseball season. But OD Household Services makes it cheaper and easier. OD drops off a trailer that you load yourself. Then OD delivers it to your new address when you want it. You only pay for the space you use, and OD does all of the driving. Schedule your easy and affordable home move now at odmove.com/Cubs. That's odmove.com/Cubs. OD Household Services, official partner of the Chicago Cubs.
For the first time since 1945, the Baseball Championship Series is back in Chicago, and Accountemps is ready with lots of accounting and finance-related baseball puns. Need a pinch hitter on month end? Accountemps can help. Need an extra bat on those quarterly reports? Accountemps bench is deep. Need a lefty out of the bullpen with a two-seam fastball that moves? Can't help you there. But enjoy the Championship Series with the Northsiders. And remember, whether it's a bookkeeper or payroll professional, Accountemps can staff any position on the field. I mean office. Visit Accountemps.com. Accountemps, a Robert Half company.
Whatever it is, you created it. We bet you don't even know you've got it, but you're stuck with it. And your car insurance payment is probably influenced by it. It is your car insurance score, and most insurance companies base your rate on it. So why does nobody share it? At Say Insurance, we think you should know it. We'll explain how you got it and how we use it. We'll even guarantee to never deny you coverage because of it. Want it? Get a quote and you'll see it at sayinsurance.com.
Congratulations, Chicago, World Series champions. Select area Dick's Sporting Goods stores are open now and will reopen at 6 a.m. Show off your team pride. Come in now for a huge selection of officially MLB licensed Chicago gear. Hats, t-shirts, fleece, hoodies, and more for men, women, and kids. New championship merchandise arriving daily. Or shop online at Dix.com. Every season starts at Dix.
Yeah, this is what you came here for. You got the Cubs game on the score.
Now it's time for the Cubs World Series postgame show on 670 The Score and the Xfinity Cubs Radio Network. Presented to you in part by Gold Coast Bank, the Village of New Lenox, Hills Brothers Coffee, Menards, Mr. and Mrs. T Fiery Pepper Bloody Mary Mix, the Village of Bedford Park, and Nuveen. And now your host, Mark Grody.
A happy host. The Chicago Cubs win the World Series in 7. Chicago Cubs 8, Cleveland 7 to make it real as we welcome you into the Cubs World Series winning post-game show. We're going all night here on The Score. I'll be here as long as I possibly can before we take off. Joe Ostrowski will be in after me. It's all Cubs all night, probably all week right here on your home for the Chicago Cubs, Sports Radio 670 The Score. I'm Mark Grody, and the first thing that pops to my mind with the Cubs having won the World Series here tonight, Cubs are no joke. They are no joke anymore. No more 1945, no more 1908, no more GOATs. None of that. And all of the past failings of the Cubs, you know what? Now we can talk about all that stuff. I think we can feel comfortable in discussing those kind of things because this team, it's no joke. Like I always say about this group of Cubs players, they collectively have you figuratively. They are figuratively giving you a hug and winking at you all the time and saying, hey, we don't care about what happened in 08. We don't care about 03. But we do care about the scores, David Schuster. We go down on the field to him, I'm being told. David.
Celebrity status right now, John Cusack. I know you're a longtime Cubs fan. What is your reaction right now?
No celebrity, just a diehard Cub fan. It's just so beautiful you can't even imagine it.
All right, well, so when this game was unfolding and it's been so wacky and all night long, what were some of your emotions?
Well, you go through all of it, right? But it turned into I think it was probably one of the greatest baseball games ever played. Certainly the most dramatic. But I think you got to think of it as one of the great sporting events.
Absolutely, and
best. You're talking about whatever you want. The Immaculate Conception, the Rumble in the Jungle, Jesse Owens at the Olympics. I don't know. Maybe it's just the Cub fan in me, but I just couldn't believe it. I mean, I thought it was staggeringly dramatic.
Absolutely. And John, you grew up a Cubs fan for a long time. All those memories of them not doing it and now that they have done it, I mean, how do you feel about all this? This is pretty surreal.
Beautiful. It's so beautiful. I mean, there's nothing you could say. When I saw some people, I just said, thanks for my father, for Chicago, for Ron Santo, Ernie Banks, Billy Williams, Jose Cardinal, Gary Matthews, Bobby Dernier. I mean, think about it. All those great players.
All right, we appreciate your time. Go enjoy it. Thanks a lot, John. Appreciate it. Mark, we'll throw it back up to you.
Thanks, David. Hey, send Cusack and Vetter up here whenever you get a chance. Now we're going to go to Bruce Levine. Bruce.
We have a very special guest, the mayor of Chicago, Mr. Rama.